Chapter 1. What are the Gospels? The four Gospels are some of the most influential documents ever written. But what are they? Are they myths, legends, historical accounts, a mixture of both myth and history? Some scholars have argued the Gospels are novels. They were never meant to be taken as historical works or tell us what really happened during the life and ministry of Jesus. But most scholars today reject this position and classify the Gospels as Greco-Roman biographies or lives. But why? What is the evidence that the Gospels are actually biographies, intended to report historical facts? And why wouldn't it make more sense to see them as novels or works of fiction? In today's world, we can often identify the genre of a document by how it's written. If you open a book and it is dialogue between characters, a narrator who explains what the characters are thinking, and a story from beginning to end, we are likely to classify the book as fiction. If you open a book and see footnotes and read about numerous events that happened in the past, you're likely to conclude you're reading historical nonfiction. Even certain words and phrases in a book can cue you into the genre. If you see the book start with "once upon a time" or "long ago in a distant magical kingdom," you suspect you're reading a fairy tale. The ancient world had similar methods. There are various works from the ancient world we can classify as epics, myths, histories, biographies, etc. But one would not write an epic the way one would write a history. One would not write a biography of an historical person the way you'd write a mythical tale. Often authors would write according to the structure of similar works, thereby fitting with the general style of how similar works were composed. The differences between ancient genres were not rigorous. There was flexibility in how one could write. A biography could have features that were more often found than a history. A history could contain mythical elements. But authors would still try to write in a way that would fit with how other similar works were written, thereby writing in the style of a specific genre. Richard Burridge says, "For Aristotle, the important principle is that literary works should conform to the form, meter, style, language, and so on, which is appropriate or fitting to the genre." When we take a look at the Gospels, there have been various theories proposed as to what they were intended to be. Some scholars have suggested they were novels, or similar to Greek tragedies. Others suggest they are more similar to Jewish tales of a rabbi, or Old Testament books that follow a specific person, like Jonah or Nehemiah. In the 20th century, the most popular view was the Gospels were a unique type of Christian literature. Often they were characterized as textualized forms of Christian preaching that evolved out of oral traditions, or as Christian oral folk literature. Rudolf Bultmann taught the Gospels were expanded cult legends shaped by the communities over time. The Gospels were added to fit the needs of the community and were not constrained by historical memory, but constitute legends that were built up over time. On this view, the Gospels were neither entirely mythical or historical, but a mixture of various elements as the Jesus tradition evolved over time. But towards the end of the 20th century, this view fell out of favor due to the work of Richard Burridge and others. And what emerged was the idea the Gospels are Greco-Roman biographies, or lives. A biography is mostly in prose narrative, with a basic chronological framework, which could start with the birth of the person or the beginning of their public career, and typically ended with their death and the surrounding events. The biography would illuminate who the person was through their words and deeds, rather than direct analysis. David Hahn says, "Biography may be defined as a discrete prose narrative devoted exclusively to the portrayal of the whole life of the particular individual, perceived as historical." Richard Burridge came from a background in classics. Initially, he thought it was erroneous to claim the Gospels were biographies. But the more he looked at it, the more he realized his initial assessment was wrong. As someone with a classical background, I was unimpressed with the arguments put forward by New Testament scholars, especially in America, to demonstrate the biographical genre of the Gospels. Therefore, a negative result was expected, exposing the biographical hypothesis as untenable. However, as the work has developed, I have become increasingly convinced that it is indeed the right one, and that the Gospels are part of the genre of ancient life literature. He did agree the Gospels have unique features, but from his knowledge in classical studies, he noted the Gospels share numerous features and motifs that we find in ancient biographies. To start, we can see the Gospels contain opening prologues. Mark begins with one sentence, Matthew begins with Jesus' genealogy, Luke has an opening preface explaining the purpose of his Gospel, and John opens with a longer and formal poetic prologue. These various openings reflect the range of possibilities we see in ancient biographies. Matthew's beginning with a genealogy is similar to what we find in some of Plutarch's lives and the works of Nepos. Mark's beginning with one sentence is how Xenophon opens his work, or Plutarch's Life of Timoleon. Michael F. Bird says, the opening sequence of Mark would probably suggest to the readers that they're about to read the life of a sage. Luke's preface parallels Lucian in Philo style, and an extended prologue, like John's, is found in other biographies as well. Additionally, Richard Burridge notes John's approach of introducing Jesus' name after the opening lines was common in biographies. Performing a verb analysis, we can see in Mark, Jesus is the subject of almost a quarter of the verbs, and another 20% are spoken by Jesus. A similar distribution is seen in Satyrus' Life of Euripides. Similarly, roughly 17% of the verbs of Matthew and Luke have Jesus as a subject. Both Gospels place around 40% of the verbs in the teachings and parables of Jesus, which Burridge says aligns with biographies about philosophers. Finally, John has Jesus as the subject of about 20% of the verbs, and another 34% are within his teachings. Thus, the ratio of verbs of the main subject is what we would expect if the Gospels are biographies. The Gospels mention very little of what occurred before Jesus began his ministry, but we have a special focus on his trial and death. But we can find a similar style in other biographies, where much of the person's life is only briefly touched on, and more focus is given to the end of their life. In fact, when we look at the Gospel's allocation of space, it generally matches the structure of other biographies. Burridge also shows the Gospels match other biographies in external and internal features. Starting with external features, we see the Gospels are written in a continuous prose narrative, the standard method of biographies. In terms of size, Matthew and Luke match the size of Plutarch's longest life, whereas Mark matches his standard size. John matches the length of Plutarch's Life of Cato Minor. The Gospels contain a framework of a basic chronological sequence with topical material throughout, a typical structure of biographies. Often sequences in the Gospels are not in chronological order, as we can see differing order of events between the Gospels. But Arnaldo Momigliano says, ancient biographies did not necessarily follow a chronological order, nor is chronological order a necessary feature even of modern biographies. Biographies could be ordered topographically, Craig Keener says. The freedom to arrange material without respect for chronology was especially true in typical biographies about sages, where the more chronologically ordered histories did not provide significant information. The scale of the Gospels in focusing on Jesus is the same as what we would see in other lives, which focus on the main character. The Gospels illuminate who Jesus is through stories, sayings, and speeches, which is similar to the basic literary units of biographies. The way oral and written sources are utilized in the Gospels is also shared with biographies. There is an absence of direct character analysis of Jesus in the Gospels, which was common in ancient biographies. Burridge says, so the evangelist's picture of Jesus is built up through stories and anecdotes, particularly about how he reacted to those who came to him, as well as by recounting his words. Such indirect characterization by word and deed is not unique to the Gospels, but common in ancient literature, including lives. Internally, the Gospels also share general features with biographies. They don't focus on a place or topic, but on a person. Some will include an ancestry, an account of his birth, and some stories from their childhood, but these are not found in all biographies. What form the bulk of the narrative is the account of their great deeds, teachings, and virtues. Then they typically end with an account of their death and the consequences of it, the same structure we see in the Gospels. The Gospels were written in the style of Koine Greek, which was a simpler form of Greek common to the first century. Marianne Beavis says, all in all, our Greco-Roman reader would have regarded Mark as a well-constructed book with some nice literal touches to lighten its rough prose style. Other writers like Plutarch or Lucian also wrote in the style. which would have been written for a popular audience of the time. The use of tone, characterization, social setting, purpose, and authorial intention also align with the general style of Greco-Roman biographies. So when we look at the data, the Gospels overwhelmingly conform to the genre of Greco-Roman biographies. We cannot find this amount of matching features with other genres, like that of novels or Greek tragedies. So it makes no sense to classify the Gospels as works of fiction, or legends, when they were intended to be historical biographies. The Gospels were written with the intent to give us historical information about the life of Jesus. And since Burridge's work, the scholarly community has shifted to agree the Gospels are in fact Greco-Roman biographies. Mike Licona said, "By the beginning of the 21st century, a paradigm shift had occurred, no longer viewing the Gospels as sui generis, i.e., of a unique genre. The majority of New Testament scholars had embraced the view of Richard Burridge and others before him, that the Gospels belonged to the genre of Greco-Roman biography." Christopher Bryant said, "It will be difficult to take seriously any future study of the Gospel genre, which does not come to terms with Burridge's arguments." Charles Talbert said, "Burridge's volume ought to end any legitimate denials of the canonical Gospel's biographical character. It has made its case." The importance of this cannot be overlooked. It has often been argued the early church was not interested in the historical person of Jesus, but only in the legendary Jesus that fit the needs of later Christian communities. But Burridge points out, if the early church had not been interested in the person and earthly life of Jesus, it would not have produced lives, with their narrative structure and chronological framework, but discourses of the risen Christ, like the Gnostic Gospels instead. In other words, if the early church didn't care about who the historical Jesus was, they would not have written biographies about him. They would have written discourses to push theological ideas that were important to them. The fact that the early church wrote biographies of Jesus tells us they were interested in discovering the historical Jesus through reliable traditions and preserving historical information about him. Even the early church father Papias indicated he was interested only in reliable traditions he could get from the remaining living disciples of Jesus or traditions that came from disciples. And similarly, the very act of writing biographies indicates the gospel authors were interested in providing historical accounts of what Jesus said and did, not crafting tales of Jesus from unreliable hearsay. As Gilbert Bialzikian said, "The very existence of the gospel, and that of Matthew and Luke after Mark, bears witness to the importance attached to the historical Jesus by the early church." Craig Keener adds some important facts about biographies from this time period. The Gospels were written within living memory of the life of Jesus, meaning they were written when many eyewitnesses of Jesus were still alive and could report on Jesus' life and deeds. We have some fictional biographies from the ancient world, but none were written within living memory of the eyewitnesses. All were written long after the eyewitnesses died. Nor was there a widespread practice of writing novels about historical characters. Biographical novels were rare, compared to biographies that were intended to be historical. So since the Gospels were written within living memory of Jesus, there's no reason to think they were intended to be fictional accounts. As Keener says, "In contrast to the Gospels, all of the above-named historical novels were composed long after living memory of their subjects, i.e., long after anyone who knew the eyewitnesses had died. Moreover, scenes in these novels tend to be fleshed out with far more copious details than is possible in the anecdotes and often bear a focus on the events of many biographies, including the synoptics." One writing about a person in living memory was expected to write accurate information. Josephus reported he wrote about events while witnesses remained alive who could verify or falsify his claims. He complained that Justus, one of his rivals, waited 20 years to publish after eyewitnesses had died, which made his account deficient. Tacitus wrote about his father-in-law, whom he had intimate knowledge of. Polybius wrote within living memory of Scipio, and had access to Scipio's relatives and friends. Ancient writers highly valued those closest in date and proximity to the events reported. Biographers who wrote long after their subject, like Arrian, who wrote about Alexander the Great, complained that falsehoods have crept in and distorted the facts. It was hard to distinguish truth from falsehood. But the Gospels were written in living memory of Jesus, and fairly close in time to his life and death, especially when compared to other biographies of the same time period. Additionally, the Gospels were also written during a time when expectations for biographical treatments included greater historical care. Moreover, historical novels were written mostly for entertainment, not to provide instruction on how to live by following the teachings of the person. There is no reason to think the Gospels were written only for entertainment, but were mainly written to convince people to follow Christ as Savior and Lord. And the way one would do that was by reporting what Jesus actually taught and did, not inventing facts to distort the truth. It nevertheless remains vastly improbable that the Gospels would look like biographies, use sources like mainstream biographies, and yet be novels. If they were novels, they'd be the only ones we know about that treat a recent person. They would belong to a comparatively rare subgenre, historical novels, as opposed to a very common one, mainstream biography. Though again, no extant examples in this subgenre involve recent persons. They would also be exceptional in being more for instruction, in the master's life and teaching, than for entertainment, making them much closer in purpose to a common sort of biographies than to typical novels. In other words, the Gospels were written to give us accurate information on Jesus. Keener also notes biographies within living memory, and from the early empire, tended to reflect higher historiographical standards. Greek historians often would travel to the places where important events happened to consult those whom they considered reliable oral sources. Audiences expected biographies to be based on actual events. Authors would have been heavily criticized for making up stories that were not rooted in history. Critical writers often relied on a plethora of criteria when evaluating and utilizing sources. Given the culture and standards for biographies, there's no reason to think the Gospel authors would not have been interested in writing information they thought to be accurate, or were critical of unreliable information. It has often been noted that Matthew and Luke use Mark as a source, and tend to follow his framework, which actually indicates their commitment to available biographical information on Jesus, rather than resorting to pure invention of facts to fit their needs. Additionally, Keener notes that they normally treat their sources more conservatively than Philo treats the biblical life of Moses, i.e. more like Suetonius than like Philo. In other words, Matthew and Luke follow Mark more closely than a typical biographical author of the day would follow his own sources, which indicates they cared about providing accurate information. We can see places where this likely occurred, like when Jesus called the Canaanite woman a dog. Although there is a theological reason behind Jesus' words, such a story may have been problematic for later Gentile converts. Yet it doesn't seem the Gospel authors toned down the language. They also included facts that would have been embarrassing for the early church, like how Peter denied Christ at his trial, or how the disciples, the early leaders of the church, became cowards and abandoned Christ just before his death, as well as how they had trouble understanding some of the things Jesus taught. It seems odd the Gospel authors would write that those tasked with passing on the teachings of Jesus were having a difficult time understanding what he taught. Yet biographical authors were expected to write about the way things actually occurred with minor flexibility. They were expected to preserve the facts about the person they were writing, including embarrassing features or aspects that may have hindered their goals. Because biography was, as David Ahn points out, firmly rooted in historical fact, rather than literary fiction. An argument that is often brought up is if the Gospels are biographies, then why do they contain differences? Luke and Matthew contain variation in Jesus' birth narrative. The order of events can differ between Gospels. They report variation in who went to the tomb the morning of the resurrection. If the Gospels are biographies, why does it seem they change the order of events or other details? If they felt the freedom to change things like this, surely they were not interested in reporting accurate information. We have a playlist where we've dealt with many of these alleged contradictions, and have demonstrated the Gospels are not hopelessly contradictory. But we need to recognize the ancient standards for biographies were not as rigorous as they are today. There was flexibility in how biographies could report events. During the age when the Gospels were written, the finest historians and biographers did not practice writing with the same commitment to precision as us moderns. They wanted to tell a story in a manner that entertained, provided moral guidance, emphasized points they regarded as important, and paint a portrait of important people. If they had to adapt some details on occasion, it was permissible. Such adapting was not intended to distort the truth, but to communicate it more effectively. Modern itinerant speakers, teachers, preachers, and even professors often do this in their lectures and homilies for emphasis or to make a point more clearly. In fact, most of us have done it for similar reasons when telling a personal story. In the ancient world, authors were allowed several techniques to craft a biography, while still considered to be reporting factual information. Authors could transfer lines from someone to another, paraphrase someone's speech, displace an event from one context to another, compress a time sequence or speeches, spotlight one character while ignoring others involved, or utilize other similar techniques. In fact, authors were expected to arrange material from their sources into a coherent narrative, which included reordering events, paraphrasing, or simplifying to prevent the narrative from being cluttered. Tacitus confessed that he did not need to reproduce Seneca's words exactly. Diodorus said historians could compose speeches and put them into the mouth of someone if they remained appropriate to the speaker within the narrative. The historian Dionysius noted Herodotus put a speech into the mouth of Xerxes. Other historians explicitly disavowed verbatim reports. Jeffrey Tripp says, students were strongly encouraged to understand the masters by playing with their words, to modify them by deliberately taking up some sentences and turning them in as many ways as possible, just as one shape after another are usually made out of the same piece of wax. Students learned through paraphrase, and they would alter statements to clarify them, draw out otherwise obscure truths, or simply polish the aesthetics. But historians could not invent stories. For example, Despork and Roscombe say, Plutarch's manipulation of the truth never appears to develop into unbridled imagination. Arrian was still dependent on his sources. He could not make up stories about Alexander. But oral cultures are less troubled by variation than some modern Western critics are. And in many ways, the techniques of ancient historians are not even out of the ordinary in today's culture. We often paraphrase what others said, tell stories out of order, or fail to report everyone who was present at an event. Jocelyn Penny Small noted, we often hold ancient writers to a standard far higher than we ourselves could achieve. So it should come as no surprise we find these types of techniques and variations in the Gospels. Instead of the variation between the Gospels being evidence against the theory they are biographies, this should actually demonstrate they fall more in line with the style of Greco-Roman biographies. And this doesn't mean the Gospel authors were free to invent sayings or deeds of Jesus. Instead, they had to work with the oral and written sources they had available to compose a coherent narrative that was based on facts. And actually, scholars note, compared to other biographies, the Gospel authors appear to be less susceptible to create changes. As Craig Keener says, by and large, the Gospels seem to exhibit greater literary coherence than do even otherwise more sophisticated works by more elite biographers. Mike Licona did a survey of the variation and changes between Plutarch's lives, and noticed there's quite a lot of paraphrasing, transplanting, and changing of details. Plutarch often reworked and reworded many things from one biography to another. Despite the fact that the Gospel authors utilize many of the same techniques, the extent of editing by the evangelists is minimal by ancient standards. Scholars note the verbal similarities Matthew and Luke have with Mark are extraordinary by ancient standards. John Kloppenborg noted, Matthew and Luke use Q far more woodenly than other writers employed their sources. Jeffrey Tripp acknowledges, despite literary and rhetorical pressures toward variatio facilitated by synonyms, New Testament texts depict eyewitnesses as substituting Jesus' words relatively rarely. The Gospel authors utilized ancient techniques that allowed for variation, but also seem to have risen above the ancient standards and stuck to their sources more strictly. Matthew and Luke's adaptations of Mark were more conservative according to ancient standards. Gerald Downing said, with so much pressure in favor of paraphrase, and so common a conviction of its validity, it really does seem very strange that we find so much identical wording among our synoptic Gospels. Downing also notes the verbal similarities between the Gospels is even closer than Josephus' use of the Scriptures, which might indicate there was greater respect among the Gospel authors than Josephus' respect for the Jewish Scriptures. So not only did the Gospel authors write in the genre of biography, a genre which aimed to preserve accurate historical information, they also exceeded the standards of the day for historical accuracy. Licona notes most of the variation between the Gospels is in the peripheral details and doesn't really threaten the general story of the ministry and message of Jesus. There is no reason to think the Gospels were ever intended to be works of fiction, or that the authors were not interested in the historical Jesus. Given the data, it seems the authors were very interested in finding out who the historical Jesus was and what he taught and accomplished. Moreover, the evidence suggests they excelled within their culture in preserving what they inherited from their sources, suggesting they held them in high regard. Thus, we have good preliminary reasons to see the Gospels as historical documents. Chapter 2. Who wrote the Gospels? You know the four Gospels are attributed to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, but many argue the Gospels were originally anonymous, and the names were only added later to give them more authority. But is this accurate? In the first century, were the Gospels entirely anonymous, and only when they were criticized did second-century Christians add names to give them more authority? Or are there good reasons to think the Gospels really did come from Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? Christian tradition teaches that two of the Gospels were written by disciples of Jesus, Matthew and John. The other two are written by followers of the disciples. Mark was a follower and the interpreter of Peter, and Luke was a traveling companion of Paul. But according to the consensus of New Testament historians today, there is no reason to think the Gospels were written by the men they are attributed to. Bart Ehrman says, there were some books, such as the Gospels, that had been written anonymously, only later to be ascribed to certain authors, who probably did not write them, apostles and friends of the apostles. David Carr and Colleen Conway say, all four of the canonical Gospels were originally anonymous. It was only in the 2nd century CE, when the four Gospels were published as a collection, that the superscriptions were added to the Gospels, attributing authorship to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John respectively. Dale Martin says, we believe that all four Gospels were originally published anonymously, and the names they now bear were given to the four books later in order to link the books to disciples of Jesus, or close disciples of Jesus. However, within the past few decades, many scholars have been pushing back against this consensus, and arguing the titles of the Gospels were most likely included when the Gospels were originally written, and they were always understood as having come from Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. One of the reasons the traditional authorship of the Gospels is denied is because none of them internally mention an author, either in the preface or main body. Thus, the Gospels are by definition internally anonymous. But that doesn't mean they ever circulated without names attached to them. In 2019, Simon Gathercole wrote an important paper where he points out a lack of claim of authorship internally is entirely irrelevant to the question of the Gospel's anonymity. The reason being is many ancient works were also internally anonymous. Xenophon didn't include his name or pseudonym within the text of the Anabasis. Josephus left his name out of Antiquity of the Jews. We don't see any prefatory self-references in the works of Polybius, Diodorus, or Arrian. Latin authors like Sallust, Livy, and Tacitus did not mention themselves internally in their works. Mike Licona adds that Julius Caesar did not identify himself as the author of his commentaries on the Civil War, and he writes entirely in third person, as the author of John's Gospel may have done. In fact, Elmer Herkomer noted that this practice of an author leaving their name out of the body of their work was the standard norm. If we look specifically at the genre of ancient Greco-Roman biographies, of which the Gospels fit nicely with, we can see it was common to write biographies internally anonymous. Gathercole notes Philo admitted his name from his biographical works on Abraham, Joseph, and Moses. Plutarch makes no mention of his name in Parallel Lives. Porphyry does not state he is the author of any of his surviving works. Neither does Philostratus, Nepos, or Tacitus when he wrote a biography of his father-in-law. Lucian does not mention he is the author of his works Alexander the False Prophet, the Toxaris, and the biography of Demonax. He only mentions his name at the end of one of his works, The Passing of Peregrinus, where it reads, Lucian de Chronos, with best wishes. Gathercole notes the only other example he can find, where an author's name is mentioned, is the fictional one of Aelius, which is in a late work called the Historia Augusta. And because it is fictional, it likely wasn't written by the author it is attributed to. Additionally, Loveday Alexander notes the prologues of ancient technical handbooks often lack the author's name. She argues Luke's prologue matches a standard medical or technical prologue from that time, and so it's not strange that Luke doesn't mention himself either. Thus, given this survey, Gathercole says, the absence of the evangelist's name should excite no comment at all. Such an absence is not remotely a curious feature. In other words, given the cultural context, we should expect the Gospels to be internally anonymous. And so the argument the Gospels do not eternally identify the authors is not actually evidence they were known as anonymous works. Gathercole goes on to say, the absence of a name within the body of an ancient work is entirely understandable because of all the other ways in which the author might be identified. There were, of course, numerous ways of indicating an author's name in or on a roll or codex outside of the work itself. Ancient works would often identify the author in an external fashion, like in a title or subscription above the main body, or in a table of contents, a running header, an end title, on a title page, signed by the author on the back of the scroll, or with a name tag attached to the scroll. Some of these methods are unlikely candidates for how the authors of the Gospels were identified, but the point is the standard practice appears to have been to introduce the author apart from the main body. It's plausible the Gospels always came with titles attributing them to their respected authors. As Simon Swain said, it is perfectly normal for literary works to begin without a reference to their author. The author's name should already be known to the reader or hearer from the usual devices. But what of the claim that the four Gospels were not attributed to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John until the 2nd century? Well, there are many reasons to think their titles were actually original. First, the Gospels would have needed to be identified when copies were added to private library collections of the various churches, so it is likely they came with some form of external title to identify them, just as it was the case with other ancient works. Second, it is unlikely the Gospels would have circulated without names attached to them. For example, the prologue of Luke's Gospel indicates it was sent to someone named Theophilus. It is inconceivable the Gospel would have been sent to him without Theophilus knowing who wrote and sent him a copy of a Gospel. It is unlikely he would have just received some anonymous text and considered it authoritative without knowing it came from someone like Luke. As Richard Bauckham said, the author's name would have featured in an original title, but in any case would have been known to the dedicatee and other first readers because the author would have presented the book to the dedicatee. We know in the 1st century, Paul's letters were circulating between different churches, and whoever was delivering the letters would have been able to verify the letter came from Paul. Likewise, as Gospels were being copied and circulated, the various churches would have requested information on where the Gospel came from. It is unlikely they just would have accepted any old writing without believing it came from a reliable source. The early church father Papias said he didn't give stock to any tradition that could not be traced back to a reliable source, like a disciple of Jesus or a known elder. So it is unlikely the early church would have accepted anonymous biographies about Christ without knowing they came from reliable sources. Third, when we study the early church writings, we can see there is unanimous agreement among a multitude of witnesses. All agree the Gospels came from Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. There are none that dissent and attribute them to other authors. Even early copies of the Gospels that have survived, that still have a title, attribute them to their respected authors. No Gospel manuscript has ever been found that bears a different name. P66 from the 2nd century notes John as the author of the Gospel attributed to him. P4, which dates to the 2nd or 3rd century, notes Matthew as the author of the Gospel attributed to him. In the 2nd century, Clement of Alexandria lists 4 Gospel authors throughout his works: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. In the letter of Polycrates of Ephesus to Victor of Rome, we see him identify who the beloved disciple is. The Gospel of John states its testimony came from the beloved disciple of Jesus, and Polycrates identifies this disciple as John. The Muratorian fragment is missing its opening, but identifies Luke and John as Gospel authors. Irenaeus tells us the 4 Gospel authors are Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. An indisputable testimony to John's authorship of the 4th Gospel comes from Theophilus of Antioch. Hegesippus seems to also suggest that John was a Gospel author. Apollinaris refers to Matthew 26:17-19 and suggests the author of it was the disciple Matthew. The Acts of John seems to identify the beloved disciple as John. Heraclean says John 1:18 was spoken by the disciple John. In a fragment we have from the early church father Papias, we see he says that Matthew and Mark were gospel authors. And Gathercole notes his information likely came from John the Elder, who was another disciple of Jesus. Additionally, we have other texts that point to the four traditional gospel authors. In the Acts of Peter and the 12 from the Nag Hammadi collection, we see a scene played out that is strikingly similar to what we read in John 13. But instead of the conversation being between Peter and the beloved disciple, it is between Peter and John. This implies the beloved disciple, the authority behind the Gospel of John, was in fact a disciple named John. As Gathercole says, seeing John as the one beside Jesus, the Acts of Peter and the 12 apostles thereby sees John as the beloved disciple, and therefore the author of the Gospel. In the Gospel of Thomas, we get a hint that Matthew may have been understood to be a Gospel author, as he's singled out among the 12 to be an authority figure on who Jesus was alongside Peter. When we survey the early data, we see unanimous consent that the four Gospel authors are Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. No one ever claims another author for the four canonical Gospels, and no one ever suggests the Gospels were understood as anonymous. Even Justin Martyr suggests the Gospels were known to be attributed to evangelists, not that they were anonymous works. Moreover, it is important to note that this unanimous attestation comes from across the whole Roman world, and not simply one region. Multiple authors from different regions all agree the four Gospel authors are Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. But perhaps a skeptic could argue they all got their information from the same source before it spread out. Even if this was true, given that we have cited many 2nd century sources, the original point of the tradition must have been early for it to have become such a widespread tradition by the 2nd century, meaning it likely originated in the 1st century when the Gospels were being composed. But also, when we study the traditions, we see variation. Irenaeus and later church fathers suggest the order the Gospels were written in was Matthew first, followed by Mark, then Luke, and then John. But Clement of Alexandria believed Matthew and Luke were written first, then Mark, and then John. So it appears they had different traditions regarding the order the Gospels were written in, which shows us their information was not all coming from the same source, and despite this, we still have unanimous agreement on who the Gospel authors were. James D.G. Dunn also notes the titles of the Gospels have remarkable similarity across manuscripts, which suggests the titles were added early, before they spread around and other churches could add their own differing labels. The Gospels were not known by a variety of titles. Such an outcome was likely if the titles depended on recipients rather than the author. Each recipient of an anonymous writing was likely to choose an identifying label most convenient to him. The fact, then, that the Gospels are almost universally known by the fuller title, the Gospel according to, or simply according to, strongly suggests that the title was given to each Gospel as soon as they began to be circulated, to be more widely known and used beyond their places of origin. As noted, the Gospels would need to be identified when copies were added to private library collections of various churches. If they were entirely anonymous, various churches would have found different ways to label them, which would have inadvertently created different traditions on who wrote them. But as Dunn notes, this is not what we see. We see the basic title, or the later abbreviated title. So it appears the titles of the Gospels that attributed them to their respected authors were most likely original, and not added at later points. This makes sense with the external data that we discussed. But also we should note, it seems that the names attached to the Gospels would be unlikely picks of later forgers. Matthew is a Gospel that is for evangelizing the Jewish people, but it was attributed to a tax collector, which was a despised profession among the Jews. It is also unlikely that the Gospel was attributed to him on the basis of the references to him in verse 9:9 and 10:3, given how much of a minor role he plays throughout his Gospel. Mark and Luke were only followers of the disciples, not direct disciples of Jesus. It would make no sense to attribute Gospels to men who were never close with Jesus. Why not attribute the Gospel of Mark to Peter, which tradition says was Mark's main source? Why would you pick two people as Gospel authors who were not direct disciples of Jesus? Only the last Gospel is attributed to a close disciple of Jesus. Given this, there's no reason to think forgers from the 2nd century would pick Mark or Luke as Gospel authors, or a tax collector as the author of the Gospel for the Jewish people. Finally, it has been noted by scholars like Richard Bauckham If the Gospels were truly anonymous early on, we should expect church father commentary on their authorship to resemble the talk on the book of Hebrews. Hebrews is truly an anonymous work, and instead of the church picking an author to attribute it to, they debated on who wrote it, and suggested different authors. P46 implies Paul was the author. Tertullian attributed it to Barnabas. Eusebius wrote that Origen said Paul was the author. Others attributed it to Clement of Rome or Luke. As Gathercole says, this sort of diversity is exactly what we do not find in references to the authorship of the Gospels. Instead, we have unanimous agreement, not church fathers trying to figure out who wrote anonymous biographies. So when we survey the data, there is no reason to deny the traditional authorship of the Gospels. It was a common practice in biographical works to be internally anonymous. Most works identified authors externally, like with a tag or in the title. There was a practical need to identify the Gospels as they spread out, and were added to Christian libraries. We have no indication the Gospels were ever thought of as anonymous. And we have unanimous attestation from multiple witnesses. The authors were Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. No other authors were ever suggested for the four Gospels, and the traditions about them differ on minor details, indicating this did not all stem from one source that fooled them all. Additionally, the names Matthew, Mark, and Luke are unlikely titles forgers would have selected, and if the Gospels were actually anonymous, the conversation about their authorship should have resembled the talk about who authored Hebrews. At the end of the day, what reason do we have to deny the traditional authorship of the Gospels? Additionally, we have far more attestation for their authorship than other ancient works, as Michael Licona says. The best source attesting Plutarch's authorship is the Lamprias Catalog, written more than a century and perhaps more than 2 centuries after Plutarch's death. Additionally, it is falsely attributed to Plutarch's son. Still, no one questions Plutarchian authorship. The first person to tell us the annals were written by Tacitus is St. Jerome, who was writing over 300 years after Tacitus. In comparison, it is clear we have far better attestation for the Gospels than many other ancient works that no one questions the authorship of. Why are the Gospels assumed to be anonymous when the evidence strongly favors they never were? To be honest, I have yet to see a sufficient argument to address this from those who wish to maintain the Gospels were originally anonymous. As Martin Hengel said, "Let those who deny the great age and therefore the basic originality of the Gospel superscriptions in order to preserve their good critical conscience give a better explanation of the completely unanimous and relatively early attestation of these titles, their origin and the names of the authors associated with them. Such an explanation has yet to be given, and it never will be." Chapter 3. Is Memory Unreliable? Is your memory unreliable? Is human memory riddled with problems that make it impossible to trust? Memory is an essential faculty for how you live your life, but many argue memory is only an approximation of what happened in the past, and because human memory is filled with gaps and holes, we cannot assume it preserves trustworthy information. When we recall memories, the brain has to reconstruct what happened. It is not like playing a video recording. Over time, false memories creep in, and details change that make our memory unreliable. Because of this, we should be skeptical of what we read in the Gospels, which were not written down until 30 to 60 years after Jesus died. But is there any reason to think that what is recorded in the Gospels could be accurate memories of Jesus? The research on memory is not as negative as skeptics make it out to be. Memory is not perfect, but it is also not unreliable. And researchers also point out there are different types of memories. Certain types of memories are more reliable than others, and the memories that the disciples would have formed about Jesus were far more likely to be retained with little change over long periods of time. Human memory is often attacked for being unreliable or poorly reconstructed, and everyone agrees memory is not perfect. We often forget where we placed important things, forget names, or events we experienced. But on the other hand, memory is essential for human life, and it would be impossible to live if we didn't assume our memory was mostly reliable. The research on memory is often mixed on how reliable it is, as many studies reveal numerous errors in memory. But William Brewer notes laboratory studies of memory are not necessarily compatible with normal recollective memory. Sometimes studies focus on tasks that are difficult to retain, and others have attempted to induce false memories that don't accurately map onto the reality of how we typically retain information. And Gillian Cohen goes so far as to say, in experiments, it is usually more informative to set task difficulty at a level where people make errors, so that the nature of the errors and the conditions that provoke them can be identified. Diary studies, such as those recording TOTS and slips of action, have also concentrated on failures rather than on successes. People do make naturally occurring errors in ordinary life situations, but arguably, the methodology has produced a somewhat distorted view of memory efficiency. So often studies on memory have given us a warped view of how reliable memory is. But if we look at memory studies that attempt to mimic real-life experiences, we do find evidence that memory can be highly reliable. In a recent study, subjects were put through complex real-world experiences, and then they were asked to recall the events a few days later. The researchers expected the reported memories to only be roughly 40% accurate, but were surprised to find the memories of the participants were 93 to 95% accurate. These findings suggest that details freely recalled from one-time real-world experiences can retain high correspondence to the ground truth despite significant forgetting, with higher accuracy than expected given the emphasis on fallibility in the field of memory research. In another study, researchers studied the memories of eyewitnesses to an attempted gun shop robbery in Vancouver, Canada. The police had interviewed 21 eyewitnesses, and 13 agreed to be interviewed again 5 months later. But the follow-up interviews had 2 deliberately misleading questions, and additional questions designed to test the accuracy of the subject's memory that were irrelevant to the original investigation. The researchers found that in the follow-up interviews, the eyewitnesses made mistakes, but their memories of the events were still more than 80% accurate. And despite there being a number of news reports of the event that were inaccurate, none of them made their way into the eyewitness accounts as false memories. Although memory is not perfect, it seems to be highly accurate in recalling the past, which is in line with our intuition about the strength of our own memory. We expect that we will forget things over time, but we retain important memories and are able to remember them fairly well. But researchers are also quick to point out the reliability of memory decays over time. Memory is not like rewatching a movie in the mind. Memories are often recalled through a process of full or partial reconstruction, and with that, minor details can change. If the Gospels were not written down until decades after Jesus died, how can we trust what they wrote is accurate to what happened? As noted, how reliable a memory is often depends on the type of memory that is formed. Remembering something as simple as the color of the shirt of a person who sat next to you on a plane is likely to be forgotten. But remembering your first kiss, the day of your wedding, or other important life events are far more likely to be remembered accurately for a long period of time. Most studies that conclude memory is unreliable focus on memories over short time frames, and not on details that would not have been important for life-changing events. Robert K. McIver says, "Most psychological experiments on memory focus on periods of seconds and minutes, rather than periods as long as the 30 to 60 years that most likely intervened between the crucifixion, resurrection, and the writings of the Gospels. Furthermore, the stimulus materials, usually used in psychological experiments, are quite different from the materials found in the Synoptic Gospels." To understand whether or not the Gospel authors could accurately retain information for several decades, we need to look at research on long-term memories to see if there is anything demonstrating reliability. One type of long-term memory is called episodic memory, which is the conscious recollection of previous experiences together with their context in terms of time, place, associated emotions, etc. This is basically the memory of everyday events. William Wagoner researched his own episodic memory and found that after 6 months, he was able to remember half the events of his past with one cue, but this dropped to be less than 20% after 5 years. Given more cues, Wagoner could remember about 40% after 5 years. However, many of the events and things Wagoner attempted to remember fell under the rubric of ordinary memories, and were not necessarily important memories that were impactful, nor did his research extend beyond 5 years. Harry P. Bowrick conducted a study on long-term memory. where he studied subjects who learned Spanish at an early age, and tested to see how well they retained their knowledge of the language decades later. This was not a study on episodic memory, but he found there was a forgetting curve for the first 3 to 6 years, where much was forgotten. But after that point, their memories of the language became stable. He found that what was remembered after this period was retained for decades. To quote, "There is a period from approximately 5 to 25 years after training during which no responses appear to be lost." He also found the better the initial learning environment was, the better the memories were retained. Similarly, a review of various studies found that roughly 50% of significant material learned in school can be retained for many years. So it seems our memory can be quite reliable in remembering large swaths of information, while at the same time forgetting various percentages. But other research on long-term visual memories found considerable retention. One study found that subjects were able to remember the names and faces of classmates well for roughly 35 years. So sometimes ordinary information can be remembered for long periods of time. Some have tried to compare the memories of the disciples to what are called flashbulb memories. This type of memory is a highly vivid and detailed snapshot of a moment in which a consequential, surprising, and emotionally arousing piece of news was learned. An example is that most people remember exactly where they were when 9/11 happened, or when President Kennedy was assassinated. Because of the emotional and impactful nature of the events, people often retain vivid memories of when these events happened. In their analysis of the reliability of flashbulb memory, Brown and Kulik say, "A flashbulb memory is fixed for a very long time, conceivably permanent, varying in complexity with consequentiality, but once created, always there, and in need of no further strengthening." However, other research has found that flashbulb memories do decay over several years, but what is retained is vividness and the level of confidence people have in them. A 1992 study on the memories of the explosion of the Space Shuttle Challenger demonstrated substantial inconsistencies over time in one's memory of the event. A 2003 study found that flashbulb memories decayed similarly to episodic memory. Much can be retained, but the memories naturally decay in the same way episodic memories do. But we need to point out that many of the events recorded in the Gospels are not ordinary episodic memories, flashbulb memories, or mere visual memories, but personal event memories. And in the study of long-term memories, research has found that important and emotionally impacting events can be retained well for decades. David Pillamer lays out the criteria of personal event memories. The memory represents a specific event that took place at a particular time and place, rather than a general event or an extended series of related happenings. The memory contains a detailed account of the rememberer's own personal circumstances at the time of the event. The verbal narrative account of the event is accompanied by sensory images, including visual, auditory, olfactory images, or bodily sensations that contribute to the feeling of re-experiencing or reliving. Memory details and sensory images correspond to a particular moment or moments of phenomenal experience. The rememberer believes that the memory is a truthful representation of what transpired. These are the types of memories we form from defining personal experiences, personal trauma, key experiences with loved ones, or critical incidents. Personal event memories are most likely what the disciples would have had of Jesus, because Jesus was their rabbi, who they loved and followed for roughly 3 years. They would have had a close connection with him and shared many personal experiences. Pillamer notes personal event memories have been demonstrated to retain a high degree of accuracy for years. A 1993 study stated, "The majority of earliest childhood memories emerged here as apparently accurate recollections of real events. Thus, the assumption of a standard or frequent distortion factor in infantile recall was not supported." Hoover and Reisberg reviewed laboratory and naturalistic studies of vivid and highly emotional experiences, and found emotional memories will contain errors and will eventually be lost. Nonetheless, we believe it is likely that we can largely trust our vivid memories of emotional events. In a 1993 review of the literature, they found the evidence supports the view that adults asked to recall salient factual details of their own childhoods are generally accurate, especially concerning experiences that fulfill the criteria of having been unique, consequential, and unexpected. Numerous studies indicate that personal event memories have an autobiographical nature and retain a high degree of accuracy for decades. David Pillamer notes personal event memories are not perfect, but he still concludes, research supports a conclusion that fits nicely with commonly held conceptions of human memory. Memories of personal life episodes are generally true to the original experiences, although specific details may be omitted or misremembered, and substantial distortions occasionally do occur. Schachter put it well. On balance, however, our memory systems do a remarkably good job of preserving the general contours of our past, and of recording correctly many of the important things that have happened to us. We could not have evolved as a species otherwise. One 1993 study noted that childhood memories of adults only contain roughly 12% inaccuracies, supporting the notion they retained a far higher degree of accuracy than other types of memories. Included in personal event memories are often teachings or sayings from parents, teachers, or close friends. Research indicates people can often remember important teachings from close peers for long periods of time, and are used by the individuals for personal guidance throughout life. Due to the difficult nature of studying the reliability of personal event memories over several decades, few studies have looked into this. But one 2005 paper did study the accuracy of personal event memories across 60 years. They looked at the memories of Danes who lived through World War II, and compared them with those who were born after the war and obtained all their information from later reports. Participants were asked to recall the events of April 9, 1940, the day Germany invaded Denmark. Interestingly, the results indicated those who lived through the experiences had many accurate and vivid memories. 100 individuals remembered the weather of the day correctly. The Eyewitness group was also able to give far more accurate information than the control group. But they also note, Danish resistance movement had higher accuracy scores than more canonical categories for the two public events, and they remembered all 4 events with greater clarity than did participants who did not report such ties. In other words, those invested in the resistance movement had the most accurate memories. A similar study from 1990 looked at police reports following the closure of a German concentration camp for Dutch prisoners in 1943. The researchers interviewed living survivors roughly 40 years later and compared the reports for accuracy. What they found was, the most striking aspect of the testimonies is that the witnesses agreed about the basic facts, which is demonstrated by a comparison of 55 longer interviews. There is no doubt that almost all the witnesses remembered Camp Erica in great detail, even after 40 years. The accounts of the conditions in the camp, the horrible treatment, the daily routine, the forced labor, the housing, the food, the main characters of the guards, are remarkably consistent. Also, the recall of smaller details were remarkably accurate in many instances. 17 of the 30 witnesses remembered their date of arrival in the camp. 16 out of 30 witnesses remembered their full registration number, but a minority of witnesses were occasionally mistaken. Although not everything was remembered correctly, the horrible personal experiences of the camp led to the creation of reliable memories that lasted for over 40 years. The human memory is not like a video recorder. Inaccuracies do slip in occasionally, but personal event memories do seem to retain a great degree of accuracy even decades after the events. As Alan Baddeley says, much of our autobiographical recollection of the past is reasonably free of error, provided that we stick to remembering the broad outline of events. Moreover, false memories and inaccuracies that occur are rarely radically different from the original event. In other words, when the brain recalls a memory, it will construct it in a way that mostly remains faithful to the original event. False memories, more often than not, tend to work with the original event, not radically alter what occurred. Some research has shown that false memories are more likely to be subject to correction or suppression in healthy young adults. And to quote 2 researchers, memories are sometimes inaccurate, but provide a good first approximation of the events that make up our personal past. The first-order faithfulness also tells us something important about memory. Errors in memory are errors that make sense, in terms of constructing a more or less accurate rendition of the gist of past events. As with vision, memory provides a constrained interpretation of our past based on ambiguous fragmentary evidence, but does so in a way that makes sense in terms of the world we live in and our own personal experiences with it. A quality control memory system fills in gaps with schemas and post-event information, because such information is reliable more often than it is not. So there are limits to how much memories can be changed. It's not the case people will typically have vivid false memories that are entirely divorced from reality, especially when it comes to personal event memories, which retain a high degree of accuracy for decades. From this research, we can see memory is not perfect, but still carries reliable information for years. Personal event memories are likely to be more reliable than general episodic memory, or the specific type known as flashbulb memories. Given this, the claim the disciples would not have remembered the life and teachings of Jesus by the time the Gospels were written is not necessarily true. As Craig Keener says, the Gospels do suggest that Jesus' closest followers would have had such stark, emotive experiences. Given their closeness to Jesus, and the life-changing nature of many of the things Jesus said and did, it is likely this would have been a recipe for the formation of strong memories. Helen Williams, Martin Conway, Gillian Cohen, and William Brewer note that low-frequency events are far more likely to be remembered over events that happen regularly. We are also more likely to remember events that are salient or consequential, and ones which we are emotionally involved with. As two experts say, we conclude that emotional events in real-life situations are retained well, both with respect to the emotional event itself and the central critical detail information of the emotion-eliciting event. That is, the information that elicits the emotional reaction. The events reported in the Gospels were low-frequency events. They obviously had consequential implications, and the disciples were emotionally involved. Additionally, Jesus lived with his disciples for a few years, and likely would have spent time instructing them to remember his teachings. It is unlikely he gave the lessons we find in places like the Sermon on the Mount just once. A Jewish rabbi from the 1st century would expect his disciples to remember what he taught them, and have them repeat it back to him in their own words. Research indicates frequent rehearsal helps to result in reliable memory, and such a practice was expected in the culture of 1st century Judaism. Jesus also frequently taught with short sayings, or in the style of parables, which would have made much of what he said easy to remember. Furthermore, Robert McIver notes it is inconceivable that the disciples would not have discussed the stories of Jesus after the fact, which would have helped to enhance their memory. Given that the earliest Christians were in the business of evangelizing, they would have often been talking about what Jesus said and did. Research indicates frequency of rehearsal aids in forming reliable memories. This constant use of their memory early on would have led to stronger and more reliable memories that would have allowed them to last longer. As Richard Bauckham says, we can be sure that the eyewitnesses of events in the history of Jesus would have first told their stories soon after the event. Research does seem to indicate that after about 5 years, memories tend to become stable for long periods of time. The real issue for the disciples would have been forming and retaining accurate memories in the first few years. After that, very little change would have occurred. So it would not have mattered if the Gospels were written down 10 or 50 years after Jesus had died. It would likely have been the same story. Given the nature of personal event memories, and that the textual data suggests the disciples began to preach and evangelize in Jesus' name shortly after Jesus died, we should expect that the disciples were in positions that would have allowed for strong memories to form. Of course, that doesn't mean they developed photographic memories of everything Jesus said and did. But it is very likely they would have been able to accurately remember much of what he taught, who he interacted with, and what he did. C.R. Barclay said, autobiographical memories are true in the sense of maintaining the integrity and gist of past life events. As Craig Keener notes, the disciples would likely have retained a reliable gist recollection of much of what Jesus said and did, without having to remember the exact wording of everything. Evangelists themselves did not pretend to capture Jesus' words verbatim. One need only compare, for example, Matthew's fairly regular reference to the kingdom of heaven and Mark's regular kingdom of God. Or one may compare Luke's varied wordings for words spoken in the scenes that Luke himself repeats. What matters more is the substance of his acts and teachings, the gist, the sense. And we have very good reason to believe that this is what the Gospels offer us, though some of the evangelists, such as John, may develop their understanding of that gist more extensively than others. There is no doubt minor details would have been forgotten, but the story of Jesus does not rest or fall in minor details, but the main body. As McIver said, it is safe to conclude that the memories of most eyewitnesses, 30 to 60 years after the crucifixion, would have been as reliable and complete as their memories 3 to 5 years after it. Not that this automatically guarantees that such memories are free from error. Human memory is capable of extraordinary feats. It works well in extracting meaning and significance from the cascade of sensory events that continuously impinge on humans. Of course, this does not prove that what we read in the Gospels is eyewitness testimony. However, given that we've already looked at the biographical nature of the Gospels, which shows us that when they were written with the intent to record accurate history of the life of Jesus, we can infer the Gospel authors were likely recording accurate and reliable information that wouldn't have decayed much. And given that there is strong evidence the authors were Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, it is likely the Gospels did come from eyewitnesses or close associates of the disciples. Meaning the information we read in the Gospels is likely the reliable memories of the eyewitnesses of Jesus. There is no reason to dismiss the Gospels as unreliable information that were written down too distant from the life and ministry of Jesus. Chapter 4. Are the Gospels accurate memories? Before the Gospels were written down, were they reliably preserved as oral tradition? Most people today assume this is impossible. After all, we have a hard time remembering information that is not written down. But the ancient mindset was different from our own. We are not raised and taught to enhance our memories. We have access to so many recording devices, we don't need to. But these were lacking in the ancient world, and so people had to rely on memory more than today. Because of this, people in the ancient world and in oral cultures that still exist today train their memories to be far more useful for retaining accurate information. The Gospels were written in this type of culture, and when we study them, we find internal clues that suggest the teachings of Jesus would have been easy to memorize. So there are good reasons to believe what we read in the Gospels was accurately preserved orally before being written down. Skeptics have argued everything we read in the Gospels cannot go back to the historical Jesus. One reason given is the assumption that the apostles could not have remembered entire sermons of Jesus, like what we see in the Sermon on the Mount or the farewell discourse of John 13 to 17, let alone all the material in the Gospels. It would take about an hour and a half to read the Gospel of Mark out loud, and 2.5 hours to read out loud Matthew or Luke. Could someone really have memorized all this information about Jesus and preserved it for decades? Surely it would make more sense to see them as evolved traditions that were updated over time, instead of reliable oral traditions that go back to the historical Jesus. The problem is this is judging the Gospels through our cultural context, and not with the context of an ancient oral culture that prized strong and reliable memory. Ancient people, and people that still live in oral cultures today, train their memories to be able to retain high volumes of information for long periods of time. Lori Honko, Finnish professor of folklore studies, says, extensive fieldwork on epic traditions in different parts of the world has brought to light numerous long oral epics in the living traditions of Central Asia, India, Africa, and Oceania, for example. The existence of genuine long oral epics can no longer be denied. He documented an oral performance in India that lasted for 7 days and contained over 15,000 lines. The singer also had to reduce the epic by about 45% from what previous researchers recorded. Nevertheless, the singer was able to retain all the information of the epic and recite it, but also modify it so as to give a shorter rendition. It is important to point out the recitation was not word for word the same as what was previously documented. Words were changed, sections were shortened, or reworded. But the singer was able to remember and recite the epic, even if the verbiage would change. In fact, word-for-word memorization is often discouraged in these cultures, as the student is expected to teach the story in their own words, while retaining the gist of the story and the central message. As Albert Lord pointed out, it is extremely important to realize the distinction between memorizing, with its conscious attempt to reproduce every word of an original, which must be fixed for that process to be meaningful, and remembering, the basic normal process of recall, which is more potent, I believe, than it is generally credited with being. It is through learning the art of verse-making and through remembering given, discrete units of composition, rather than word-for-word memorization, that the South Slavic songs were both composed and transmitted. I believe that it was in this way that the epic songs in ancient Greek tradition were transmitted from one generation to another. Modern Westerners often assume oral traditions cannot be reliable for many years, but this comes from a Western bias that written texts are the only way to retain information for long periods of time. Experts on oral tradition tell a different story. Patrick Pender-Kudlip notes both modern historians and oral traditions receive and render a precise, accurate, and authentic account of the past. Both consist of supposedly authentic narratives of past events. Both explain and express truths about the present through stories about the past, and both use the present as a model for reconstructing the past. Regarded in this light, the differences between them are mainly technical. Essentially, an oral tradition of tribal history or myths is in the business of preserving and reciting accurate information from the past. The difference is they utilize different tools and techniques than modern historians do. Joseph Miller, a specialist on African history and oral tradition, goes so far as to say, tellers of tales about the past in oral cultures are professional historians, in the sense that they are conscious of history and evidence. Oral historians are no less conscious of the past than are historians in literate cultures. Social anthropologist Elizabeth Tonkin says, oral history is not intrinsically more or less likely to be accurate than a written document. Another researcher notes that people in oral cultures display a capacity to know whether a narrative performance is a fictitious story or a report of something that really happened, something to be taken seriously, or a tall story. Jan van Sina also observed this in his work on oral traditions. In other words, oral cultures render fictitious stories in a certain way, and historical accounts in a different way. Additionally, anthropologists have observed if an oral performer misrepresents the tradition, even in a relatively minor way, the audience frequently corrects them in the midst of the performance. Another anthropologist, Jawaharlal Nehru, notes cultures built around oral tradition have strong internal controls to prevent misrepresentation and are quite capable of preserving large swaths of information for decades. Johann Draper says, embedded oral forms and traditions allow people to remember astonishing amounts of material, while at the same time ensuring that the material is to some extent always fluid and adaptable. This was very much the mindset of the ancient world. People often memorized large texts that we today find nearly impossible. Karl Vandertoorn says, the compositions were chanted and memorized. Students made copies on the basis of memory. An ancient Sumerian student boasted he had memorized the 600 entries in the correct order. Egyptian sources expressed the importance of written texts, but also taught the importance of remembering. Ancient Greek storytellers were able to memorize Homer's epics. Xenophon reported that a man was instructed by his father to memorize the entire Iliad and Odyssey. The epics of Homer contain elements that allow for easy memorization and recall, via the use of epithets, repetition of the same sequence, and repetition of broader speeches. Plato said, there are others who compile anthologies of the poets and make collections of whole passages, which they say must be committed to memory and learned by heart if the protege's wide familiarity with literature and extensive learning is to make a good and wise man of him. Aristotle wrote a book on the importance of memory, where he taught that students should link items in series of letters in alphabetical order. Mary Carruthers says, a person without memory, if such a thing could be, would be a person without moral character, and in a basic sense, without humanity. The same mentality was obviously encouraged in Jewish culture. David Carr says, within the early synagogues and non-synagogal schools, students learned to recite and understand biblical texts, learning Hebrew and memorizing the Torah, Psalms, and portions of the prophets. The Talmud taught that a good student was like a well-plastered cistern, which would not even let a single drop escape. The Qumran community stressed the need to ingest and memorize important teachings. Ben Sira stressed the importance of remembering teachings, and his grandson suggested he memorize the Hebrew Bible. The book of Proverbs says to write the law on the tablet of your heart. So there's no reason to deny that ancient Jews were capable of memorizing large amounts of scripture. David Carr says, well-educated scribes often could write out verbatim, memorize forms of an older authoritative text, so faithfully reproducing it that its borders and clashes with other material would still be visible in the final product. Furthermore, having learned such precise, verbatim memorization in a text-supported oral education system, Israelite authors were able, like non-Israelite authors taught in similar ways, to echo their own writing. Their training in verbatim memorization in a text-supported environment gave them tools for exact or semi-exact repetition that allowed them to produce works that featured remarkably precise parallels. So given the wide cultural context, there is no reason the early Christian community could not have memorized the deeds, teachings, and long speeches of Jesus and been able to faithfully preserve them for decades. This was the cultural expectation and occurred regularly. Moreover, we should remember that people today are capable of memorizing large amounts of rhythmic material. David Carr concludes his book on memory by noting his daughters can recite hundreds of song lyrics from memory. If we are able to do this today, how much more could ancient people who were raised to strengthen their memories do this with ease? Now, it is important to keep in mind scholars have recognized there are different types of oral tradition. Kenneth Bailey said there are controlled and uncontrolled oral traditions. A controlled tradition means the material is memorized and identified as a preserved tradition. It is not meant to change, but be preserved. Whereas one that is uncontrolled is a living tradition, which is subject to variations for the needs of the community. In addition to this, oral traditions can be formal or informal. A tradition is formal if there is a designated teacher and student, and there is a clearly identifiable block of traditional material that is being passed on from one to the other. A tradition is informal if there is no designated teacher and no structure. Anyone in the community can pass on the tradition to another. Bailey says informal uncontrolled is rumor transmission. This is a fluid tradition, and there are no controls as it evolves. A formal controlled tradition is more like strict memorization of a specific body of information. There is likely to be a written text that is memorized word for word, and is controlled by a formal and trained teacher. A third type is informal controlled. These are controlled traditions. They are not meant to be fluid or change, but there is flexibility in how the story is worded. Bailey says, the community is preserving its store of tradition. By informal, we mean that there is no set teacher and no specifically identifiable student, as stories, poems, and other traditional material are told and recited through the evening. Anyone can theoretically participate. There are still controls that prevent the tradition from changing. For example, in the case of proverbs and poems, verbatim reproduction is mandatory. But there is some flexibility allowed when it comes to parables or historical accounts. The wording of these aspects can vary, but the central message is retained, and extreme inaccuracies cannot be added in. As James D.G. Dunn says, each telling starts with the same subject and theme, but retellings are different. Each telling is a performance of the tradition itself, not of the first or third or 23rd edition of the tradition. Our expectation, accordingly, should be of the oral transmission of Jesus' tradition as a sequence of retellings, each starting with the same storehouse of communally remembered events and teaching, and each weaving the common stock together in different patterns for different contexts. We should probably view these categories more as a spectrum that various oral traditions can fall on. Some lean more towards the formal or informal side. Richard Bauckham suggests the Gospels display elements of a controlled tradition that has formal and informal aspects. But we also see plenty of evidence the oral traditions were meant to be controlled and remembered. It is probable the disciples believed Jesus was a divine teacher, as well as a rabbi that they were meant to learn from. Samuel Breiskog notes Jesus expected his disciples to use him as a model, and this would have required digesting his teachings for later use. He taught in the same way the Jewish rabbis of his day taught, where he spent time instructing them and expected them to obey and imitate him. Rainer Reisner has shown that Luke 9:44 refers to the need for memorization, and he says, even the form of the sayings of Jesus, included in itself, has an imperative to remember them. There is also an indication in the opening of Luke's Gospel that specific eyewitnesses of Jesus were trusted in preserving the tradition. Luke begins by telling us he followed what eyewitnesses and ministers of the word had done in teaching about the life of Jesus. Luke uses a Greek word, often used to translate the Hebrew word hazan. The hazans in Judea were responsible for keeping the scrolls in the synagogue. So in Luke 1:2, we see the implication there were hazans of the word that preserved and controlled the tradition of Jesus. The use of the single definite article in Luke makes it likely that these were carefully selected eyewitnesses who were trusted in keeping the oral tradition in check. Kenneth Bailey says, thus at least through to the end of the 1st century, the authenticity of that tradition was assured to the community through specially designated authoritative witnesses. Furthermore, the disciples and early Christians at least considered Jesus God's divine eschatological agent, if not more than that. His words would have been considered sacred. As Harold Reisenfeld said, the words and deeds of Jesus are a holy word, comparable with that of the Old Testament, and the handing down of this precious material is entrusted to special persons. It is almost certain the words and deeds of Jesus were discussed frequently after his death and resurrection, and would have been memorized because of how important they were. Dale Allison even says, it is plausible that some people were already teaching, which means in effect rehearsing, parts of the Jesus tradition before their leader was gone. We also find techniques in the New Testament for enhancing memorization. Jesus taught through stories and visuals. He constantly explained his message in parables, which are easy to memorize. If we're being honest, we recognize most people know some of what Jesus taught without even trying too hard, like his well-known parables, the story of the Good Samaritan or the prodigal son. Robert McIver says, the synoptic traditions contain a considerable number of apathigmata that climax in a saying of Jesus, some very short and some more elaborate. They include correction stories, commendation stories, quest stories, objection stories, and inquiry stories. Jesus also gave visuals and short lessons to ensure his message was memorable. An example can be found in Mark 10:25, where it says it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to enter heaven, or where he said one must get the log out of their eye before getting the speck out of another's. These visuals are frequent throughout the Gospels, and use extreme language so they stick in your mind. Jesus also used elements of wordplay. In Matthew 23:24, he gives a retort to the Pharisees, straining out a gnat and swallowing a camel. The Aramaic words were likely chosen because of how similar they sound. Robert McIver notes that many of Jesus' sayings were formed as aphorisms, which are short, pithy sayings with a simple internal structure and expressed using a remarkable amount of vivid imagery. These would have been very easy to retain for a long period of time. More importantly, scholars like Robert H. Stein and David Ahn estimate 80% of Jesus' teachings in the Synoptics are what is called a parallelismus membarum, which is to give a sentence in a similar form so that a passage has a pattern and a rhythm. Examples can be found in places like Luke 11:9, ask and it will be given to you, seek and you will find, knock and it will be opened to you, or Matthew 7:17, every healthy tree bears good fruit, but the diseased tree bears bad fruit. Werner Kelber says, customarily, mnemonics operate in the interest of assisting memory and of facilitating remembering in the oral process of knowledge and information. They allow for, indeed thrive on, hermeneutical inventiveness and compositional freedom in performance. Thus, what we observe in the Gospels is not only a controlled tradition, but an oral tradition that would have been easy to hang on and memorize. This should be obvious, since many catchphrases that we could rattle off the top of our heads come directly from Jesus, such as going the extra mile, being a prodigal son, or a wolf in sheep's clothing. If we find it natural to retain much of what we read in the Gospels, why would we assume the disciples were inept and would have easily forgotten the teachings of Jesus? Especially since they lived with him for 3 years, believed he was a divine agent delivering holy words, and were expected to retain the teachings of their rabbi to pass on. They also would have heard his teachings multiple times, as N.T. Wright says. If we come to the ministry of Jesus as first century historians and forget our 20th century assumptions about mass media, the overwhelming probability is that most of what Jesus said, he said not twice, but 200 times, with of course a myriad of local variations. Additionally, within their culture, it is likely the oral tradition would have been developed first, and was expected to be before anything was written down. Karl Vandertorn notes, on the whole, scribes were trained to produce stock phrases from memory and to compose their texts before they committed it to papyrus. The disciples most likely would have taken the teachings and deeds of Jesus and developed it into a coherent flow that could have been used to preach the gospel. and this controlled tradition is most likely what manifested in the 3 synoptic gospels. This would not have been hard to retain in one's memory, given the ancient cultural standard, the rhythmic nature of the gospel material, and how important it would have been perceived. As Armin Baum said, the synoptic tradition as a whole contains about 30,000 words. The words of Jesus amount to about 15,000 words. In the ancient Jewish world, it was not regarded as an extraordinary achievement to learn such a large number of words by heart. The rabbis knew not only their holy scriptures, containing about 300,000 words by heart, but in addition substantial parts of oral Torah. In this period, an average Jew would certainly have been able to commit all the synoptic words of Jesus to memory, or at least a considerable part of them. Now, some may point to the differences between sayings of Jesus in the Gospels, or how some of the events have variation. We addressed this in detail in part 1 of this series, where we pointed out this would be expected when biographies were written. But we should also note, for oral cultures, the important thing is to preserve the message, not necessarily exact wording. Variation in presentation is expected to occur. As Jocelyn Small says, for oral cultures, it is not the words, but the story or the gist that counts. And David Carr notes that despite this, we still observe significant verbatim overlap, and there is some semantic overlap amid verbal variation. Synonyms vary in word orders, small phrases, or words appear in one variant and not the other. In that, Christian instructional material is being transmitted, at least in part, in the memories of authoritative early Christian tradients. Robert McIver notes that when you compare the narratives found in the Gospels, we find considerable agreement, with variation that would be expected in oral retellings. We don't have widely different stories, like what we would have with an uncontrolled tradition. It appears we have a controlled oral tradition, and there is no reason to think this would not have been faithfully preserved by the time the Gospels were written. The chain of tradients is also very short, even if we take the more skeptical view of the Gospels, as it would go from Jesus to Peter, an eyewitness and disciple of Jesus, to Mark, and then to the other 2 synoptic Gospels. And that is even if we're conceding that Matthew wasn't the author of his Gospel. This is hardly a comparison to a game of telephone, where the message is obscured and changed by the end of the chain. As Joachim Jeremias says, the conclusion is inevitable, that we are dealing with a particularly trustworthy tradition. We stand right before Jesus when reading his parables. Thus, given the cultural demand for a strong memory, the fact that Jesus spoke in parables, short sayings, wordplay, and often in a rhythmic nature, that Jesus taught what he intended for his disciples to remember his teachings, and that he was considered divine in delivering a holy word, and that much of what we see in the Gospels resembles a controlled tradition, there is no reason to assume the Gospels are unreliable. The evidence points to the conclusion the Gospels reliably preserve the words and deeds of Jesus, and that what he taught and the way he taught would have been extremely easy to memorize and retain for decades. Additionally, given that we've demonstrated in another video, the memories of the disciples and the first Christians would have been reliable for decades, and that the evidence all points to the authors of the Gospels, being the disciples Matthew and John, and followers of the apostles Mark and Luke, and that the Gospels have a biographical nature, which shows us that when they were written with the intent to record accurate history. We can infer that the Gospel authors were recording accurate and reliable information on who Jesus was. The evidence from multiple directions overwhelmingly points to the Gospels being reliable, eyewitness accounts of Jesus. There is no reason to dismiss them as late legends. Chapter 5. The Hidden Gospel. Most people believe the first Gospel was either Matthew or Mark, but the Gospel message existed prior to this. The first Gospel was the oral version, and despite what people think, we still see evidence of this orally transmitted Gospel preserved in Paul's letters. Most of Paul's letters were sent out before the Gospels were written down. A common belief is Paul was unaware of the Gospel story. But some scholars have pointed out if we read Paul carefully, we can find verses that show knowledge of the Gospel narrative. And when we collect all the allusions and references, we can see the Gospel message was likely in existence while Paul was writing. It wasn't a story invented later and retrojected onto the past. The Gospel message is a reliable oral tradition that was circulating among Christians before being written down, and Paul bears witness to this. A common argument against the reliability of the Gospels is to appeal to the silence of Paul. He is our earliest Christian source, but he doesn't mention much historical information about Jesus, which must mean he knew little about who Jesus was in the Gospel narrative. But this is not accurate. First, we shouldn't expect Paul to give extensive knowledge about Jesus. He knows the people he is writing to have already had the Gospel preached to them, and Paul is only adding instructions and corrections to better help them understand the faith they already believe in. It was not necessary for him to restate the gospel message or reteach them about the life of Jesus. Paul directly reminds his recipients they already heard the gospel. Similarly, Luke was obviously aware of a ton of biographical information on Jesus, but Luke chose to make little use of it in Acts. As W.A. Strange said, Luke fails to provide any substantial teachings from Jesus which would assist the church in solving the problems that he describes in Acts. Likewise, Paul was dealing with specific controversies and issues in the church that did not necessarily require referencing something from the life of Jesus. Michael Thompson notes Paul's lack of extensive use of Jesus traditions is understandable, since Paul's letters were primarily exhortation for believers, not argumentation with critics. Where argumentation ceased and exhortation began, apostles had little need to cite sources. This is like wondering why Ulysses S. Grant never mentioned the Emancipation Proclamation in his Diary of the Civil War. Grant had other issues he was focusing on, but that doesn't mean Grant's silence is evidence the proclamation did not occur. Marco Polo never mentioned the Great Wall of China in his writings, and that doesn't mean the wall did not exist when Marco Polo visited China. An author's silence on something does not mean the thing did not exist. Likewise, Paul was merely focusing on other issues. His silence does not mean that Jesus' tradition did not exist in oral form. However, even with this in mind, we can still find a lot of information on who Jesus was in the letters of Paul. Paul tells us Jesus was born and raised a Jew. He was a descendant of David, had a brother named James, and other brothers. Jesus had a disciple named Cephas, who was married. He had a Last Supper and was betrayed, died by crucifixion. He was insulted on the cross, and Jews helped to have him killed. Paul affirms Jesus was buried, and after his death and resurrection, he appeared to his followers physically alive. Jesus had an earthly ministry that focused on the Jewish people. His earthly life was characterized by meekness, gentleness, self-sacrificial love, and humble service, and Paul taught we should imitate him. This last statement is important because it shows us Paul believed Christians are called to imitate Christ. But that means they would have had to have known about Jesus' life and deeds in order for them to be able to properly imitate him. And given that Paul reminds his recipients they already heard the gospel, the implication is that Paul is reminding them they are called to imitate the life of the historical Jesus that they knew about. As James Dunn said, there is a high degree of probability that Paul must have both known and cared about the ministry of Jesus. Some argue that Paul claimed he received his information on Jesus from personal revelations alone, so the gospel he was preaching was probably not the gospel message we find in the canonical gospels. If that is the case, it is odd he correctly knew so many facts we find in the gospels. But the problem is Paul never claimed his knowledge of Jesus is limited to personal revelations. In fact, Paul tells us he met with James and Peter to confirm he was preaching the same message, and they added nothing to him. Additionally, Paul acknowledged at times that he was passing on teachings he had received from authorities in the church. At other times, Paul indicates that he is reminding his recipients of teachings they already received. This is likely because he used a rhetorical question, "Do you not know?" which suggests he's reminding them of traditions handed down to them. As Greg Boyd and Paul Rhodes Eddy say, it is important to note that Paul always assumed that the faith he came to embrace and preach was the same faith he had earlier sought to destroy. This means that Paul did not create the Christian faith he preached. To a significant extent at least, he inherited it. Richard Bauckham also notes Paul used rhetorical terms for passing on a tradition, and for receiving tradition. This suggests the existence of the passing on of fixed traditions. Paul also used formal terminology, like charismatic summaries and instructions from the authorities of the church, which he most likely would have received when he met with Peter and James. As Michael Thompson notes, Paul had no desire to break away and establish separate Pauline churches, but rather was concerned to preserve the unity and thus the central tradition of the body of Christ. Bauckham also notes the charismatic formulas in Paul's letters were not projected back onto the life of Jesus when the Gospels were later written. In other words, if the Gospels were fictional accounts, we would expect them to expand on the Christian formulas found in Paul and invent something like the appearance to James or the independent appearance to Peter. Instead, the Gospels appear to follow the information they received from their witnesses, instead of trying to concoct a story from known sayings about Jesus or from skimming Paul's letters. As Bauckham says, the early Christians were concerned with faithful memory of the really past story of Jesus. The present in which they lived in relationship with the risen and exalted Christ was the effect of this past history, presupposing its pastness and not at all dissolving it. Beyond this, Greg Boyd and Paul Rhodes Eddy note, there is a significant amount of material in Paul's letters that plausibly reflects what has come to be called the Jesus tradition. This is a body of knowledge about the life and ministry of Jesus that was being preached orally before being written down. If the gospel material was in existence orally while Paul was alive, we should expect to find numerous allusions in his writings. Seyoon Kim argues there are over 25 instances where Paul certainly or probably makes a reference or allusion to a saying of Jesus, and there are an additional 40 possible echoes of a saying of Jesus. Some of these may be overreaching, but others appear to genuinely originate in the oral Jesus tradition that Paul was aware of. One of the most obvious references to Jesus' teachings is in 1 Corinthians 11. For I received from the Lord what I also delivered to you, that the Lord Jesus on the night when he was betrayed took bread, and when he had given thanks, he broke it and said, This is my body, which is for you. Do this in remembrance of me. In the same way also he took the cup after supper, saying, This cup is the new covenant in my blood. Do this as often as you drink it in remembrance of me. This is a clear reference to the tradition of the Last Supper in the Synoptics. Richard Bauckham notes we have close verbal parallelism to what we find in Luke 22. Kim notes this passage contains phrases that are characteristic of Jesus' passion announcements. In 1 Corinthians 7, Paul cites a command from the Lord. The wife should not separate from her husband, but if she does, she should remain unmarried, or else be reconciled to her husband, and the husband should not divorce his wife. This seems to be a reformulation of Jesus' teachings on divorce, found in Matthew 19. Later in the same chapter, we see Jesus speak about eunuchs in the kingdom of heaven, which are likely alluded to in 1 Corinthians 7 as well, where Paul talks about celibacy being a special gift from God. 1 Corinthians 9:14 is likely drawing on the tradition found in Luke 10:7, where Jesus said the laborer deserves his wages. Michael Patrick Barber argues 1 Thessalonians 2 draws on Jesus' prediction of the destruction of the temple, which is later found in Matthew and Luke. All three accounts envision a coming judgment on those who oppose Jesus. They speak of the prophets being killed and use imagery of filling up. Barber says, the safest bet seems to be that Paul, who wrote before 70 CE, bears witness to a tradition that was later used by Matthew and Luke. In 1 Thessalonians 4, Paul also says what he is stating is the word of the Lord. Kim says there is wide recognition. This passage is echoing Matthew 24. David Wenham suggests it also alludes to the parable of the 10 virgins. 1 Thessalonians 4:16 seems to reference the cry found in Matthew 25:6. And Robert Gundry argues the part about the resurrection in this passage is referring to the tradition found in John 11:25-26. 1 Thessalonians 5 is widely recognized to echo Jesus' parable of the thief. Wenham has also demonstrated there is close parallelism in vocabulary and structure. Also, we see that Paul typically uses a different word for sleep, yet in 5:6 he uses a Greek word that is found in Matthew's parable of the virgins, which suggests he's citing the Jesus tradition. There is a general consensus that Romans 14:14 alludes to a saying found in Mark 7:15, given there is verbal agreement and material correspondence. This allusion also seems necessary for Paul to make, because he was concerned to show that he is upholding the law. Unless the church was aware of this teaching found in Mark 7, it would be dangerous for Paul to make this statement in Romans 14 while stating he was upholding the law. He was most likely drawing on the Jesus tradition here to make his case. Likewise, there is broad agreement that there are a number of echoes in Romans 12:14-21 and 1 Corinthians 4:11-13. Romans 13:8-10 and Galatians 5:14 seem to come from the teaching found in Mark 12:28-34. The expression fulfilling the law is sparse in Jewish literature, but present in Matthew 5. Kim says, the article to introducing love one another in Romans 13:8a indicates it to be the well-known command that the readers are expected to recognize immediately. This is also strengthened by the fact that Romans 13:7 also seems to allude to Jesus' saying in Mark 12:17. Paul's successive exhortations follow the same sequence we find in Mark. Some object because Paul says all of the Torah is summarized in one law, whereas Christ said it is summarized in two. But the context of Romans 13 shows Paul is focusing on proper moral behavior toward one another. Prior to this, in Romans 12:17, we see Paul only uses half of Proverbs 3:4. So Paul could use half a saying and apply it to his present context. Furthermore, Paul already opened Romans 12 with reminding his recipients they have a duty to be devoted to God. So there's no reason to repeat it in chapter 13. Paul often drew on the kingdom language that we find in the Gospels. Kim says, the phrase inherit the kingdom of God is not frequent in the synoptics, yet it is practically synonymous with the characteristic phrase of Jesus, enter the kingdom of God. Both phrases were formed after the Old Testament model of inheriting or entering the promised land of Canaan. Also, the phrases reflecting God's giving the kingdom and the believers receiving it. Beyond all this, Kim lists many other places where it appears Paul may be familiar with something we find in the Jesus tradition that later wound up in the Gospels. Some of these may be a stretch or merely coincidental, but they at least show continuity between what Paul preached and what Jesus preached. And given that Paul was interested in imitating Christ and passing on the traditions of the church, it seems more likely Paul's theology was coming from the Jesus tradition that eventually was written in the Gospels. This explains why we see so many allusions to a Jesus saying in Paul's letters. D.L. Dungan says, Paul stands squarely within the tradition that led to the Synoptic Gospels, and is of one mind with the editors of the Gospels, not only in the way he understands what Jesus, the Lord, was actually commanding in the sayings themselves, but also in the way he prefigures the Synoptic editors' use of them. Now, some may try to argue that later Christians borrowed from Paul's letters to construct the Gospels, and that is why we find similar teachings in them. But once again, if that is what occurred, why did the Gospel authors not invent stories based on the appearances Paul lists in 1 Corinthians 15? And why not use the wording Paul used when he cited a teaching that went back to Jesus? To account for these similarities, it seems unlikely to say the Gospels are legendary accounts that drew on Paul's letters. If this was the case, we should observe more literary correspondence, rather than mere similarity in teachings. It makes far more sense to say that Jesus' tradition existed in oral form while Paul was writing. Since Paul desired to imitate Christ, it makes sense that he drew on this formal oral tradition and put Jesus' teachings in his own words. In truth, the letters of Paul are replete with echoes and allusions to the gospel material. The gospel that was preached to the Gentiles was most likely the formal tradition of the church, which was eventually written down. The evidence in Paul's letters suggests it was formalized and known early on, as Graham Stanton said. The early communities have retained traditions about Jesus, which provide such a rich and full portrait of him that we must conclude that the church began to look back to the past at an early stage in its development. James D.G. Dunn argues that sociologically speaking, the early Christians would have distinguished themselves in certain ways, which would have required a foundation story, as similar groups typically do. Sociology and social anthropology teaches that such groups would almost certainly have required a foundation story, or stories, to explain to themselves, and as well as to others, why they had formed distinct social groupings, why they were designated as Nazarenes and Christians. It is hardly likely that a bare charismatic formula, like in 1 Corinthians 15:3-8, would have provided sufficient material for self-identification. Even the initiatory myths of the mystery cults told more elaborate stories. And Martin Hengel adds that the shocking nature of the gospel message, that the King and Savior of the world was a crucified man, would have required more information to support this claim. It was simply impossible in the antiquities to proclaim a man crucified a few years ago as Lord, Son of God, and Redeemer without saying something about who this man was, what he taught and did, and why he died. So we should expect that the gospel message existed early on among the first Christians. Let us also remember Galatians 3:1, before your eyes that Jesus Christ was publicly portrayed as crucified. This suggests they heard the gospel message, and that would have included biographical information to explain why Jesus was crucified. So given we have consistency between Jesus and Paul, numerous allusions to the gospel message in Paul's letters, that Paul gave several indications he was passing on a formal tradition, and that he included biographical information about Jesus, it is likely the gospel message was already in existence as a vibrant oral tradition when Paul was writing. But adding to this, we can see there is no reason to think the disciples were unable to retain accurate memories of Jesus for decades. And what was eventually written down resembles a formal oral tradition that contains features that are easy to memorize. The Gospels most likely came from Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and they fit a genre that aims to preserve accurate historical information. Thus, there is no reason to doubt the reliability of the material we find in the Gospels. They contain much reliable biographical information on who Jesus was that came from the eyewitnesses. Chapter 6. Why the Gospels are early. Most scholars date the Gospels to after 70 AD, meaning they would have been written after the destruction of the Jewish temple. This means they were likely written when many of the eyewitnesses had passed away due to persecution or age. But is this accurate? Dating the Synoptic Gospels after 70 AD is based on questionable assumptions, and there is actually quite a lot of good evidence to date them prior to 64 AD, when most of the disciples and eyewitnesses were still alive and preaching. The standard view today is Mark was written around 70 AD, Matthew and Luke were written around 85 to 90 AD, and John was written last around 90 to 95 AD. For the purposes of this video, we do not plan to contest the dates for John. Church tradition is that John lived into his old age and composed his gospel close to his death. But what about the Synoptics? The main argument for dating Mark to around 70 AD is that Jesus seems to speak of the coming destruction of the temple and Christian persecution. These things took place between 64 and 70 AD, so Mark must have been written after or during this time. Matthew and Luke used Mark as a source, so they must have been written after. Fame Perkins says, references to war in Judea, as well as to persecution, suggest that it was written during Nero's persecution of Christians in Rome or the Jewish revolt in Judea. Independently of each other, Matthew and Luke expanded Mark. Barterman agrees and says, it is frequently noted that the earliest Gospels seem to presuppose the destruction of the city of Jerusalem and of the Jewish temple, as happened in 70 CE. For example, in Mark's Gospel, Jesus indicates that the nation of Israel will be destroyed, and that the temple will not be left standing. Matthew is even more explicit. Here Jesus tells a parable in which God is portrayed as burning the city and killing its inhabitants. Luke has similar passages. All these passages seem to presuppose that by the time the books were written, the destruction had happened. So as you can see, one of the main reasons for late dating Mark is that it records that Jesus predicted the temple would be destroyed. Since this happened in 70 AD, Mark must have put these words into the mouth of Jesus to fit with the events happening around him. But this seems to be presupposing the idea that Jesus didn't have the ability to predict the temple's destruction. One is merely imposing a naturalistic assumption onto the text, and then using that to date the Synoptics. In other words, since Jesus could not have made such an accurate prediction, Mark must have been written during the event itself. John Nolan says, New Testament critical scholarship has a curious capacity to identify as genuine prophecy that which failed to be fulfilled, and too often to insist that fulfilled prophecy is only after the event description dressed up as prophecy. The possibility of touched-up prophecy is quite real, but to use the dating of Matthew on the assumption that the text could not have spoken so confidently of the coming judgment on Jerusalem and the temple if these had not already taken place represents an uncalled for imposition. Additionally, this is not really a good reason for dating the Gospel of Mark, because even if Jesus was not divine and could not see the future, there are still good reasons to see his prediction as genuine. In fact, many scholars believe Jesus did predict the destruction of the temple. Stephen Bryan says, "It is widely agreed that Jesus predicted the destruction of the temple." The scholar Michael Patrick Barber has also put forward numerous arguments that Jesus really did make this prediction during his ministry. First, the idea Jesus predicted the destruction of the temple is a deeply embedded tradition that shows up in multiple passages, including passages that are separate from what we find in Mark. If the tradition was made up during or after the Jewish War, it would have been added to multiple passages that ended up in the canonical Gospels. E.P. Sanders noted the prediction does seem to be a deeply implanted tradition. James D.G. Dunn says, according to the tradition, the key charge brought against Jesus was that he had threatened to destroy the temple. The core of the tradition is clear, as also its diverse elaboration in the different versions, Jesus' talk of destroying the temple. The case for recognizing an historical memory enshrined here is surprisingly strong. Barber also notes it's unlikely Mark would have made this up. Mark reports in chapter 14 that during the crucifixion, many bore witness against Jesus, saying, "We heard him say, 'I will destroy this temple that is made with hands, and in 3 days I will build another not made with hands.'" Mark and Matthew's handling of their report indicates they're not comfortable with how the saying of Jesus was formulated by Christian opponents. Barber notes this indicates Jesus' prediction may have been misinterpreted in different ways by the people around him. But this seems to indicate the saying of Jesus was contested, and the Christians had to give an account of what Jesus actually said versus what they perceived as twisted versions of this. Dale Allison remarks, "When the tradition struggles this much with a saying, one is prodded to infer that it goes back to something Jesus said, something which, because so well known, generally disallowed, even though Luke managed it, discreet silence." Another aspect of the tradition is in Mark 13, where Jesus said, "Do you see these great buildings? There will not be left here one stone upon another that will not be thrown down." Jesus was probably being hyperbolic, as he often was, but scholars have noted this does not correlate with how the temple was destroyed. If one was to invent a prediction of the temple's destruction after the fact, we should expect they would have made it accurate to how the temple and the city were destroyed, not write about it hyperbolically and allow for the possibility that your audience could have misunderstood and assumed Jesus made an error. Additionally, during the Jewish War, Christians fled to the city of Pella, whereas Jesus advised to flee to the mountains. In the prophecy, Jesus said to pray it does not happen in the winter, but the temple was destroyed in the summer. These details do not make sense if one was writing after the fact. It seems more likely these lines go back to the historical Jesus. As Marcus Borg said, if Jesus did not prophesy about Jerusalem, then who was the insightful prophet in that generation who was responsible both for this concern and the use of the Hebrew Bible? Quite probably, the Jesus movement and perhaps the evangelists reworked the language of the threats, but without an initial impulse from Jesus, it is difficult to account for their presence in the primitive tradition. Additionally, predicting the destruction of the temple before it happened was consistent with first-century Jewish thought. A fragmented text from Qumran seems to indicate they thought Jerusalem would be destroyed. In 1 Thessalonians 2, Paul seems to indicate the Jewish authorities would suffer divine judgment for rejecting Jesus. Barber notes the expression Paul uses could easily be understood as prophetic and not having already occurred, and this is likely an allusion to Jesus' prediction, given the similarities in content, meaning we have an indication Jesus' prediction existed prior to 70 AD. Josephus tells us of another figure, Jesus ben Ananias, who also predicted the temple's destruction before it happened, which does have some similarities to Jesus' prediction. Barber does point out there is no evidence of literary dependence. the verbal overlaps between the predictions is limited to legal language. Even more important to this, we can see the book of Daniel predicted the destruction of the temple as well, which Jesus drew on when uttering his prediction. And also his prediction seems to have drawn on the language used to predict the first temple's destruction, and doesn't seem to draw on the events of 70 AD. So if the book of Daniel predicted the temple's destruction, which many Jews of the time saw as authoritative, we should expect someone like Jesus to restate this prophecy. And because of this, there is no reason to assume Jesus' prediction was not authentic. There does seem to be a precedent from before 70 AD to predict the temple's destruction. Additionally, the first temple was destroyed and Israel's sin was said to be the cause. If the temple authorities were perceived as corrupt, it is likely many Jews, including Jesus, would have seen this as a sign the temple would be destroyed again. So given all this, there is no reason to assume the prophecy in the Synoptics means that they post-date the destruction of the temple. And additionally, other factors indicate that the Synoptics were written before the temple's destruction. In the Synoptics and Acts, they often noted if something significant had already passed. The Gospel authors routinely noted how Old Testament passages were fulfilled in Christ. In Acts 11:28, Luke notes a prophecy was uttered about a great famine, but mentioned this happened in the days of Claudius. This means Luke was written after the famine occurred. Likewise, when the Gospels mention Judas, they routinely note he would later betray Jesus, since they are obviously writing after the fact. However, given this standard, it is odd they do not mention the temple was destroyed as Jesus predicted. If they were writing after the temple's destruction, given their style, we should expect them to note when this was fulfilled, especially since this was the most catastrophic of them all. But they don't, and instead the prophecy is written as a warning of something coming in the future. As Jonathan Bernier says, an urgent question nonetheless presents itself to those who argue that these passages were written post-70, with the destruction of the temple in view. Why warn people of an event that has already happened? This can also explain why John, writing later, left out the warning altogether, as he saw no need to give the warning after the event had happened. The Synoptics include the warning because the fulfillment had not yet occurred. Similar to this line of reasoning, it is obvious Matthew's Gospel was written for a Jewish audience, with special attention on facts about Jerusalem. Rodney Reeves says, most scholars contend that Matthew's Gospel was written by a Jew for Jews. Special attention to the field Judas hanged himself in would have been irrelevant for a scattered Jewish population after 70 AD. Mentioning the importance of the temple tax after 70 AD would have been problematic, as it would have been going to a pagan temple. In Matthew 5, Jesus gives instructions on how to offer a sacrifice at the temple, information that would have been useless to include in his gospel account if the temple was already destroyed when Matthew was writing. Charles L. Quarles adds that in Matthew 23, Jesus gives instructions for taking an oath before the altar. This information would only be relevant for Matthew's readers if the altar was still in use and the temple still intact. In fact, Quarles points out, in rabbinic literature, we see almost no evidence of oaths sworn by the temple in a post-70 AD time period. To quote, "The oath formulas of Matthew 23:16-22 seem to support a date of composition earlier than the date currently affirmed by the majority of scholars. The oath formulas in the Mishnah, Tosefta, Jerusalem Talmud, and Babylonian Talmud suggest that swearing by the temple was relatively common prior to the destruction of the temple, but very rare thereafter." So what Matthew teaches fits with a pre-70 AD time period. John Wenham says, Matthew's account looks like a vivid record of a terrible clash between Jesus and the religious leaders, rather than a veiled polemic of church against synagogue. Some of the apologetic, e.g. the account of the suicide of Judas and the account of the guards at the tomb, seem of no great theological significance, yet of particular interest to those who frequented Jerusalem. As time progressed, the church movement became predominantly Gentile and less focused on its Jewish roots. Placing the Gospel of Matthew after 70 AD, when Christians were disconnecting from their Jewish roots, seems to be out of place, it makes more sense to place it among the first generation of Christians, and before 70 AD. So various elements in Matthew suggest it aligns with a date prior to the Jewish War, not during or after. Next, an important theme in the Synoptics and Acts indicates they were written in a time before Roman persecution. According to both Suetonius and Tacitus, Christians were persecuted under the Roman Emperor Nero, which began in 64 AD. The book of Revelation is critical of Rome, referring to it as a beast while mentioning Christian persecution, which indicates it was written after or during a period of Roman persecution. But in the Synoptics and Acts, we see a friendlier attitude towards Roman authority figures. A centurion is said to have more faith than anyone in Israel. Pilate finds no guilt in Jesus and wants to set him free. A Roman soldier rescues Paul from dying at the hands of the Jews, and another treats Paul kindly. Mark said a Roman centurion was one of the few at the cross who understood Jesus was who he claimed to be. Rome is never considered a direct enemy or threat in the Gospels and Acts. The focus is more on the Jewish sects who were opposing the church long before Rome started. Additionally, in John, which was likely written after 70 AD, we see a lack of passages painting Romans in a positive light, which we would expect if the Christians no longer wished to portray Roman authority figures well. The theme throughout the Synoptics also indicates they fit with a time prior to 64 AD. Finally, Jonathan Bernier and John A.T. Robinson have pointed out Acts has an enigmatic ending. Several chapters are spent building up for Paul to head to Rome and face trial, where he can present the gospel to Caesar and his court. But Acts ends with Paul arriving in Rome and the statement, he lived there 2 whole years at his own expense. There is no mention of his trial or if he was released. The climactic buildup just ends without a payoff. Paul most likely arrived in Rome in 60 AD. Acts mentions a change in governors of Felix to Festus, which happened that year. Acts records it was Festus that sent Paul for his trial in Rome after he became governor. So if Acts ends with Paul still waiting in Rome for trial, that is probably when Acts was completed and sent off. Otherwise, why would Luke build up to this climactic trial, only to leave his readers guessing if Paul was released or not? This argument made by Bernier and Robinson goes back to Adolf von Harnack, who originally dated Acts to the 90s, but revised this date after considering this point. To quote, "The more clearly we see that the trial of St. Paul, and above all his appeal to Caesar, is the chief subject of the last quarter of Acts, the more hopeless does it appear that we can explain why the narrative breaks off as it does, otherwise than by assuming that the trial had actually not yet reached its close. It is no use to struggle against this conclusion. If St. Luke, in the year 80, 90, or 100, wrote thus, he was not simply a blundering, but an absolute incomprehensible historian." In other words, it makes no sense to document the journey of Paul, foreshadow a trial before Caesar, and not pay it off, and then exclude Paul's release and subsequent death. Despite what others have said, merely arriving in Rome is not a fitting end, since not everything has been answered that was foreshadowed, and it does not result in a climax of Paul bringing the gospel to Rome. Luke notes other Christians already resided there, so Paul merely arriving in Rome results in nothing spectacular. Paul most likely died in the mid-60s. If Acts was written decades later, or even a few years later, it would make no sense to conclude here without detailing the last bits of Paul's life. Thus, given this strange ending, it seems the only reason Acts does not mention the trial is because the trial had not occurred when Acts was finished. Which means the book was roughly completed 62 to 63 AD. But this also means the Gospel of Luke would have been completed prior to this, and since Mark was a source for Luke, that means Mark was also written prior to this as well. The enigmatic ending brings the audience right up to the present time of the author and helps us to see when it was finished. As Jonathan Bernier says, Harnack's argument is not from silence, rather it is an argument from presence, indeed the presence of an extended 8 chapters discussion of Paul's legal challenges, and an ending that leaves said challenges unresolved. And Harnack makes a strong case. It is frankly difficult to either disagree with or improve his argument, Either Acts was completed ca 62, when the Acts narrative ends with Paul in Rome, or Luke's aim in these last chapters remains opaque. Now, James Crossley notes that some arguments have been put forward to explain the ending of Acts and to preserve the late dating. First, Paul's death might be hinted to in Acts 20:25 in verse 38. There is also no mention of the death of James, which Josephus recorded, so maybe Luke didn't want to record how the apostles died. Luke also doesn't mention the earlier Caligula crisis, so maybe Luke just omitted certain events for unknown reasons. The persecution of Christians in Rome may not have been mentioned because Luke's story simply had not got that far chronologically. Crossley does note none of these arguments are decisive, and if we evaluate them further, we can see they're riddled with problems. First, there is no evidence Luke was intending to write a third volume and continue the story. Bernier says, such arguments are ad hoc, in the worst possible sense. For our purposes, they can be dismissed as little more than speculation. Second, it is a stretch to say Paul's death is hinted to in Acts 20. Paul is merely telling the Ephesians they will not see him again, because he has to go to Jerusalem and will likely face opposition and persecution. Given Paul's experience with persecution from Jewish authorities, this is like entering the lion's den. It is a valid inference for Paul to expect a bad ending and to say a final farewell to the Ephesians. However, Paul does not state that he will die, let alone in Rome. Bernier says, Paul does not state here that he expects to die. Moreover, he states explicitly that he does not know what fate awaits him. Explicit denial of knowing his own fate does not sit easily with the hypothesis that he is predicting said fate. Furthermore, it's logical for Paul to infer he won't be back to Asia Minor, given that he planned to go to Jerusalem, Rome, and then Spain. Given that Paul had big plans to take the gospel elsewhere, it makes sense he did not expect to return to Asia Minor. Also, if Luke was speaking of Paul's death, why not include that in the narrative at the end of Acts? Why only hint to it in the most subtle way, and not include the climactic event at the end to pay off this alleged foreshadowing? The next issue is resolved when we realize that James was most likely martyred in 62 AD, which means it would have happened after Luke finished Acts or was finishing it up, and the news may not have arrived in Rome right away. In fact, this might also point to Acts being written before James was martyred, since that was also left out. Last, the reason Luke doesn't mention the Caligula crisis is because it did not directly affect the mission of the church. Acts is specifically a history of the Acts of the Apostles. Crossley says the Caligula crisis refers to the time the Emperor Caligula attempted to erect his statue in the Jewish temple. This did not directly affect the church or the apostles, so it's irrelevant for the purpose of the book of Acts. Thus, given this, the enigmatic ending still points to the idea that Luke and Acts were completed around 62, and this also suggests Mark had to be completed prior to this. Now, some object and argue we have good reasons to date Acts much later. Steve Mason and Richard Purvo have argued Luke relied on the works of Josephus, which means the earliest Acts could have been written is the late 90s AD. Mason suggests key passages in Acts show signs of borrowed vocabulary that is found within Josephus, and so Acts could not have been written prior. But this is unlikely for several reasons. Carl Armstrong notes similar vocabulary between Acts and Josephus is not enough to suggest literary dependence, as it is also possible they both used a common source. And this is in fact what most scholars believe when it comes to the similarities between Josephus and Luke. Armstrong also notes that in the passages where Josephus and Acts intersect, they often contradict each other. If Luke was relying on Josephus, this would have been unlikely. Purvo and Mason claim Acts 5:36-37 is dependent on Antiquities Book 20, because both mention the revolt of Theudas, and the argument is Luke followed Josephus' order. But Luke and Josephus date the revolt to different time periods. Luke places it before Herod the Great's death, and Josephus places it in the 40s. I. Howard Marshall and Colin Hemmer noted it is plausible that Josephus is the one who misstated the rebellion, or Luke is referring to an earlier rebellion in a different Theudas. There is therefore much to be said for the suggestion either that Josephus got his dating wrong, or more probably, that Gamaliel is referring to another, otherwise unknown Theudas, since there were innumerable uprisings when Herod the Great died, and since Josephus describes 4 men bearing the name of Simon within 40 years. Revolutionary thinking was common in the periods leading up to the Jewish War, so there very well may have been 2 revolts where the leader had the same name. Even if this is wrong and Luke made the error, it is unlikely he was relying on Josephus. Luke and Josephus listed different amounts of followers. Luke says there were about 400, and Josephus says the majority of the masses followed him. If Luke was following Josephus, he would have been more careful to follow what Josephus said, and research does indicate Luke was fairly accurate in following his own sources. Luke's account is also much shorter, and so it is odd for Purvo to suggest Luke copied from Josephus in one place, where he clearly contradicts Josephus on important details. Furthermore, Armstrong notes there are other details that make it unlikely that Luke used Josephus. It seems rather negligent of Luke to avoid the tantalizing detail of Theudas as a certain impostor by Josephus, given his proclivity to denounce sorcery throughout Acts. Surely Luke would not have missed this aspect of Josephus' account of Theudas. Also, if we follow the transcriptional canon, that the more difficult reading is to be preferred, the Acts account is more likely to be earlier, given the possible anachronism of Theudas and Judas. Since the Acts account is unquestionably brief, as compared to Josephus's, the shorter reading is to be preferred. Last, given Luke's interest in rulers and political details in Acts, it seems rather negligent that he would skip over the note when Thaddeus was procurator of Judea. Another place Purvo claims Luke is relying on Josephus is in Acts 21. But Luke's mention of the Egyptian is merely a footnote compared to Josephus' extended account. Given his style, if Luke was copying Josephus, he would surely have included more details. And like with the prior example, both Josephus and Luke differ on the number of followers, and also Luke employs a different preposition. Similar issues can be found in other places, where it is claimed that Luke relied on Josephus. In fact, the scholarly consensus is that Luke and Josephus probably relied on similar sources, rather than one copying the other. As Gary Goldberg said regarding another alleged point of contact, Josephus and Luke may have used similar or identical sources in composing their passages. This explanation appears to be the simplest. Thus, there is no reason to assume Luke was dependent on Josephus, and all the evidence points to Acts being completed by 62. Given this, we can create some tentative dates. Given that Paul's longest letters do not quote the Gospels, and only seem to refer to the Jesus tradition in oral form, the Synoptic Gospels and Acts likely came after them. Luke and Acts were likely written between 61 and 63 AD. Since Luke was relying on Mark, Mark would have had to come first. One church tradition says Mark wrote the preaching of Peter while they were in Rome. Claudius expelled the Jews from Rome during his reign, so Peter could not have been in Rome from between 49 AD and 54 AD. So we can tentatively date Mark to 57 to 60 AD, which would chronologically fit with Luke arriving shortly after with Paul and him opening his gospel by referring to others who have written accounts. Since the consensus is that Matthew also relied on Mark, but the evidence still suggests Matthew dates prior to the destruction of the temple and the first Roman persecution, we could tentatively date Matthew to the period of 59 to 64 AD. Some suggest Luke was aware of both Mark and Matthew, but we cannot be sure of this. This would also fit with the idea that as many of the disciples were aging, the church would have likely realized the need to have the gospel written down, so it was preserved for future generations. The common practice of a rabbi was to obtain disciples younger than him, so the disciples were likely in their 20s when Jesus was on earth. 30 years later, they would be in their 50s and would be approaching the point when the average male from that time would pass away. So it makes sense this is the time when the gospel accounts were written down so future generations could retain them. Thus, given the evidence, we can infer the Gospels likely date to the late 50s to the early 60s, after Paul's longest letters were completed, but before the Jewish War began. And given this, the church tradition that they came from their attributed authors seems legitimate, since they would not date to later periods when many of the eyewitnesses and disciples would have passed on. The Gospels chronologically fit with the period when the first generation of Christians were still in existence, and when the eyewitnesses were still preaching. This fits with other data points, pointing to their reliability and demonstrating we're not dealing with late legends, but reliable biographies based on well-preserved traditions the Church has handed down to us. Chapter 7. Did Jesus speak Greek? An argument against the reliability of the Gospels is that Jesus taught in his native language of Aramaic, but the Gospels are written in Greek. Much could have been lost in translation, so the Gospels cannot contain the original words of Jesus. But this might not be entirely true. Although it's not up for debate that Jesus' primary language was Aramaic, it was common in that day for Jews to be able to converse in Greek or be fully bilingual. In fact, when we look at the culture and the teachings of Jesus within the Gospels, we find some interesting evidence that Jesus often taught in Greek, which means the Gospels likely preserve some of the very words of Jesus, and the rest would have been easy for the apostles to translate. When we think of Judea 2,000 years ago, we think of people who were primarily Aramaic speakers. This is true, but in the ancient world, due to vast trade networks, Hellenization, and the vast extent of the Roman Empire, many people were bilingual, or even trilingual. Greek was widely spoken across the Roman Empire, and the main language of the eastern half. The scholar Maurice Casey notes in the Second Temple period, Greek was widely used throughout Israel. By the time of the Maccabees, many Jews had Hellenized, a process which included the building of a gymnasium and undergoing aspects of Greek education. We must infer that assimilating Jews in Jerusalem learnt Greek. According to Stanley Porter, 68% of all the ancient Jewish inscriptions from the Mediterranean world are in Greek. In Judea, it's estimated that 55 to 60% of all of them are in Greek. In this period, Jerusalem's ruling council was called by a Greek name, the Sanhedrin. Peter William van der Hearst said, "The first impression one gains from these data is that Greek was the language of the great majority among the Jews in the imperial period, probably of more than 2/3 of them." The Essenes, the Jewish sect that lived in the wilderness, had Greek copies of the Hebrew Scriptures. Given their conservative stance on Jewish law, it is unlikely that they would have used the Greek language if it was not already a long-standing practice. Evidence of Greek is found at Masada, and we have found more ostraca in Greek from the region than in Aramaic or Hebrew. There is also good reason to think Greek was common in Galilee. Matthew referred to it as the land of Gentiles. Greek was used in the court of Herod Antipas, and was widely used in the cities of Sepphoris and Tiberias. Both of these cities were close to Nazareth. Scholars like Casey, Porter, Key, and Gleaves list a ton of additional evidence that demonstrates widespread knowledge of Greek in the region throughout the Second Temple period. So it's reasonable to infer Jewish tradesmen like carpenters or fishermen would have known Greek living close to cities like Sepphoris, merely from cultural interactions and trade. H.C. Key said, "This means that for Jesus to have conversed with inhabitants of cities in the Galilee, and especially of cities of the Decapolis and the Phoenician region, he would have had to have known Greek, certainly at the conversational level." Greek had such a heavy influence on the region, Aramaic began incorporating Greek loanwords. Maurice Casey notes this does not demonstrate that Greek was the primary language of Judea. The evidence indicates Aramaic was the primary language for the inhabitants, but a large percentage of the population would have been bilingual, and most Jews would have probably been able to converse in Greek. Someone like Jesus, who was first a carpenter and then a rabbi, likely would have known Greek as a second language, given how widespread it was. Some scholars have even suggested Jesus also knew how to read Hebrew. Casey says, "General evidence therefore dictates that Jesus was brought up to speak Aramaic, and makes us take seriously the possibility that he also knew Greek and/or Hebrew." Stanley Porter said, "The archaeological, linguistic, and sociological evidence seems to indicate that the region was multilingual, including at least Aramaic and Greek in widespread and frequent use. Therefore, the likelihood that Jesus, along with most Gentiles and Jews, was multilingual himself is strong. Within the Gospels, there are also indications Jesus knew Greek. John mentions that Greeks wanted to speak to him. The implication is they expected to speak with him in their language. When the Jews were debating with Jesus and assumed he intended to go among the dispersion and teach the Greeks, the implication is everyone knew Jesus spoke Greek in order to potentially teach them. Many of Jesus' parables show familiarity with cultural aspects of trade and government from the time period. Much of this would have been conducted in Greek, which suggests Jesus knew the language in order to gain this knowledge he displays in his parables. Stanley Porter said, "In light of this accumulated evidence, which is overwhelming when compared to the equivalent Aramaic evidence, it is surprising that many scholars have not given more consideration to the hypothesis that Jesus spoke and even possibly taught in Greek. And furthermore, that there is a possibility, if not a likelihood, that we have some of the actual words of Jesus recorded in the Gospels." A.W. Argyle noted it is a mistake to assume there must be an Aramaic understanding behind all his words. Given the language's widespread use in the region, and the amount of Gentiles Jesus and his disciples interacted with throughout the Gospels, it is likely he taught in Greek, and many of these Greek teachings are preserved in the Gospels. Porter argues there are at least 8 episodes in the Gospels where Jesus spoke in Greek. 7 of these likely contain the original words of Jesus. One of the most likely places is when Jesus spoke with Pilate. Porter notes that none of the Gospels indicate a translator was needed for them to converse, and the pace of the narrative in which Pilate and Jesus speak, Pilate speaks with the elders, and speaks to the crowd, suggests everyone was speaking the same language, and that language would have been Greek. Given the multiple attestation found among the Gospels of Pilate asking Jesus if he is a king or not, Porter argues we likely have some of the very words Jesus said to Pilate. Mark also tells us that when Jesus went to the region of Tyre and Sidon, he spoke with a Syro-Phoenician woman. Porter suggests this would indicate she was a Greek speaker by birth. Thus Jesus would have conversed with her in Greek. Porter notes the way the conversation is worded that Jesus has with his disciples at Caesarea Philippi suggests it was originally in Greek. The wordplay surrounding the name of Peter makes sense in Greek, as well as the terms for binding and loosening in Hades. Jesus thus says, "You are Petros, and upon this Petra I intend to build my church." This accounts well with the alternation in Greek words, unnecessary if it merely translates the same Aramaic word, and it accommodates general Greek usage of the 2 words as well. Porter also notes the grammatical structure of this passage is dissimilar to the way Matthew typically writes, which suggests it was not made up by a Matthewian redactor. Since again this vocabulary is not part of Matthew's redactional tendency, or any of the Gospels for that matter, it appears possible, if not likely, that these words go back to Jesus himself. Appealing to the cultural circumstances and grammatical structure, Porter suggests a few other passages may contain the original Greek statements of Jesus. Additionally, Peter J. Williams suggests that some of the statements found in the Sermon on the Mount may have originally been uttered in Greek. The first 4 Beatitudes begin with the alliteration of pi, the Greek letter P, while the famous expressions poor in spirit, thirst for righteousness, pure in heart, and persecuted for righteousness all involve alliteration and assonance, which seem to suggest that Matthew portrays Jesus as teaching, on this occasion, in Greek. Before presenting the Sermon on the Mount, Matthew also reports that crowds came to hear Jesus from Galilee and Decapolis. Some scholars suggest the sermon is just an amalgamation of various things that Jesus taught. However, if Jesus actually gave a specific sermon that contained these teachings, given that crowds came from regions that heavily spoke Greek, it could very well be the case that Jesus gave the sermon in Greek so more people could understand. If the sermon is an amalgamation of various teachings, then given that Jesus would at times teach to crowds from Greek-speaking regions, like Decapolis, it is likely he would have taught them in Greek, and many of those sayings are likely preserved in places like the Sermon on the Mount. Maurice Casey suggests Matthew 6 may have originally been uttered by Jesus in Greek. The word for hypocrite in Greek is better translated as actor. This meaning fits better with the context, as it is referring to overtly observant Jews who desired to obtain praise from those watching their religious rituals, similar to the job of an actor. The closest Aramaic word for actor does not show up until much later texts. The sharper force of hypocrites also fits the dramatic imagery of Matthew 6:2-5, which clearly refers to the sort of behavior found in cities. We should therefore conclude that Jesus used this Greek word polemically. Casey suggests Jesus did not usually teach in Greek, but G. Scott Gleaves suggests it may have been more often than we realize. Gleaves notes in the Gospels, we have a few instances where the authors felt it necessary to translate the Aramaic phrase that Jesus uttered. This could indicate that when Jesus taught during his ministry, he primarily taught in Greek, and only taught in Aramaic when the listeners didn't know Greek well enough to follow along. And Mark may indicate this by reproducing the Aramaic saying and translating it for us when this occurred. Nigel Turner said, "If Jesus regularly taught in Aramaic, it is difficult to explain why St. Mark adopted the curious practice of reproducing only some, and not all, of his sayings in Aramaic. St. Mark gives no more than Talitha Kumi, Korban, Ephatha, Abba, Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani." One would think that the evangelist's reason for reproducing this particular selection of transliterations is that, contrary to his usual way, Jesus spoke in Aramaic on these occasions. The reason why is not so clear, but on some of them, he may have been addressing individuals whose sole language was Aramaic. However, it's probably going too far to claim that Jesus taught in Greek, apart from the times a gospel author felt the need to preserve the original Aramaic saying. Maurice Casey notes at times, the Greek in Mark is hard to understand, and the words of Jesus make more sense as reconstructed Aramaic originals. There probably are underlying Aramaic sayings at various places in the Gospels that were not originally spoken in Greek. So we cannot conclude Jesus overwhelmingly taught in Greek. But it also doesn't seem correct to say that Jesus only taught in Aramaic. Given the cultural context, it is likely Jesus used both languages and would shift between them depending on who he was talking to. Moreover, given that Jesus' ministry was roughly 3 years long, he probably gave his teachings and parables at multiple times, in both Aramaic and Greek. And T. Wright says, "If we come to the ministry of Jesus as first-century historians, and forget our 20th century assumptions about mass media, the overwhelming probability is that most of what Jesus said, he said not twice, but 200 times, with of course a myriad of local variations." Additionally, the disciples of Jesus likely also understood Greek. Some of them went by their Greek names, which indicates Greek was common among the people that followed Jesus. In John 12, it records that Greeks asked Philip, which is a Greek name, if they could see Jesus, and given the context, they likely asked in Greek. This suggests the disciples spoke Greek and could have easily taught the gospel message to Greek speakers outside of Judea. Given their background, the early Christians would have been well equipped to accurately translate anything Jesus only taught in Aramaic. But even with this in mind, it is quite likely that Jesus taught in both Greek and Aramaic, and many of the words in the Gospels preserve the original saying of Jesus as he uttered it. The ancient world was Hellenized, and Greek was the language of the day. It makes sense Jesus would utilize a popular language among both the Jews and Gentiles to get his message out. When Jesus spoke with some Jewish individuals, like the Pharisees, he likely would have communicated in Aramaic. But when Jesus was speaking with a Gentile, or to a crowd, there was a high probability that he would have spoken in Greek, especially if people from Greek-speaking regions had come to hear him. Given this, it is likely many of the teachings we find in the Gospels are not Greek translations, but the very words Jesus originally uttered, and the disciples would have been able to translate any original Aramaic saying with ease. As Robert Gundry said, "We cannot naively work on the assumption that everything was originally in Aramaic, that we should seek Aramaic equivalents wherever possible, and that wherever Aramaic equivalents cannot be traced, we must reject authenticity. Whether we like it or not, the matter is a great deal more complex, but with the added complications of a trilingual milieu in first-century Palestine, there is the compensation that parts of the gospel tradition, which may have sounded too Hellenistic to be authentic, may be authentic after all, and that many of the Dominical sayings in the present Greek texts of the Gospels may be closer to the ipsimena verba of Jesus than has been supposed. Many may in fact be identical, with dominical sayings originally spoken in Greek. Chapter 8. The Shocking Truth About Biblical Names. When you read through the Bible, you'll encounter numerous names. They seem insignificant for the overall story. One could change all the names and the story would remain the same, so no one really focuses on them. But what if the names tell us more about the truth of the story than we realize? The Gospels and Acts contain numerous names of people who allegedly lived in Israel in the 1st century. Some skeptics have argued that these names could have been made up by late forgers in crafting stories about Jesus. But a new statistical analysis of the names throughout the Gospels and Acts reveals something astonishing. The very names we find do not point to late forgers, but authors who accurately preserved reliable traditions about Jesus. Forgers could not have come up with this naming pattern. Instead, the most likely explanation is that the names in the Gospels and Acts suggest they are reliable accounts of Jesus and name real people who interacted with him. The names of the Gospels are actually a strong indicator that the Gospels are reliable history. In 2001, Talleyrand published the Lexicon of Jewish Names in Late Antiquity, which cataloged the names of approximately 2,500 persons from between 330 BC to 200 AD. Talleyrand collected names from ancient writings, ossuary inscriptions, and other places to provide us with a catalog of all the known ancient Jewish names from during and around the time of Jesus. Richard Bauckham looked at this and saw an opportunity. Talleyrand's lexicon detailed which Jewish names of the time were the most popular and which were the least popular. She also noted Jews living inside of Palestine gravitated towards different names than Jews among the diaspora. Likewise, some names appear more frequently in the Gospels and Acts, and some only appear once. If the Gospels are historical, they should reflect the actual naming patterns of the Jews of Israel from that time, and not the names of the Jews from the diaspora. In other words, the most popular names in the Gospels should be the most popular names for Jews in Palestine from Talleyrand's lexicon. Bauckham's conclusion was remarkable. The ratio of names in the Gospels aligned quite well with the ratio of names in Talleyrand's lexicon. Bauckham concluded, this correspondence is very unlikely to have resulted from addition of names to the traditions, even within Palestinian Jewish Christianity, and could not possibly have resulted from the addition of names to the traditions outside Jewish Palestine, since the pattern of Jewish name usage in the diaspora was very different. But later, Camille Greger and Brian Blaze suggested that Bauckham's argument doesn't work. They argued there aren't enough names in the Gospels and Acts to make a significant comparison, and they also suggest that a forger who had access to Josephus in some early Gospel traditions would have been able to copy some names here, add some authentic Jewish names there, and make a fictional account that looked just like a real one. Thus, Bauckham's test was not all it was thought to be. But recently, Greger and Blaze's argument has been challenged by Luke Vandewey and Jason Wilson. Their new study demonstrates several methodological issues with Greger and Blaze's paper, and mathematically demonstrates the names of the persons in the Gospels are an authentic feature that could not have been replicated by a fictionalizing author. While Bauckham's claim that the names in the Gospels and Acts could not possibly have resulted from the addition of names outside of Palestine is difficult to prove, new evidence suggests that we have every reason to believe these names resulted from historical reportage rather than invention. Vandewey and Wilson first sorted the most popular to least popular names from Talleyrand's database for the Jews within Israel and the Jews living in the diaspora, so they could be compared with the names in the Gospels. There weren't as many female names, so they focused on the male names to have a better chance of reaching a statistically meaningful conclusion. Next, Vandewey and Wilson compiled all the named males in the Gospel and Acts, and sorted them based on how popular they were in the general population around the time of Jesus. To make a comparison to other samples, they also binned the names of persons from other texts in the same way, and compared all these samples to the popularity statistics of the general population around the time of Jesus. The other samples were the named persons from the writings of the Jewish historian Josephus, a random sample of Jewish names, a sample of all the named persons from non-canonical Gospels and similar material, and last, the names from modern historical novels Ben-Hur and Louis de Wool's The Spear. This last category is important because it reflects what a forger might be able to create with access to names from the Gospels and Josephus. For example, Dewey's novel The Spear is a well-researched historical novel set around the time of Jesus, which incorporates many historical and fictional Palestinian Jewish characters. Lew Wallace, the author of Ben-Hur, claimed that he visited the Library of Congress and researched everything on the shelves relating to the Jews. If the Gospels and Acts are more fiction than truth and were written by late forgers, the naming pattern in them should be similar to what we find in these historical novels. Once the data was collected, Vandeweghe and Wilson ran a goodness of fit test. This test takes all the popularity data from all the bins in a sample and then compares them to the percentages of the bins in the general population around the time of Jesus. It then considers, using an algorithm, the likelihood or probability that the sample in its entirety would occur if it were drawn from the general population. It then gives the whole sample a score, the p-value. P stands for probability. In other words, the p-value score tells us what the probability is that we would see a sample like this if it was from the general population around the time of Jesus. The results were astonishing. They found all three fictional samples, including the historical novels, had an infinitesimally small chance of fitting in Jesus' Palestine. In fact, the percentages were so small that they needed to be expressed with a scientific notation. The names of Josephus obtained a p-value that rounded up to 0.07. In other words, if Josephus randomly selected names from the Jewish population around the time of Jesus, there's a 7% chance he'd have come up with the distribution of names he did. But the Gospels and Acts scored a p-value of 0.86, meaning if they randomly selected names from the Jewish population around the time of Jesus, there's an 86% chance they'd have come up with theirs. The names in the Gospels and Acts appropriately reflected the general population statistics, regardless of how exactly the data is binned. Vandeweghe and Wilson chose to organize the names into 6 bins because the rare names belong to about a sixth of the population, so this distribution was the most even and optimal for the goodness of fit test. Their remarkable findings demonstrated the naming patterns in the Gospels and Acts are completely unlike fictional writings. They contain a naming pattern one would get if they were reporting accurate events of the people from the time of Jesus. Not only that, but they reflect the historical setting even more than the writings of Josephus. Josephus focused a lot on people from the upper tiers of Jewish society. The Gospels and Acts give a better representation of named persons that stretch across every social hierarchy. For comparison, let's say you were asked to write a novel about the events from the American South 60 years ago. You could not use Google and had limited text you could rely on. You might put a James and a Robert in there, but do you think you could accurately put in the proper percentages of the most popular names from that time? Would you know how many Roberts to put in so it fits with the time period? Would you also remember to include a few rare names, like Jerome or Shane? How many slightly less popular names or somewhat popular names should you include? Such a challenge would be nearly impossible to overcome. However, the Gospel authors, in telling the story of Jesus, somehow managed to obtain a naming pattern that accurately reflected the time of Jesus. They successfully included more of the popular names, a slightly lower number of somewhat popular names, and the appropriate percentages of less popular and rare names. Additionally, the Gospels matched the names of Jews within Palestine and did not align with the names of the Jews living in the diaspora. Not only did they get the ratio of names of the period correct, but they also managed to not mix them up with the popular names of Jews living outside of Palestine, while fiction writers could not even match with either set. Therefore, the names in the Gospels are like an incredibly subtle watermark of authenticity, something no forger could recreate. They do not align with ancient fictional accounts, nor with well-researched modern historical novels that copied many names straight from historical documents. They reflect the real naming pattern from the time of Jesus, and even more so than the writings of Josephus. This is not what we would expect if the Gospels came from forgers, but it is what we would expect to find if the Gospels came from eyewitnesses of Jesus. The most likely conclusion from this data is the Gospels and Acts are reporting history. We can have confidence that what we read is what Jesus actually said and did during his lifetime. Chapter 9. Mark, an eyewitness account. If you study church history, you'll see the church fathers believe that the Gospel of Mark came from the preaching of Peter, a disciple of Jesus. But many scholars today argue that the Gospel of Mark did not come from any eyewitnesses. It was written down long after most had passed away, so it is not a reliable account that came from any disciple of Jesus. However, despite the prominence of this position in modern scholarship, there is a ton of evidence that confirms the reliability of Mark, and more importantly, that it is an account that goes back to Jesus' disciple Peter. Mark is in fact based on eyewitness accounts. Before we get started, we must acknowledge that several videos were required before we could argue Mark is an eyewitness account. First, we demonstrated that the Gospels are ancient Greco-Roman biographies, which means they fit a genre that aimed to preserve historical facts about a person. The Gospel authors were also quite conservative compared to other writers in how they followed their own sources. They didn't create drastic literary changes. We also surveyed the external data and found that we have unanimous agreement from church fathers that the Gospel authors are Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. There is no indication they were ever thought of as anonymous biographies. Then we demonstrated it would not have been difficult for the disciples to have reliable memories of Jesus' words and deeds for several decades after the resurrection. The culture of the time also fostered the development of strong memory, and within the Gospels, we see evidence of a reliable oral tradition that has a rhythmic nature, easy to retain for a long period of time. We also demonstrated evidence within Paul's letters there is a gospel tradition that was already in existence and coheres to the same teachings we find in our 4 canonical Gospels. The evidence also indicates the synoptic Gospels date to the late 50s and early 60s. And finally, the evidence shows Jesus often taught in Greek, which means many of his original Greek sayings are preserved in the Gospels. With this as our foundation, we have good evidence the Gospels are reliable accounts that go back to the historical Jesus. But as we noted, the unanimous attestation from the early church is that the Gospel of Mark was written by Mark, an interpreter and follower of Peter. The Gospel is never attributed to anyone else. All agree the author is Mark, who was writing down the teachings of Peter. Even Justin Martyr, who had no need to name the Gospel authors, appears to agree the Gospel of Mark goes back to Peter. He said it is recorded in the Memoirs of Peter that Jesus changed the names of the sons of Zebedee to the sons of thunder. This event is only recorded in Mark. Justin also said the Gospels were the memoirs of the apostles, and as Craig Evans says, the important point here is that memoirs are not anonymous, they are linked to known personalities. Beyond this, Irenaeus said Mark, the disciple and recorder of Peter, has also handed on to us in writing what had been proclaimed by Peter. Tertullian tells us Mark was the interpreter of Peter. The Anti-Marcion prologue records that Mark's gospel came from Mark, the interpreter of Peter. Clement of Alexandria said Mark was a follower of Peter, who wrote down what he preached. Origen said the second gospel was that according to Mark, who wrote it according to Peter's instructions. Papias recorded that Mark was a follower and interpreter of Peter, who wrote down what Peter preached, and that Peter often accommodated his teachings to whom he was preaching to. This suggests that Mark heard Peter preach often and in different ways. Additionally, the first epistle of Peter says someone named Mark was present with him. So the evidence puts Mark and Peter together. The external evidence all points to Peter being the eyewitness source behind the Gospel of Mark. Despite this, skeptics still deny that the Gospel goes back to Peter and Mark. But when we look at internal evidence, it actually confirms the tradition that the Gospel does go back to Peter, an eyewitness of Jesus. Within the Gospel of Mark, we find an interesting phenomenon. The Greek is sometimes worded strangely. This language is cleaned up by both Luke and Matthew. Some have argued this indicates Mark was a clumsy author, but this is unlikely because Maurice Casey has pointed out when we recreate Aramaic versions, the language of Mark makes more sense. What we find is Mark was translating many literal Aramaic sayings of Jesus into Greek, which explains why his Greek is worded as it is. Casey says, passages such as Mark 1:39-43 and 11:15-17 show a large amount of parataxis and verbs placed near the beginnings of sentences. While both these phenomena occur in crude and or Semitizing Greek, in true stories about events in Aramaic-speaking communities, they are more likely to be due to the translation of Aramaic sources. What this indicates is there are Aramaic originals to some of the sayings in Mark's Gospel. Mark was not writing Greek fiction, but working with Aramaic speakers or sources to pass on what Jesus said and did. As Casey said, all this would be to no avail if Mark's Gospel were really Greek fiction, or if all of it had been so heavily edited that Aramaic sources were irrecoverable. We have found substantial and decisive evidence that parts of Mark's Gospel are literal translations of written Aramaic sources. The fact that Mark used Aramaic sources makes no sense on the hypothesis he was creating a fictional account in Greek. But it is expected if the church tradition about the origin of Mark is correct, that he was relying on Peter, who spoke Aramaic and would have heard Jesus teach in Aramaic. Casey also points out that some of the passages that have Aramaic originals reflect the concerns of Jews about the details of the law. This indicates Mark preserved early traditions that go back to a rabbi in Judea and Galilee who was dealing with Pharisaic disputes, and not traditions that reflect the later concerns of Gentile Christians. Thus, due to the Jewish nature of these passages, and that they are Aramaic translations, Casey argues Mark's source was very early, dating to before 40 AD, and came from a Jew from Israel. In fact, Casey even suggests Mark's source had to come from an eyewitness, and specifically, one of the 12 disciples, since Mark's Aramaic source records things that only the 12 were present for. And given the church tradition about Mark, the most likely candidate is Peter himself. Casey suggests Mark was getting his information from a written source composed by a member of the 12, but a more likely explanation is presented by Craig Evans. He points out in the ancient world, authors relied heavily on notes that they took before composing a final orderly account. Both Galen and Lucian spoke of the need to take notes when interviewing eyewitnesses. Given the cultural context, Mark likely would have written notes before writing his gospel, and if Mark was the interpreter of Peter, who often heard Peter preaching about Jesus, it is likely he took Aramaic notes that he later used to compose his Greek gospel. Given the evidence Casey lays out, a likely explanation is Mark was drawing from his own notes that he wrote while hearing Peter preach. Either way, the evidence still points to the fact that Mark was getting his information from an eyewitness of Jesus. James Crossley strengthens this by pointing out Mark preserves accurate Jewish customs. In Mark 6:56, we are told Jesus had a fringe of his garment, which is consistent with the biblical command for men to wear tassels on their clothing. He also upheld the biblical law of appearing before a priest and going out to dwell in the wilderness when people began to find out he touched a leper. Mark 2:23-28, which Casey identifies as originally in Aramaic, presents a dispute between Jesus and the Pharisees on plucking heads of grain on the Sabbath. Casey notes the dispute recorded in Mark 2:23-24 is very intra-Jewish. We see rabbis in Jewish texts dispute over what was lawful to do to obtain food on the Sabbath. In this story, Jesus does not contradict the Torah, but rebukes the Pharisees' strict interpretation of it. The issue of what was lawful on the Sabbath would not have been a controversy for the church when it was predominantly populated with Gentiles. It would have been an issue for the early Jewish followers of Jesus. Casey says, Mark 2:23-28 is very Jewish and unlike anything known from the early church. Thus it is possible that this is a passage that accurately reports an event from the ministry of the historical Jesus. Mark 7 refers to the Pharisees' washing rituals, which included the washing of cups, pots, copper vessels, and dining couches. These practices are seen in Jewish legal texts, which discuss the details about washing dishes and other vessels. This suggests Mark had access to intricate knowledge of Jewish legal thought. Moreover, the chapter focuses on an issue regarding clean and unclean foods in Jewish law. Crossley notes this reflects the worries of early Jewish Christians and accurately portrays the Jewish custom around purity laws. It should therefore be accepted that the Markan Jesus stands in the Jewish tradition of those dedicated to God and the Torah in his stance on the family. Peter J. Williams notes Mark records a whole group of tax collectors was in Capernaum. This would be expected if one knew the area, as Capernaum was situated at a strategic point on the northern end of the Sea of Galilee, and an important location for collecting taxes on what crossed the border of Herod Antipas's territory. This is a minor detail, but a detail one would expect to find if Mark was working with eyewitnesses. Mark also records crowds were saying Hosanna in the highest. In the Psalms, Hosanna means save, but in later times the meaning of the word shifted to express celebration. Williams says, this shift of meaning of Hosanna shows up in later Jewish sources. Thus, the writers show knowledge not only of this word's use by Jews at a particular time, but also of its development over time. Additionally, the word has a different form from that of the original Hebrew. The omission of the I sound represents a linguistic change over time, reflecting the Hebrew at the time of the New Testament, not when the psalm was written. The Gospel writers have the word exactly as it was pronounced in the first century, even though this is not the sort of knowledge any author could obtain simply by consulting books. Greg Boyd also notes that Mark accurately describes the political landscape of the religious community in the region. In Mark, the scribes are a distinct group from the Pharisees and the Sadducees, and they come up to Galilee from Jerusalem, which is accurate in terms of group distinctions and where the scribes were headquartered, as the scribes were seen as a separate class in the religious divisions. The title the scribe of the Pharisees is portrayed as someone who was an intellectual leader of the Pharisees, and Mark also suggests the Sadducees are absent in Galilee, which corresponds to what we know about the time and region. Mark also differentiates between elders, chief priests, and teachers of the law. But these distinctions ceased to exist after 70 AD. As Martin Hengel notes, after 70, this whole pluralistic political and religious landscape, which Mark depicts quite accurately in broad outline, was destroyed. Boyd notes that because Mark gets all these distinctions and details right, this suggests an AD pre-70 dating is more reasonable than an AD post-70 dating, and it shows Mark has accurate knowledge of the religious landscape of the region. So not only does Mark contain Aramaic translations of episodes that likely came from a member of the 12, he had intimate knowledge of Jewish customs, which supports the tradition that Mark was hearing from Peter, a Jewish eyewitness of Jesus, who would have been familiar with these customs. Another interesting aspect of Mark is highlighted by Gerd Thiessen. In the Gospels we see many names, but when we get to the Passion narrative in the Synoptics, many of the individuals surrounding Jesus' arrest and trial are left unnamed. Thiessen notes this is odd and can make the narrative a bit confusing. For example, we do not know if the man who cut off the ear and the one who fled naked were disciples of Jesus or not. Thiessen's point is that it seems to me that the narrative motive for this anonymity is not hard to guess, for both of them had run afoul of the police. Both these people were in danger in the aftermath, as long as the high priest's slave was alive, and as long as the scar from the sword cut was visible. It would have been inopportune to mention names. It would not have been wise to identify them as members of the early Christian community. Their anonymity is for their protection, and the obscurity of their positive relationship with Jesus is a strategy of caution. Both the teller and the hearers know more about these two persons. What is interesting is by the time John was written, we are told it was Peter who cut off the soldier's ear. Richard Bauckham notes other figures are also left anonymous who helped with Jesus' triumphant entry and could have been considered co-conspirators in attempting to make Jesus king. Bauckham notes the story of Lazarus may have been left out of the Synoptics for his protection as well. And again, if these people come into the story of John's Gospel, they are named with ease. Thiessen suggests this means the Passion narrative that wound up in the Synoptic Gospels was formulated early on, when the church still needed to protect those close to Jesus' mission. There is no literary reason for many of these people to be left unnamed, given how central they are to the story, and we find that John, who wrote much later, had no issue telling us their names. Richard Bauckham says, Mark's apparent strategy of leaving it for them to perceive, rather than highlighting it himself, coheres rather strikingly with the strategy of protective anonymity in relation to certain characters in this narrative. What put these persons in danger in Jerusalem in the period of the earliest Christian community would be their complicity in Jesus' alleged seditious behavior in the days before his arrest. Gerd Thiessen adds, only in Jerusalem was there reason to draw a cloak on anonymity over followers of Jesus who had endangered themselves by their actions. The date could also be pinpointed. Parts of the Passion account would have to have been composed within the generation of the eyewitnesses and their contemporaries, that is, somewhere between 30 and 60 AD. This indicates Mark preserves early traditions that would have been formulated by the first Christians in Jerusalem, and strengthens the case his information came from eyewitnesses who had a motive to protect those close to Jesus. Another indication Mark received his information from eyewitnesses is the appearance of onomastic congruence in his gospel. Luke Vandewey says, onomastic congruence refers to the creation of naming patterns by an ancient author that appropriately reflects the data of relevant prosopographies. In other words, an ancient work has onomastic congruence if the names within the body of the work align well with the ratio of names we find from that period. For example, the most popular name from Judea in the 1st century is Simon. If someone was writing a history of Judea from the 1st century, we should expect that the most popular name in their work should be Simon. Names like Matthew or Annas should appear much less throughout the work, given they were not as popular as names like Simon or Joseph. We should also expect that because Simon was such a popular name, an author will find a way to distinguish those that have the same name, like referring to one Simon as Simon son of Jonah, or another as Simon the Tanner. Whereas less popular names, like Zacchaeus, will have no need for distinguishing them. So if an ancient work contains a naming pattern that aligns well with the distribution of names from the time and place it purports to come from, this supports its reliability. Vandewey says a work with onomastic congruence has 3 factors: a relatively significant number of appropriate proper names, a relatively increased level of detail in proper names, patterns of proper names reflecting the situation on the ground. Seldom will a non-historical work surveyed in our study contain any one of these 3 features. It never contains all 3. Vandewey put this to the test and surveyed the naming patterns in various ancient works to see which ones would contain onomastic congruence. The apocryphal Gospels, various tragedies and novels, were found to lack onomastic congruence. Surprisingly, even some Greco-Roman biographies failed to achieve onomastic congruence. Thus, Vandewey noted lacking onomastic congruence doesn't mean a work is not historical or reliable, but if a work does achieve it, it strengthens its overall reliability. The only biographies to obtain onomastic congruence were Josephus' autobiography, Plutarch's Lives, and Suetonius' 12 Caesars. Interestingly enough, Craig Keener says these biographies marked the height of historical reliability and were written at a time when biographical expectations for historical reliability were at their highest. The fact that Vandewey finds onomastic congruence in all 3 supports this conclusion. However, Vandewey also found onomastic congruence in Mark's Gospel, which puts it in a category along with the most reliable biographies of the ancient world. Mark managed to achieve what many other biographers could not. His work aligned with the naming patterns from the time and region he wrote about. Thus, Mark is most likely a reliable biography about the life and ministry of Jesus. Additionally, Raymond Martin performed a syntactical analysis on Mark. He found that it contains a combination of translated Semitic material and original Greek material. And Vandewey points out names cluster around the most primitive material in Mark. Vandewey notes Josephus, Plutarch, and Suetonius could consult archival material and eyewitnesses. Mark would not have been able to consult archives on the life of Jesus. But the fact that someone like Mark achieved onomastic congruence only makes sense if he was consulting those who witnessed the ministry of Jesus. Names also cluster around significant functions and events. Scott McKnight notes in rabbinic texts, lists of disciples come with elaborations of their piety and describe their legacy. This type of commentary is missing in Mark and the other Gospels. In fact, the listing of the 12 serves no narrative importance. Most of the disciples do not even utter any words in Mark or play a prominent role. The only reason they would have been mentioned is to preserve an authentic list of tradents that was responsible for passing on the information Mark obtained. McKnight says, "The text of the Babylonian Talmud discredits Jesus, his disciples, and the emerging church by the absence of favorable witness for Jesus and by exegesis. The lists of the disciples in the early Jesus tradition are stark and nearly absent of commentary. Their intentions appear to be nothing more than a list in order to know who are the authentic tradents of the Jesus tradition." In other words, Mark was not writing a fictional account, but preserving names of eyewitnesses to indicate his information came from reliable sources. The list of the 12 also shows signs of being a primitive tradition. Vandewey notes it begins with Peter, followed by James the son of Zebedee, and then John is identified as his brother. The authorial perspective clearly considers James the more prominent disciple, even qualifying John as the brother of James, despite John's rise to prominence after the death of James around 44 CE. It is unlikely this list would have been worded this way if it was a late tradition that came after the death of James. John would not have been identified as merely the brother of James. We see that Matthew and Luke both dropped this designator, with Matthew only noting he was his brother. The list also contains Aramaisms, appropriate qualifiers, and mnemonic features. When the disciples were not present, Mark includes other names to likely indicate use of eyewitness testimony. He names specific women who were at the cross and the tomb to serve as a list of witnesses to the death of Jesus and the discovery of the empty tomb. Mark notes it was Simon the Cyrene who carried the cross for Jesus, but he unnecessarily adds that he is the father of Alexander and Rufus. This reference doesn't serve any purpose, other than it being an attempt to name reliable tradents who can confirm his story. A church tradition suggests Mark was writing while Peter was preaching in Rome. And interestingly enough, Paul's letter to the Romans mentions a Rufus present. The simplest explanation is Mark mentions Rufus and Alexander because they were in Rome as well, and could confirm the eyewitness testimony of their father. Richard Bauckham says, "The reference to Alexander and Rufus may presuppose that Mark expected many of his readers to know them, in person or by reputation, but this cannot by itself explain why they are named. There does not seem to be a good reason available, other than that Mark is appealing to Simon's eyewitness testimony, known in the early Christian movement, not from his own first-hand account, but from that of his sons." If Mark was writing a fictional account, divorced from eyewitness testimony, there would be no reason to include names like this. But such a task was necessary if one was writing a reliable biography, as one would need to reference eyewitnesses and reliable tradents to confirm his report. Vandewey says, "Names of these individuals and other informants were especially conserved as living footnotes of the oral repository, explaining why a pattern of onomastic congruence, on par with that of the highest biographies of antiquity, should be found in the communal memories of an itinerant Galilean rabbi." Travis Derrico investigated oral traditions in northern Jordan. Luke Vandewey suggested the high percentage of names in Derrico's transcripts are best explained by their function as informants that can confirm an aspect of the tradition being referenced. This would align with Mark's naming structure. He is informing his readers of eyewitnesses and tradents to support what he is stating is true. Richard Bauckham notes we find similar practices in other ancient works. In Plutarch's Life of Caesar, he details Caesar's crossing of the Rubicon, which is absent from Caesar's own writings. The account contains one personal name, Asinius Pollio. There is no literary reason to indicate Pollio was present, other than that Plutarch was informing his audience that this was the eyewitness account he utilized to write accurate information about Caesar. Christopher Pelling said, "The name here almost serves as a source citation." Cornelius Nepos wrote in Life of Atticus that Atticus was dying and decided to end his life by starving to death. Nepos wrote he gave instructions for his son-in-law Agrippa to be summoned, and Lucius Cornelius Balbus and Sextus Peducius along with him. He then explained his intentions and resisted Agrippa's attempt to persuade him not to. Balbus and Peducius play no role in the account. Bauckham says it's likely they were included to function as witnesses to the event. Nicholas Horsfall said, as it is, a witness would have told Nepos. Both Balbus and Peducius would have known well the mold in which such accounts should be cast. Josephus records the capture of the Jewish city of Gamleh and said, not a soul escaped save 2 women. These were nieces on the mother's side of Philip, son of Jacomus, a distinguished man who had been commander-in-chief to King Agrippa. Bauckham says, why does Josephus give this information about the nieces of Philip? Since readers of the war know little about Philip, the fate of 2 obscure members of his family would not seem to be notable enough to be mentioned for its own sake. The reason Josephus refers to the nieces is surely to identify them as the eyewitness sources on which, directly or indirectly, his narrative of the events of Gamleh during the siege was based. Bauckham lists other examples where ancient authors included names irrelevant for the story, but were likely included to function as living footnotes to indicate reliability. One should not doubt their account, because they list eyewitnesses who were present and can verify their reports. Likewise, when Mark wrote and named individuals that were not relevant for telling the story of Jesus, the reason is they likely are eyewitnesses or reliable tradents that he was aware of and can confirm his account. Such a practice would be useless if Mark was writing a fictional account, but necessary if he was writing an historical account that came from eyewitnesses and could be verified by eyewitnesses. As we noted, Maurice Casey and James Crossley argued Mark's source had to be a member of the 12, but additional evidence takes this one step further and confirms Mark's main source was Peter. Richard Bauckham points out Mark uses a literary device called inclusio of eyewitness. This is where one refers to their primary eyewitness source at the beginning and end, and Mark opens by referencing Peter and ends with a reference to Peter. We see a similar technique in other biographies. Lucian in Life of Alexander has a reference in the beginning to someone named Rutilianus. He also frequently mentioned him throughout and at the end. Bauckham says, just like the Petrine inclusio in the Gospel of Mark, Rutilianus is both the first character in the story, apart from Alexander, to be named, and the last to be mentioned by name. In Porphyry's Life of Plotinus, he opens by naming Emilius, a disciple of Plotinus. Apart from Plotinus and Porphyry, he is the most named person and is the first and last to be named in the biography. Likewise, Mark opens by naming Peter, frequently references him throughout, and ends with referencing Peter. This technique is absent in Matthew and Luke, and references to Peter are minimized. This suggests Mark employed the literary device of inclusio of eyewitness to demonstrate his main source was Peter. Mark opens with Peter and ends with a reference to Peter, to remind readers this is Mark's main source. We also see Mark use a plural to singular narrative device. This is where a plural verb, without an explicit subject, is used to describe the movement of Jesus and his disciples. But then it is followed immediately by a singular verb, or pronoun, referring to Jesus alone. It is most often used when Jesus and his disciples are moving from place to place. For example, Mark 1:21 says, "And they went into Capernaum, and immediately on the Sabbath, he entered the synagogue and was teaching." Mark 5 says, "They came to the other side of the sea, to the country of the Gerasenes. And when Jesus had stepped out of the boat, immediately there met him out of the tombs a man with an unclean spirit." Mark 11:12 says, "On the following day, when they came from Bethany, he was hungry." We can see the text starts with a reference to the whole group. Then it focuses in on what Jesus did. In these parallel passages in Matthew and Luke, they prefer a singular verb to Mark's plural when dealing with Jesus and his disciples. They often only refer to the movement of Jesus without referring to the disciples moving along with him. Now, if Peter was reciting this to Mark, he would state it as, "We came from Bethany, and he was hungry." Mark would then write the "we" as "they," but retain the sense of the group moving as one. If Mark was getting his information from someone who moved around with Jesus, we would expect this plural to singular device. The narrative is told from the experience of an eyewitness of Jesus, moving within his group of disciples. Mark is giving the narrative from an insider's perspective, and from a member of the group who was moving around with Jesus. As Bauckham says, the plural to singular narrative device in Mark meets the test for internal focalization, that it is possible to rewrite the passage, substituting first-person forms for the third-person references to the focalizing characters. With a Petrine inclusio in Mark's literary means of indicating Peter as the main eyewitness source of the gospel, the plural to singular narrative device appropriately makes the dominant perspective, internal focalization, within the gospel narrative, the perspective of Peter and those closest to him. It enables readers to share the eyewitness perspective on the events that Peter's testimony embodied. Going beyond this, we find extra details that center around Peter's involvement, and he is spotlighted like no other disciple. We find him at times speaking on behalf of the group, as well as being addressed in place of the whole group. And we find a combination of both. When Peter is on the scene, his perspective is given more detail in comparison to the other disciples. In Mark 9, Peter's motives are disclosed to the reader, something Mark could only have known if he had heard this from Peter. In Mark 14, Peter is physically removed from the other disciples, and his story is told apart from the others. Peter understanding or having a misunderstanding often sets the tone of the narrative. In Mark 8, Peter makes one of the greatest proclamations of the person of Christ, only to be called Satan by Jesus a few statements later, due to his ignorance. In Mark 14, Peter makes the bold proclamation of loyalty above all the other disciples. By verses 66 to 72, he is denying Christ altogether. At the end, Peter is oddly singled out. The women are instructed to tell the disciples and Peter. Since Peter was a disciple, there is no literary reason to single him out. But it would be expected if Peter is Mark's main source. We find a similar practice in other ancient works that identified eyewitness sources. Mark wants his readers to know Peter was specifically mentioned by the angels, to remind them this is where Mark is getting most of his information, and it completes the inclusio of eyewitness device. In fact, after Jesus, Peter is the most frequently named person in Mark. As Bauckham says, Mark's Gospel not only, by its use of the inclusio of eyewitness testimony, claims Peter as its main eyewitness source, it also tells the story predominantly, though by no means exclusively, from Peter's perspective. Peter is uniquely spotlighted throughout this Gospel, indicating much of it came from his perspective. Interestingly enough, when Peter is dropped out of the narrative by chapter 15, we see Mark list other eyewitnesses and reliable trade-ins to confirm his story. This is where he mentions Simon the Cyrene, the father of Alexander and Rufus, indicating a source for his information. He also mentions 3 women by name who were witnesses, along with Joseph of Arimathea. There are 7 occurrences of verbs for seeing with the women as the subjects, which points to the idea they were eyewitnesses that Mark relied on for this part of the story. In fact, numerous commentators have said that Mark regarded the women as eyewitness sources. John Donahue and Daniel Harrington said, "The use of the imperfect 'were observing' suggests that these women took in everything from start to finish. Having witnessed Jesus' death, they also witnessed his burial, and so on Easter morning, they did not go to the wrong tomb. The chief function is to serve as witnesses to the events and the places in which these events occurred." So Mark indicates throughout his gospel Peter was his main source. When Peter was not present for the crucifixion or the discovery of the empty tomb, Mark points to women and others as his sources for information. So as we can see, the internal evidence overwhelmingly confirms the tradition that the Gospel of Mark was authored by Mark, the interpreter of Peter. We can see that Mark translated underlying Aramaic sayings that most likely came from a member of the 12. He had knowledge of Jewish customs from Judea, and early traditions that reflect the needs and worries of the first Christians in Jerusalem. Mark managed to achieve a naming pattern of onomastic congruence, something only the most sophisticated and well-documented biographers of the time could achieve. And he indicates his main source was Peter through literary devices, like plural to singular pronouns, inclusio of eyewitness, and constantly telling the story from Peter's perspective. When Peter is not present, Mark refers to other individuals, like other ancient authors did, to indicate his information still came from eyewitnesses. And of course, when we look at the external evidence, it confirms the same thing that the internal evidence points to. Mark, who was a follower of Peter, composed a gospel based on what Peter taught. This is on top of all the evidence, which overwhelmingly confirms the reliability of the Gospels. We are not dealing with late legends, but reliable and authoritative accounts that go back to eyewitnesses. Therefore, the external and internal evidence confirms the church tradition of Markian authorship. Mark is an eyewitness account about the life and teachings of Jesus. Chapter 10. Matthew, an eyewitness account. Of all four Gospels, the authorship of Matthew is the one that is doubted the most. Most scholars are convinced that Matthew, the disciple of Jesus, did not write it. It was only attributed to him later to make it seem more credible. But early church fathers unanimously agreed that the Gospel attributed to Matthew came from the disciple Matthew. Scholars argue internal evidence shows that Matthew could not have written the Gospel. However, when evaluated, their arguments seem to hold little weight, and beyond this, other internal factors support the idea that the Gospel was written by Matthew. When we look at this internal evidence and the external data, we can conclude that Matthew is in fact an eyewitness account. We noted in the last video on the reliability of Mark's Gospel. This video is contingent on numerous others that were necessary before we could argue for Matthean authorship. Many objections that could be raised against the arguments we present here were already addressed in earlier videos in this series. And with this as our foundation, we have good evidence the Gospels are reliable accounts that go back to the historical Jesus. But what evidence is there to argue that Matthew really did write the Gospel attributed to him? First, as noted in a prior video, the unanimous testimony of the early church is that Matthew is the author behind the Gospel attributed to him. The flyleaf of P4, which dates to around 200 AD, ascribes the account as the Gospel according to Matthew. Writing around the same time, Clement of Alexandria agreed and said, in the Gospel according to Matthew, the genealogy which begins with Abraham is continued down to Mary, the mother of the Lord. Irenaeus said, Matthew again relates his generation as a man, saying, the book of the generation of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham. And also, the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise. Additionally, Tertullian and Origen said Matthew authored a gospel. Irenaeus also says that Matthew, indeed among Hebrews, in their own dialect, put forth also a writing of the gospel, while Peter and Paul were evangelizing in Rome and founding the church. Eusebius recorded of the church father, Pantaenus. It is said that he went to the Indians, and the tradition is that he found there that among some of those there who had known Christ from the gospel, according to Matthew, which had preceded his coming, for Bartholomew, one of the apostles, had preached to them, and had left them the writing of Matthew in Hebrew letters. Apollinaris of Hierapolis attributed the gospel to Matthew as well. So we have unanimous agreement from various early church fathers that the gospel attributed to Matthew was written by Matthew. However, several church fathers suggested Matthew was originally written in Hebrew or Aramaic. Additionally, our earliest witness, Papias, said therefore Matthew put the sayings in an ordered arrangement in the Hebrew language, but each person interpreted them as best he could. The problem is the Greek version that we have of Matthew does not seem to have originally been in Hebrew or Aramaic, and our earliest witness seems to be talking about something else, a list of sayings that was originally in Hebrew. David Bauer said, the originally Greek character of the Gospel of Matthew is almost universally accepted by scholars today. Additionally, the canonical Gospel of Matthew also seems to have used Mark as a source, which was written in Greek. This suggests the Gospel of Matthew that we have was likely written in Greek and not translated from Hebrew or Aramaic. Craig Evans says, What the elder says of Matthew, who wrote an ordered account in Hebrew, can hardly be in reference to our Greek Matthew. Extant canonical Matthew was composed in Greek. It is not a translation of a Semitic original. But that does not mean that the tradition of a Hebrew Matthew is a myth. On the contrary, the tradition of a Hebrew Matthew is early, widespread, and well attested. So although the Greek version of Matthew doesn't seem to be a translation from Hebrew, the tradition of a Hebrew version of Matthew may be based in reality. Evans and Craig Blomberg point to a 14th century manuscript of Shem Tov ben Isaac, a rabbi who sought to refute Matthew's gospel point by point. But he was writing in Hebrew, and he preserved the text of Matthew's gospel in Hebrew. Scholars today note it does not appear to just be a translation of our canonical Greek text, and it seems to reflect certain independent renderings of an older Hebrew tradition. It is conceivable it may preserve a few traces of an original Hebrew Matthew. St. Jerome also said there was a Hebrew copy of Matthew at the Library of Caesarea in his day, which could very well mean a Hebrew copy of Matthew did exist at one time. So we have unanimous agreement that our Gospel of Matthew goes back to Matthew, but that Matthew also originally wrote something in a Hebrew language. But the Greek version of Matthew appears to have been originally written in Greek. To reconcile this, a solution has been proposed by my co-author, Stephen Boyce. Matthew originally wrote something in Hebrew or Aramaic, perhaps a list of sayings, that is or is like what scholars call the Q source. Later on, as the church was growing, Matthew published a new Greek gospel, where he utilized Mark, because it came from Peter's eyewitness testimony, and combined it with material from his work in Hebrew or Aramaic to form something entirely new. This was done to corroborate an official testimony from the apostles. Craig Blomberg seems to agree, and says, "Indeed, although it goes beyond anything we can demonstrate, it has been plausibly suggested that this first draft of Matthew was what scholars call Q. Then either Matthew himself or some other Greek-speaking Christian would have later incorporated into this first draft elements of Mark along with more distinctive traditions to create the Greek version of Matthew we now possess." This, of course, is speculative, but it does account for the available external evidence that Matthew did write the canonical Greek gospel, but also originally wrote something in a Hebrew dialect. Regardless of this, if we focus merely on the Greek version of Matthew that we do have, we still must acknowledge that the external evidence all points to Matthew being the author of the Greek gospel. But many scholars argue the internal evidence of Matthew cannot support this conclusion. Although most scholars think the author was a Jewish Christian who had knowledge of Hebrew and Aramaic, most also doubt it specifically came from Matthew. For example, why would Matthew, a disciple of Jesus, use Mark as a source? Surely he could just rely on his own memory. This is true, but we must remember Mark contained the eyewitness testimony of Peter, who is seen as the leader of the 12. Matthew would not want to contradict what Peter was teaching, and more importantly, why would he not rely on Peter, who was closer to Jesus and was present for events that Matthew was not? If my father died and I wanted to write a biography of him, but I found out my mother already wrote one, I would utilize it for my work, since she was closer to my father. Likewise, it would make perfect sense for Matthew to utilize a biography that came from Peter, and it shows Matthew was using a source of what would have been considered a reliable tradition. Charles Correll says, "If Peter was indeed the author behind Mark's gospel, then it is not surprising that Matthew would utilize Mark. Peter was a member of the inner circle of disciples, and served as their leader, and emerged as the most prominent member of the 12 in the history of the early church." Correll also notes the idea there is no Semitic element in Greek Matthew is ill-founded. Although the fathers may have overstated the extent of the Semitic origin of Matthew, modern scholars sometimes exaggerate in their complete denial of the very possibility that even a portion or substratum of the Gospel was first composed in Aramaic. W.D. Davies and Dale Allison note the author of Matthew knew Hebrew and likely Aramaic, and list roughly 5 pages of identifiable Semitisms in his Gospel to support this. Craig Blomberg points out, Matthew's Q passages regularly show signs of careful Semitic parallelism, Matthew is not without his Semitisms, and we need not argue that Matthew or whoever translated literally. Where we know that ancient sources have been translated from Hebrew into Greek, e.g. with some of Josephus's writings, there are also clear signs that the translator at times rendered his text freely and paraphrastically. If he were a tax collector who needed to be literate and well conversant with the Gentiles for whom he worked, could he not have produced a document based on prior Hebrew and Greek sources in reasonably good Greek style? So a skilled author could translate a work freely enough to hide the original language, but even knowing that, we still find evidence of Semitisms in Matthew's Gospel. Another objection to Matthean authorship is the story of his conversion. Mark and Luke say the tax collector that Jesus called was named Levi, but Matthew takes this story from Mark and says it was actually Matthew. Richard Bauckham says it's unlikely someone would have two Semitic personal names. So the story was originally about the tax collector named Levi, who was later conflated with Matthew. Matthew should have known the details of his own conversion story and not have borrowed from Mark. However, Charles Quarles points out, we have several examples of Jews having two Semitic names, like Joseph Caiaphas, Joseph who was called Kaba, and Simon who was called Matthes. The etymological sense of some of the second names indicates they were likely nicknames. The name Matthew means gift of God. Given that Jesus changed Simon's name to Cephas, and James and John were nicknamed the Sons of Thunder, it is likely Jesus also renamed his disciple Levi as Matthew to signify a new identity and leaving his old one as a tax collector behind. The grammar of Matthew 9:9 supports this, as it says he saw a man called Matthew. This gospel doesn't normally introduce men by their birth names with the word for called. It normally uses this to refer to nicknames. Quarles points out the grammar for the calling of Matthew is unique and could be rendered as a man sitting at the toll booth, Matthew, as he was called. Additionally, St. John Chrysostom and St. Jerome suggested that Mark and Luke used Matthew's birth name of Levi to protect his identity from his former life, whereas Matthew was fine with using his past as part of his testimony. Some scholars have argued that the author of Matthew appears to have had formal rabbinic training in Beth Midrash. If so, it is highly unlikely the author would have also been a tax collector, as no rabbi would have taken on a student who was also in that profession. But Quarles points out the evidence for this within Matthew's Gospel is exaggerated. No feature of this Gospel requires or is best explained by the training of the author in rabbinic school. His training in the Beth Sefer, his instructions by Rabbi Jesus, and his interaction with local synagogue leaders provide a sufficient background for the content of his gospel. In truth, there is nothing within the Gospel of Matthew that really threatens Matthean authorship, or is strong enough to challenge the external evidence that all points to the author being Matthew. More importantly, internal evidence can also be used to support Matthean authorship. Mark was likely a Gentile who took the preaching of Peter and tailored it for a Gentile audience. If Matthew was a disciple and eyewitness of Jesus in utilizing Mark's gospel, we would expect him to take what Mark had and enhance it with more details and accuracy. And this is what we find when we read Matthew in comparison to Mark. Even Dale Allison said, "I have occasionally concluded that, in this or that respect, the first gospel represents the past better than the second gospel." For instance, Matthew alone says Jesus spoke of phylacteries, which were in use in Jesus' day, and something we would expect from a Jewish rabbi. In Matthew, Jesus emphasized the importance of the Jewish law, and teaches on how to offer a sacrifice at the temple, something we would expect a rabbi of the first century to preach on. Gerd Thiessen notes Mark uses a general term to refer to Herod Antipas. Matthew uses a more specific term for Herod, calling him a tetrarch. He also gives more sensible context for why Herod did not kill John. Thiessen says, Matthew's changes in the Markian text are interesting because they show that a text that is secondary from a literary historical point of view can be more historical in some details than a text that is primary from the literary standpoint. Jacob Neusner argues Jesus' statement in Matthew about cleaning the outside of the cup but not the inside is likely authentic. as it is evidence of Shammite Pharisee purity laws that originated from prior to 70 AD, when the Shammaites had more control in Galilee. The Shammaites and the Hillelites disagreed on the proper way to wash cups. In the Gospels, Jesus used the Shammite role as a polemic against them, instead of the Hilalite role, which suggests the saying originates to a time in Galilee before the dominance of the Hilalite school there. The Christian saying certainly originated from a knowledge of the Shammite view of the law, and at a time in which the Shammite version was binding. So the New Testament saying, whether or not by Jesus, derives from the period of Shammite predominance, that is, before 70. So Matthew accurately described a Shammite custom that fits with the time when Jesus was preaching. Matthew depicts Jesus speaking of the Pharisees on tithing their mint, dill, and cumin. This is probably authentic because it reflects rabbinic practices. As Peter J. Williams said, Jesus is saying about how the Pharisees were careful to tithe their mint, dill, and cumin, shows specific knowledge of the rabbinic debates about tithing of dill and cumin. Craig Keener notes Matthew adds a line to Mark's account on Jesus speaking about blasphemy of the Holy Spirit that is likely authentic. But if it is by the Spirit of God that I cast out demons, then the kingdom of God has come upon you. Keener notes this is in line with ancient Israelite anthropomorphic language, which equates the finger of God with God's Spirit. He says, early Christians had no other available source for the idea than Jesus himself, yet it makes good sense. As the climax of history approaches, the forces of God's kingdom and the devil's are right in battle against one another. Michael Patrick Barber and Gerd Thiessen argue Matthew's description of Jesus speaking on clean and unclean foods is probably more accurate. They point out that Mark's commentary, thus he declared all foods clean, could be misconstrued to mean Jesus was abolishing kosher laws for Israelites. Matthew omits this line and does a better job at explaining what Jesus meant. This would be expected if Matthew was present for this exchange and could clarify what Jesus said. W.D. Davies and Dale Allison said, its teaching is probably closer to Jesus' teaching than Mark's account. Davies and Allison also point out that Mark says the robe draped over Jesus was purple, whereas Matthew says it was a scarlet cloak. The two colors were very similar, and Mark's account can be understood as a generalization. But Matthew's version fits better with the garbs of Roman soldiers, and is deemed more historical by Davies and Allison. They also highlight Matthew's tradition of Jesus changing Simon's name to Peter. This event is missing in the other Gospels, but we see allusions to it in Paul's letters. Paul typically refers to Peter by the name Cephas, but in Galatians 2 he breaks from that and calls him Peter. And Paul speaks of a special commission that Peter has. He also refers to him as one of the pillars, which Davies and Allison say is conceptually close to Peter being a foundational rock. Thus they conclude, proof to be sure is lacking, but one must entertain the possibility that Galatians 1-2 as a possible witness to the very early circulation of something, very much like Matthew 16:17-19. C.K. Barrett has argued that 1 Corinthians 3:11 also shows Paul's knowledge of the gospel tradition about Peter. If Barrett is right, at least the primitive character of an important portion of Matthew 16:13-20 would be established. So it appears Matthew preserved an early tradition which corresponds to what we find in Paul's letters, which would be expected if Matthew was present for this event. This also may have been left out of Mark because Peter was concerned it gave him too much honor. Also, given that Mark has been shown to be reliable, this means Matthew inherits Mark's naming pattern and its onomastic congruence. Matthew has essentially taken a reliable biography of Jesus and enhanced it. Thus, Michael Patrick Barber says, in fact, Matthew provides us with a more reliable portrait than Mark in certain places, is not merely possible, but probable. This is especially the case when it comes to areas involving Jewish concerns. Craig Keener says, Matthew has re-Judaized Jesus based on solid traditions available to him. Some of these may be more Palestinian, but not necessarily more historical than Mark. Others may actually represent the original oral traditions behind Mark or some other material shared with Luke. As noted, church fathers seem to indicate Matthew knew Hebrew, In corroborating this, numerous scholars are in agreement that the author of the Gospel could read Hebrew. Davies and Allison state quite confidently the data given in the charts presented leads irresistibly to the conclusion Matthew knew Hebrew. They list various reasons for thinking this, like that Matthew put forward a form of the Shema which stands closer to the Masoretic. Several Matthean texts stay closer to Jewish tradition than the interpretation in the Markian or Lukian parallels, and several times Matthew brought his sources closer in line with the Old Testament. They also list numerous Semitisms throughout his Gospel, which supports the conclusion that the author was a Jew who had knowledge of Hebrew and Aramaic. Craig Keener notes Matthew translates from the Hebrew in several places, and blends it with renderings we find in the Septuagint. The author clearly has knowledge of Hebrew, which he utilized when writing his Gospel. He also made sure to maintain the purity of Hebrew terms in Greek writing. In Matthew 1:21, Matthew tells us the meaning of Jesus' name. The Greek name for Jesus does not produce the full meaning of this message. Greek in Jesus is a transliterated name from Yeshu, the Lord saves. Matthew gave a descriptive definition in order to bring out the Hebrew meaning of save his people from their sins. Matthew says the Messiah will be a Nazarene. This does not make sense in Greek, and there is no specific prophecy of this, but in Hebrew one can find a connection. This is a play on word that makes sense in Hebrew phraseology. This is recalling the Hebrew title branch, which we see in Isaiah 11, and it would use the same 3 Hebrew letters. This suggests a Hebrew or Aramaic understanding behind this passage in Matthew. Charles Quarles notes Matthew's genealogy uses a rabbinic technique of gematria. This is the practice of assigning a numerical value to a name. Gematria uses a numerical value of the letters of the Hebrew alphabet to communicate messages. Matthew's genealogy is arranged in 3 sets of 14. In Hebrew, the name David is 3 letters. Thus 14 is the numeric value of the name David. Quarles says, by arranging Jesus' genealogy into 3 sets of 14 generations, Matthew shows that the genealogy shouts David, David, David. However, the gematria does not work in Matthew's Greek Gospel. The structure only works in a Hebrew gematria. So the author must have known Hebrew well enough to compose the structure, and he must have assumed his immediate readers could decipher the significance of this structure. We also see Matthew often translated Aramaic words. Matthew frequently used a word which means after this. It appears around 90 times in Matthew, 6 in Mark, 15 in Luke, and 10 in John. Over 50 of the uses in Matthew are parallel passages with Mark. This would mean he introduces around 45 new uses outside of the Markian material. This would support the notion that the author knew Aramaic. Matthew often uses the term Israel to refer to the Jews. Around 80 AD, this term fell out of favor, and the Jews started to refer to themselves as Jews more often, instead of as Israel. Matthew uses Israel about 12 times, whereas John uses it about 4 times. Matthew uses Jews about 5 times, and John uses it 65 times. This points to Matthew being consistent with the early Jewish practice. Additionally, Matthew uses the term for heaven in reference to God's kingdom throughout his account. It is often found in the plural, just as you see it in the Hebrew Old Testament. This is a term unique to Matthew, demonstrating the Hebrew origins behind such a phrase. It is used over 30 times in Matthew, and not in any other gospel. The other gospels use the phrase kingdom of God. Matthew utilizes this phrase only 5 times. Whoever wrote Matthew was able to read Hebrew and Aramaic. Internal evidence also suggests the author was a Jew familiar with Jewish customs and literary practices, and was writing to a Jewish audience. This corroborates and fits with the tradition we find among the Church Fathers on the origin of Matthew. Finally, within the Gospel we see indications it was written by a tax collector or someone who would have had expertise with coins from that time. Matthew talks more about coinage and monetary issues than any other Gospel, which suggests the author had a special interest in this subject. In the story of Jesus discussing paying taxes to Caesar, Mark and Luke use the generic term denarian, but Matthew uses the precise phrase, state coin used to pay the poll tax. Matthew alone records the story of the temple tax, where men come to collect the 2 drachma temple tax from Peter and Jesus. Jesus tells Peter to go fishing, and in the mouth of the fish he catches, he will find a stater, which is a Greek coin worth 4 drachma. So Matthew accurately records the transactional value of coins in this story. He also accurately describes different types of coins in ways the other gospel authors do not. In Matthew 5:26, Jesus is describing a state where someone is in prison to pay off debt. Matthew mentions a copper coin, which is the smallest Roman coin, and would be appropriate for the story of someone having to pay every last cent before they are released. In 10:29, he mentions an assertion, and accurately describes its monetary worth at about 1/16 of a denarius. In other passages, he accurately states a denarion, a Roman silver coin, is equivalent to a laborer's average daily wage. It also makes sense that Matthew would be the one to record teachings of Jesus that deal with debt, loan, and wages, include stories and statements of tax collectors, when the other Gospels do not. Peter J. Williams says, Matthew himself was traditionally identified as a tax collector, and Matthew's Gospel shows the greatest level of financial interest, including numerous references to money and treasure that Matthew alone records. The Magi with their rich gifts, the parable about hidden treasure, the parable about the discovered pearl, the scribe compared to someone bringing out old and new treasures, the account of Peter and the temple collectors, the parable of the servant who was forgiven a huge debt of 10,000 talents, and who refused to forgive a fellow servant of debt of 100 denarii, the parable of the workers in the vineyard, discontented with their pay of 1 denarius for a day, because the same was given to late arrivals who had worked less time, the parable about talents, Judas's betrayal money, and what was purchased with it, the bribe given by the chief priest to the guards at Jesus' tomb. Internal evidence indicates the author of the Gospel of Matthew had a special interest in monetary issues, unlike the other Gospel authors, which supports the tradition the author was indeed Matthew, the tax collector. Now, of course, internal evidence alone isn't sufficient to ever demonstrate the author of the Gospel was indeed Matthew. However, when we combine it with the external evidence, which is that our earliest witnesses all attest to the author of the Gospel being Matthew, we end up with a strong cumulative case for Matthean authorship. Matthew likely took the Gospel of Mark, which contained the preaching of Peter, and then enhanced it with his own eyewitness knowledge, his knowledge of Jewish customs, Hebrew and Aramaic, and monetary issues to make a gospel for the Jews. This is on top of all the evidence which overwhelmingly confirms the reliability of the Gospels. As stated before, we are not dealing with late legends, but reliable and authoritative accounts that go back to eyewitnesses. Therefore, the external and internal evidence confirms the church tradition of Matthean authorship. Matthew is an eyewitness account on the life and teachings of Jesus. Chapter 11. Luke, an eyewitness account. The Gospel of Luke is a peculiar work to even exist. In the church, Luke was known as a Gentile convert, a physician, and a traveling companion of the Apostle Paul. Paul obtained information on Jesus from Peter and James, but he didn't follow Jesus during his earthly ministry. And with only this fact to go on, it would make Luke 3 steps removed from Jesus. Why would we include a gospel in the biblical canon, written by someone so far removed from Christ? But the truth is more interesting than we realize. When we dive into the Gospel of Luke, we find strong evidence the author obtained eyewitness testimony on what Jesus taught and did, and we find indications that the Gospel does go back to Luke the physician. Thus Luke is in fact based on eyewitness accounts. As we noted in the last videos on Matthew and Mark, this is one video in a series on the reliability of the Gospels. Many objections that could be raised against the arguments we present here were addressed in earlier videos. So we have good evidence the Gospels are reliable accounts that go back to the historical Jesus. But what evidence is there to argue that Luke did write the Gospel attributed to him? First, the unanimous attestation of the early church is that Luke wrote the Gospel attributed to him, as well as the book of Acts. No one has ever ascribed the Gospel or Acts to another author. Clement of Alexandria said Luke was the author of his Gospel. Irenaeus, Tertullian, and Origen agreed. The Muratorian fragment, which dates to around 150 AD, says, the third Gospel book, that according to Luke, the physician Luke after Christ's ascension, since Paul had taken him with him as an expert in the way of his teaching, composed in it his own name according to his thinking. Yet neither did he himself see the Lord in the flesh, and therefore, as he was able to ascertain it, so he begins to tell the story from the birth of John. The anti-Marcionite prologue says, indeed Luke was an Antiochian Syrian, a doctor by profession, a disciple of the apostles. Later, however, he followed Paul until his martyrdom, serving the Lord blamelessly. He never had a wife, he never fathered children, and died at the age of 84, full of the Holy Spirit in Boeotia. Therefore, although Gospels had already been written, indeed by Matthew in Judea, but by Mark in Italy, moved by the Holy Spirit, he wrote down this Gospel in the parts of Achaia, and indeed afterward the same Luke wrote the Acts of the Apostles. So we see early texts confirming the tradition that the Gospel author was Luke, a traveling companion of Paul. And when we look at 3 letters attributed to Paul, we see he mentions someone named Luke was with him. In Colossians, it even says Luke is a physician. So the external evidence puts a physician named Luke in the company of Paul, and also confirms that Luke is the author of the Gospel attributed to him. Given how far Luke was removed from Jesus, it is unlikely the church made this tradition up. Leon Morris said, Luke was not, as far as we know, a person of such prominence in the early church, as to have 2 such considerable volumes as these fathered onto him without reason. If people were guessing, would they not be much more likely to come up with an apostle? Given this, Lucan authorship is more likely to be an authentic tradition. However, as noted at the beginning, how can we trust the testimony of someone so far removed from Jesus? Does the internal evidence confirm the church tradition of Lucan authorship? In truth, Luke was not 3 or more steps removed from the eyewitnesses of Jesus. We have good reason to believe he spent considerable time in Judea and interviewed the eyewitnesses. First, the Gospel opens with an interesting preface. It says he's writing to someone named Theophilus. Given that Theophilus, the dedicatee, is named, he would have known who was writing to him. It's extremely unlikely Theophilus received an anonymous biography. Simon Gathercole notes the author's name would probably have been included outside of the main body, like in a title. The dedication to Theophilus in Luke's Gospel means that the name of the author could hardly have been omitted from the title. And Luke's prologue demands a title with Luke's name, or else the first person references in Luke 1:1-4 would be left hanging. Given that Theophilus would have known who the author was, and that later church fathers unanimously agreed the author is Luke, the simplest explanation is the author of the Gospel was always known to be Luke, which is why we see the same attribution among later church fathers, spread across a wide geographical range. This is a more parsimonious explanation than the idea that Theophilus knew who the author was, but that knowledge was lost, then someone in the 2nd century attributed it to Luke and had the power to convince the rest of the church that this man, who never met Jesus, was the author. If the tradition of Lucan authorship was made up at a later point, we should see a diverse debate about who the author was. Instead, we see agreement the author was Luke, and the idea at the beginning that the authorship of the Gospel was never known to be anonymous. Not only that, but the preface is meant to indicate to Theophilus and others the historical nature of the whole work. Greg Sterling notes, it is one of the most polished sentences in the New Testament. John Moles noted, the preface signals a conscious appropriation of the historical nature of works like that of Herodotus, Thucydides, and Polybius. In other words, Luke intended for his narrative to be read as any other Greek history, and not as fiction. As many observe, not only is Luke or Luke Acts narrative, but it is some sort of historical narrative, that is, a series of past events, in a narrative of past events, especially one drawn up, written up, accurately and in order, and with a beginning and an end. Itself denotes historiography, history itself consisting of things that happened or that were done. After this immediate generic signal, readers must read the rest of the preface historiographically, as the narrative broadly confirms. John J. Peters notes the preface follows a similar method Thucydides employed, and to a lesser extent, the method employed by Polybius. Thucydides indicated the importance of relying on eyewitnesses, and being an eyewitness from the beginning. He also taught one could not write accurately about non-contemporary events, because one would rely on old poets who were inclined to exaggerate. Luke followed these ideas, and says he was part of a group that received information, not simply from eyewitnesses, but eyewitnesses from the beginning. Along with this, Luke follows this by stating that he has investigated everything that goes back to the beginning. This means Luke is claiming his information came from eyewitnesses, who saw firsthand everything he is reporting. He also mentions another group as a source, the servants of the word. Luke used a Greek word that was often used for the Hebrew word hazan, as seen in Luke 4:20. The hazans in Judea were responsible for keeping the sacred scrolls in the synagogue. So Luke indicates some special individuals preserved and controlled the tradition of Jesus. The use of the single definite article makes it likely that these were carefully selected eyewitnesses who were trusted with keeping the oral tradition in check. John J. Peters says, Luke may have distinguished these groups of eyewitnesses in order to highlight their respective roles as sources. The narrow group of eyewitnesses, servants of the word, functioning as sources for the reported speeches and dialogues, and the larger group of eyewitnesses functioning as sources for the events narrated. Additionally, Claire Rothschild analyzed the claims ancient historians made in their prefaces and found 6 claims were commonly made. These were the claim to truth, the claim to accuracy, the claim to research, or have a narrative from the beginning, the claim to avoid style, the claim to order, and the claim to rely on autopsy or eyewitnesses. Rothschild notes the terminology is flexible, and not every claim was always utilized. But even with that, Luke utilized 5 of the 6 claims, indicating his work was very much written in the fashion of a history that is meant to pass along accurate eyewitness testimony. Luke also claimed his work as a narration, which is the same word Polybius, Josephus, and Diodorus used to refer to their histories. And Sean Adams noted, Luke's preface falls comfortably within the proportional range of historical prefaces. Eve Marie Becker noted he used a word that refers to obtaining complete knowledge, which was used in juridical or administrative contexts. One would not use this term unless they were suggesting a high degree of confidence that they obtained accurate and complete knowledge. When this term was observed in the writings of Josephus, Steve Mason remarked, "It is difficult to believe that he employed the akribia theme historiographically with little thought of its implications." Thus, Luke employed lexical and semantic features that one would expect if he necessarily relied on eyewitness testimony. It is unlikely Luke would go through the trouble of carefully mimicking Greco-Roman historiographical work and use such powerful language if he was merely writing a fictional account, or did not honestly believe he was passing on accurate eyewitness testimony. As Loveday Alexander remarked, "It is simplest to conclude, short of positive indications to the contrary, that Luke meant what he said." With this in mind, it is unfounded to assume Luke's gospel was intended to be fictional. Some skeptics have argued that if Luke did rely on eyewitnesses, it is odd he only mentions this in his preface and not throughout his gospel. But Peters notes Thucydides also appeared to only mention his sources and methods in his preface. John Marincola suggested this was likely done to achieve a smooth narrative flow, which was probably also Luke's goal. Peters says, "The critical point to highlight with Thucydides' handling of sources is that as a general rule, outside of the opening preface, he does not interrupt the narrative in order to cite, name, or discuss his sources. Equally important to note is that subsequent writers largely followed his convention of concealing the sources within their narrative." Luke Pitcher says one of the biggest problems we face is the fact that ancient historians concealed their sources within their narrative. So Luke was following the same pattern employed by other historians of his time. As Richard Bauckham said, "The Gospels share broadly in the attitude to eyewitness testimony that was common among historians in the Greco-Roman period." Some argue that Luke implied the written accounts that came before his were in error or inadequate, Since Mark was written before Luke, this could mean Luke was asserting he rejected the reliability of Mark. But Craig Keener says, many think that Luke thus finds fault within the works of his predecessors, but Luke's language is far less harsh than that of writers who genuinely criticized their predecessors. Loveday Alexander adds, the real difficulty with this reading lies not in the parallels or in the verb itself, but in its relation with the text as a whole. For in succeeding verses, Luke, by implication, enlists these same predecessors alongside himself as recipients of authentic tradition, and ranges himself beside them, not against them, with words that seem good to me also. Furthermore, since it is pretty clear Luke did use Mark as a source, he may not have rejected it outright, but merely thought it was missing important additional information that he obtained from other sources. John Peters thinks Luke was claiming former accounts were inaccurate, but suggests Luke is referring to the written accounts that he mentions later in the narrative of Acts, which were those of Lysias and Festus. Either way, there is no good evidence that Luke thought Mark, or even Matthew, were inadequate or inaccurate. The preface is not the only place Luke stresses the importance of eyewitness testimony. In Acts, we see he recounts the time the disciples picked a replacement for Judas Iscariot. To meet the qualifications, Peter said the replacement must have been an eyewitness from the baptism of John until the ascension. So Luke noted the importance of being an eyewitness to be an authority in the church. Acts 24 records that Felix had more accurate information on the Christian movement. In the narrative, we can see this is because he was able to consult eyewitnesses, like Paul. In Acts 18, Luke tells us of the preaching of Apollos, but points out he was only taught on the baptism of John, so he needed to be corrected and updated because he obtained limited eyewitness testimony. The implication is Apollos was not an adequate deliverer of the word because of his lack of eyewitness testimony. Peter says, Luke's narrative repeatedly stresses examination of eyewitnesses in pursuit of the goal of secure knowledge and secure writing, so also Polybius stresses at critical moments the importance of secure writing. If the author reminds us multiple times throughout his work of the importance of eyewitness testimony, and directly says he obtained eyewitness testimony, if we're being reasonable and apply the principle of charity, the conclusion we should come to is the author likely did consult eyewitnesses of Jesus in order to write his gospel. Luke should be considered innocent until proven guilty. Additionally, we have good reason to believe the author of Luke was a traveling companion of Paul. In Acts 16:10-17, something peculiar happens. We see the author refers to the apostles in third person before this point, but then he suddenly switches and starts saying we. Colin Hemmer noted, the use of we involves the claim to personal participation. The pronouns return to third person after, but when Paul returns to Macedonia, the pronouns return to first person plural and remain the same until the group arrives in Jerusalem, and Paul is subsequently arrested. When Paul is finally sent to Rome, the pronouns again change from third person to first person plural and remain the same until the end. The only other place we see first person pronouns is in the prefaces, where the author is clearly referring to himself. Given this, it is likely the author reintroduced the first person pronouns only later in Acts because he was present for these events. The charitable interpretation is the we sections refer to when Luke was with Paul for his mission work. Some have argued the author of Luke Acts has merely reproduced the diary notes of someone else and didn't change the pronouns to third person. But this explanation runs into numerous problems. Colin Hemmer notes this doesn't fit with the professional style of Luke Acts, which is a seamless narrative. Why should the writer have preserved mechanically the inappropriate pronouns from a narrative by a different, unidentified person? It is a phenomenon oddly out of step with the smooth Lucan unity we have observed, and it is hard to square with arguments for redaction. Second, why only include the supposed first-person pronouns from his source at various times in Acts? Why not insert this in the Gospel and make it seem like you were an eyewitness of Jesus from the beginning? It is also odd the we passages only show up in the prefaces and sections of Acts that would align with the church tradition that the author was a traveling companion of Paul. A more parsimonious explanation is the author was noting when he was present, and he has already set a precedent in the opening verses of the Gospel that he'll use first-person pronouns when it is relevant. It is therefore reasonable to assume he does this later in Acts only because he was present with Paul at these times. On top of this, Colin Hemmer went through the last 16 chapters of Acts, which are comprised mostly of Paul traveling around the Gentile world. He notes there is at least 84 facts in these chapters that are confirmed by archaeology and external sources. To give some examples, Luke knows the proper names of ports, local industries for various regions, the proper lines of borders, slang terminology, specific landmarks, local variations in languages, and the proper titles for local officials. He knows the governor of Cyprus was called a proconsul, while in Philippi they were referred to as magistrates. In Thessalonica, they were called politarchs. In Ephesus, the chief magistrate was called the town clerk, and the ruler of Malta was referred to as a chief. In the story of the shipwreck, Luke knows accurate sailing times of distance to ports, directions of sailing, relevant meteorological factors, the correct naming of villages, accurate nautical jargon, and the presence of superfluous details concerning even significant nautical maneuvers. Richard Hansen noted that Luke's accuracy and vividness here exceeded Thucydides when writing about similar events. Luke also has to cover the political landscape of Palestine from Herod the Great up until around 60 AD. The problem is this period is incredibly complicated. First, Herod the Great rules a united kingdom, but then it's divided between his three sons. Herod Archelaus is never certified as king, but is allowed to reign. Then Archelaus makes a mess of Judea and is deposed. Judea is reduced to a Roman province run by prefects, but the religious leaders are still allowed some rule in military power. This lasted until Herod Agrippa was given kingship of the region. He reigned for a few years before dying and is replaced by procurators. However, later Herod Agrippa II is given some power in Judea, but it's limited. The whole issue is very confusing and befuddles even some Roman historians. But Luke easily navigated through this complicated mess where it would be easy to make a mistake. In telling the story of Jesus in the early church, he accurately depicts the complicated political changes, even though that was not his main focus. One does not obtain this kind of accuracy unless they were an eyewitness or were close with the eyewitnesses. This strongly suggests the author was present for the events of Acts and familiar with the eyewitnesses like Paul when he was absent. And this would of course support the church tradition that the author was a traveling companion of Paul. One of the interesting facts about the second we section is it ends by noting the group had arrived in Jerusalem. Then the author implies he separated from Paul for a few years while Paul was in Roman custody. Corresponding with the preface of Luke, this would have been the perfect time for Luke to interview many of the eyewitnesses in and around Jerusalem. So the author indicates he was not several steps removed from Jesus, but would have had access to eyewitnesses before venturing with Paul to Rome, where he might have been able to find more eyewitnesses, like Peter. To support these claims, an important feature of Luke Acts that indicates he interviewed eyewitnesses is the presence of onomastic congruence in his books. As we noted in the video on Mark's Gospel, onomastic congruence refers to the creation of naming patterns by an ancient author that appropriately reflects the data of relevant prosopographies. In other words, an ancient work has onomastic congruence if the names within the body of the work align with the ratio of names we find from that period. For example, the most popular name in Judea in the 1st century is Simon. If someone was writing a history of Judea from that time, we would expect that one of the most popular names in their work would be Simon. Names like Matthew or Annas should appear much less throughout the work, given they were not as popular as names like Simon or Joseph. We would also expect that because Simon was such a popular name, an author would find a way to distinguish those that have that name, like referring to one Simon as Simon son of Jonah, and another as Simon the Tanner. Whereas less popular names, like Zacchaeus, will have no need for distinguishing them. And if an ancient work contains a naming pattern that aligns well with the distribution of names from that time and place that it purports to come from, this supports its overall reliability. Luc Vandeweghe said, a work with onomastic congruence has 3 factors. a relatively significant number of appropriate proper names, a relatively increased level of detail in proper names, patterns of proper names reflecting the situation on the ground. Seldom were a non-historiographical work surveyed in our study contain any one of these three features. It never contains all three. Vandeweghe put this to the test and surveyed the naming patterns in various ancient works to see which ones would contain onomastic congruence. The Apocrypha Gospels, various tragedies and novels, were found to lack onomastic congruence. Surprisingly, even some Greco-Roman biographies failed to achieve onomastic congruence. Thus, Vandeweghe noted, lacking onomastic congruence doesn't mean a work is not historical or reliable, but if a work does achieve it, it strengthens its overall reliability. The only biographies that obtained onomastic congruence were Josephus' autobiography, Plutarch's Lives, and Suetonius' 12 Caesars. Craig Keener noted, these biographies marked the height of historical reliability and were written at a time when biographical expectations for historical reliability were at their highest. The fact that Vandeweghe finds onomastic congruence in all three supports this conclusion. And as we noted, Vandeweghe also found onomastic congruence in Mark's Gospel, which puts it in a category along with the most reliable biographies of the ancient world. However, when Luke Acts was examined, onomastic congruence was found to an even greater extent than Mark's Gospel, which supports Luke's overall reliability. Since the time Vandeweghe published his research on onomastic congruence, he has continued to update and improve his argument when it comes to naming statistics. With the help of the statistician Jason Wilson, he has demonstrated in a statistically significant way that Luke, for example, could likely not have achieved his naming patterns through fabrication, even if he had access to the works of Josephus and a significant amount of appropriate Jewish names. In fact, the Gospels and Acts contain a statistically closer naming pattern to the general population than Josephus does, thus further confirming Luke's historical care and strengthening his claim that he relied on eyewitness testimony. Also supporting the claim that he relied on eyewitnesses is the presence of Semitisms in his Gospel. James Edwards found that the synoptic material, independently found in Luke, contained 400% more Semitisms than the material shared with Matthew and Luke. This material also contained 28 of the 44 named individuals in Luke, and would greatly contribute to his overall onomastic congruence. And this suggests his independent material came from eyewitnesses. The names were also likely included for a similar reason that Mark had named random individuals during the death and burial of Jesus. These were some of the eyewitness sources that Luke relied on for his material that was independent of Mark. For example, Luke 8 lists 3 women, irrelevant for the story of Jesus, along with minor details about them. As we noted in the video on Mark's Gospel, this was likely an ancient practice of stating one's sources within the narrative. When names are listed that are irrelevant to the story, the author is likely telling us the eyewitnesses they consulted. Albert Hochterp and Adalbert Deneau provided a comprehensive list of the available Semitisms throughout Luke Acts, and concluded Luke intentionally varied the Semitisms in his 2 books, and infused them with the rhetorical aims of his prologue. This strengthens Luke's overall reliability and authenticity. To quote, "With details of Semitic language and traditional backgrounds, Luke buttresses the point of authenticity and reliability of his Gospel account about Jesus and his movement in early Jewish milieus of the 1st century CE. An example is Luke typically writes Simon Peter in its Hellenized form, but he switches to the Semitic form when he's quoting James. Raymond Martin noted that Luke added to Mark's account of the Transfiguration, but wherever Luke did this, it is significantly more Semitic. This would be unexpected if Luke was merely adding fictional aspects. Luke Vandeweghe says, "This would be unexpected if Luke used an independent written source from Mark, since it would be highly unusual for it to be consistently more Semitic than Mark, only in places where it does not overlap with Mark. At the same time, it would be strange if Luke supplemented Mark with another written source sporadically, smoothing out the Semitisms only when taking over the Markan text. It seems more likely that Luke supplemented the Markan text with extra material he received from an informant, possibly Peter, adorning it with a narrative style that added weight and authenticity to this setting." Luke's infancy narrative, which recounts the virgin birth, is often assumed to be late fiction, but it is replete with Semitisms. Based on manuscript evidence, Richard Fellows noted that Luke typically refers to Mary with a Semitic variant of her name, but in Luke 2:19 and Acts 1:14, he uses the Greek form of the name. These seem to be Luke's editorial notes and are distinct from the Semitic tradition he inherited. The infancy narrative is also filled with allusions and quotations to the Greek Septuagint. Stephen Ferris notes this section of Luke's Gospel, including the hymns, is very similar to the Septuagint and has an apparent Semitic nature. However, when we read the prefaces and the we sections of Acts, we find something interesting. We observe very few Semitisms and biblical allusions. If it was merely the author's style of writing in a Semitic fashion, why is it oddly lacking in his preface in the we sections? We see a distinction between material, where the author claims to be present, and material that would have come from eyewitnesses of Jesus in the early church. This suggests Luke received his material on Jesus, like the infancy narrative, from a Semitic-speaking source, and combined it with his own notes on his travels with Paul. The Semitisms throughout his Gospel, combined with onomastic congruence, suggest Luke was getting his information from eyewitnesses. Not only does Luke tell us he was a traveling companion of Paul and did consult eyewitnesses, but the internal evidence of Luke Acts confirms this as well. Finally, another interesting aspect of Luke's Gospel is it contains more medical language than the other three Gospels. The church tradition is the author was a physician. If this is true, we should expect that he would have written in a way that would have subtly revealed knowledge of medical phrases and ideas. In the 19th century, W.K. Hobart documented numerous instances of medical terms throughout both works, and used this to argue the author was a physician. But in 1919, Henry Cadbury responded to Hobart and argued many of the terms that Luke used, which Hobart classified as medical, could be found throughout other ancient works, like the Septuagint, the writings of Josephus, the lives of Plutarch, or the works of Lucian. These works have almost all the medical terms that Hobart observed in Luke Acts. Cadbury was correct to say that Hobart overextended his claim that the mere presence of terms found in medical treatises is enough to demonstrate the author was a physician, but this doesn't mean the argument is entirely useless. One can still make a case that the Gospel coheres with the church tradition that the author was a physician, given the amount of medical language when it is compared to the other three Gospels. As Werner Marx said, commentators who followed Hobart, like Zahn, Harnack, Plumer, and Creed, all agree that Hobart overextended himself, but they, after sifting Hobart's list and sometimes finding new instances of medical language in Luke, all agree that there remain a number of good references demonstrating Luke's penchant for a physician's specialized vocabulary. Recently, Annette Weisenreiter updated the argument and pointed out one cannot simply compile a list of the terms in Luke Acts and conclude the author must have been a physician. Instead, one must focus on the way Luke writes and how he uses ancient medical language. To quote, "One thing we can say with certainty, the author of the Gospel of Luke had some knowledge of ancient medicine." This is supported by a recent and extensive analysis of documentary papyri by Thomas Grafton. He said, by comparison, Luke's writings make more frequent use of named illnesses than what we find in the documentary papyri. Luke Vandewey adds, the Thesaurus Linguae Graecae, a searchable database of over 11,000 ancient Greek documents and 125 million words, now allows us to determine that some of Luke's words are indeed used exclusively by medical writers. A notable example is seen in Luke 18:25, where he changes the Greek words for both eye and needle. The combination of these words are only seen in three other ancient works: Galen's Medical Glossary of Hippocrates, another text of Galen, and in a text of the physician Oribasius. At one point in Acts, Luke uses a Greek word for upper. All other ancient uses of this word are only found in medical writings. Luke, however, uses it in a non-medical context, which could betray familiarity with the term, where he used it without thinking. Luke opens his preface by saying, "Inasmuch as many have undertaken to compile a narrative, of the things that have been accomplished among us. The whole preface mimics the style of writing of other historians, but this sentence aligns with the way the ancient physician Hippocrates opened one of his medical treatises, as many have undertaken to speak or to write concerning the healing arts. Luke is the only gospel to record Jesus' statement, "Physician, heal yourself." It is stated as a proverb that Luke would have recognized. He also demonstrates grace towards his fellow physicians when he recounts the events surrounding the woman with the issue of blood. Mark wrote, "Now a certain woman had a flow of blood for 12 years, and had suffered many things from many physicians. She had spent all that she had and was no better, but rather grew worse." Luke is less harsh and only makes a clinical statement about the inability of the woman to get healed. Luke often adjusts Mark's wording to clarify the intensity of the medical description. Matthew and Mark only speak of a fever, but Luke made sure to emphasize that it was a high fever, and used terminology similar to what we find in medical literature. It was common for physicians to distinguish between high and slight fevers, something Luke would have been aware of, whereas the other Gospels would not. Matthew and Mark only say a leper came to Jesus, whereas Luke speaks of a certain man being full of leprosy. We would expect a physician to want to note the advanced state of the disease, instead of merely stating he was a leper. Luke is the only Gospel author to record a man healed of dropsy, and he even uses the correct medical term. In Luke 8, he adds to Mark's text of the Gadarene to include a comment about his going into the desert and living alone for a long period of time, which is in line with comments from Areteus and Silius Elleranius about the disease of mania. In Luke 13, he mentions a woman being healed of an 18-year back condition. In both of these accounts, Luke includes a reference to the length of illness, which was important for diagnosing someone in ancient medical literature. Weisenreiter says, "The Lucan author's emphasis on the duration of an illness through the mention of an uncertain period of time, or a precise number of years, is striking in comparison with the versions in the Gospels of Mark and Matthew. A statement of the duration of the illness, sometimes specifying a concrete number of years, is extremely relevant to the diagnosis of an illness in the Corpus Hippocraticum." Comparing the raising of Jairus' daughter in Matthew, Mark, and Luke, we see Luke arrange the account to fit an ancient medical description. Luke emphasized the age of the girl, the time she is given something to eat, and adds the return of her spirit. This can be explained in Luke's understanding of the incident as a case of hysteria phenomena, which was thought to impact women linked with virginity or widowhood. Symptoms were thought to include difficulty breathing, the inability to eat, and paralysis. Ancient doctors related anecdotes of patients being without breath for many days without passing away. A return of breath was not always linked to prior death, so Luke may be taking Jesus' comment that she was not sick but asleep as being literally correct. Thus Luke seems to have understood this as a healing account. Werner Mark said, Luke's medical pneuma surfaces in his report of the raising of Jairus' daughter, when Jesus said to her, "Get up, little girl," and incidentally, Luke reports that she got up at once, another clinical word, and that Jesus ordered some food for her, a feature of Greek medicine. Annette Weisenreiter said, "When we compare the description in the illness narratives of the Gospel of Mark with those of the Gospel of Luke, we encounter not only a quantitative increase in illness and healing stories, but marked differences in the depiction of the symptoms and the associated effects as well." Weisenreiter lists many other instances which align with the way a physician would write. Similar to how monetary aspects of Jesus' teachings seem to have stuck in the mind of Matthew, the tax collector, if Luke was a physician, we would expect medical aspects of Jesus' ministry would stick in his mind, and he would describe ailments and healing processes more like a physician, and this is what seems to be the case in Luke's Gospel. Additionally, contra Cadbury, comparing Luke to larger ancient corpuses is not a fair comparison. Josephus and Plutarch wrote far more than the two books of Luke. The Septuagint is a far bigger corpus as well. The works of Lucian are less extensive, but Lucian was well educated and interested in medical subjects. E.T. Withington noted he was a traveling show lecturer, ready to give a rhetorical exhibition on almost any subject. Given how much more exhaustive these authors were, we would expect them to have a larger vocabulary, so contrasting them to the length of Luke Acts is not an equal comparison. In fact, given how much shorter Luke Acts is compared to these other collections, the fact that he had so much medical jargon for a smaller amount of text supports the theory the author was a physician. A better one to make is to compare Luke to the language of the other Gospels, given that they are more comparable in terms of size and speak of the same events. And when we do this, we find Luke stands out in terms of medical language. And finally, contra Hobart, the argument cannot be that the terms used by Luke could only have been used by a physician, but that the amount we find and how they are used, in comparison to the other Gospels, stands out and suggests the author had some medical training. And although this cannot itself prove the author was a physician, it does lend credence to the church tradition that the author was indeed Luke the physician. So when we look at the data, we see the author reported he interviewed eyewitnesses of Jesus and emphasized the importance of eyewitness testimony. He also mentions he was present with Paul during his travels, and the text implies he would have had a perfect opportunity for about 2 years to interview eyewitnesses. Supporting this, we see Luke Acts contains onomastic congruence, something only the best biographies of the ancient world could achieve. The odds of a fictional biography achieving this is highly unlikely. It's far more likely he got his information from eyewitnesses. Additionally, Luke Acts contains a high degree of Semitisms, and yet surprisingly, they are lacking in the we sections of Acts, which indicates his information on Jesus came from Aramaic speakers and are distinct from the sections describing his own travels. And finally, his gospel is filled with language that we would expect a physician to utilize. All this makes a strong cumulative case the unanimous testimony of the church fathers is correct. The gospel author was indeed Luke the physician, a traveling companion of Paul. And this is on top of all the evidence which overwhelmingly confirms the reliability of the Gospels. As stated before, we are not dealing with late legends, but reliable and authoritative accounts that go back to eyewitnesses. Therefore, the external and internal evidence confirms the church tradition of Lucan authorship. Luke's Gospel is based on eyewitness accounts on the life and teachings of Jesus. Chapter 12. John, an eyewitness account. John is different. In the New Testament, we have the Synoptic Gospels, but John is considered to be unique and unlike the other three. It claims to have come from the perspective of an eyewitness, who is called the beloved disciple, and it contains the most unique material of the four Gospels. It has the most explicit instances of Jesus stating that he is God. It lacks parables, which Jesus employed throughout the Synoptics, and it has Jesus giving long discourses. There are also miracles in John that are not found anywhere in the Synoptics. Additionally, it is well known that John was written last, and most likely between 90 and 100 AD. Because of these factors, many skeptics argue John is mythical or a late, unreliable account. It may claim to have come from the beloved disciple, but this is probably not true. However, this conclusion overlooks a lot of important data. Within the Gospel of John, there are indications we are dealing with a reliable source. Despite what many today say, there is an abundance of evidence to support the conclusion that John is in fact an eyewitness account. As we noted in the videos on the Synoptics, this is one video in a series on the reliability of the Gospels. Many objections that could be raised against the arguments we present here were addressed in earlier videos. But what evidence is there to support the theory that John wrote the Gospel attributed to him? First, the unanimous attestation of the early church fathers is that John wrote the Gospel attributed to him. P66 dates to around 200 AD and is a nearly complete Codex of John. The title on it says it's the Gospel of John. Around the same time, Irenaeus says that after the Synoptics were written, John the disciple of the Lord, who had leaned upon his breast, did himself publish a Gospel during his residence at Ephesus in Asia. Tertullian, Origen, and Clement of Alexandria also attest that John wrote the Gospel. Theophilus of Antioch also attributes it to John. Heracleon commented that John 1:18 was spoken not by the Baptist, but by the disciple. Since the Baptist is a reference to John the Baptist, the implication is the disciple also bore the same name, and Heracleon distinguished them by their titles. Irenaeus quoted a Valentinian heretic named Ptolemy, who references phrases we find in the fourth Gospel and attributes them to John. The Gnostic document, the Acts of Peter and the 12 Apostles, takes a scene from John 13, where Peter asks the beloved disciple to ask Jesus something and substitutes this title for the name John. The Gospel of John says the author is the beloved disciple, so the implication is that the author of this Gnostic work agreed the author of the Gospel was John by identifying him as the beloved disciple. Around 190 AD, Polycrates of Ephesus wrote a letter where he identifies the beloved disciple as John. The anti-Marcionite prologue says, the Gospel of John was revealed and given to the churches by John while still in the body, just as Papias of Hierapolis, the close disciple of John, related in the Exoterics, that is, in the last 5 books. Indeed, he wrote down the Gospel while John was dictating carefully. The Muratorian fragment says, the fourth Gospel is that of John, one of the disciples. When his fellow disciples and bishops entreated him, he said, fast ye now with me for the space of 3 days, and let us recount to each other whatever may be revealed to each of us. On the same night, it was revealed to Andrew, one of the apostles, that John should narrate all things in his own name, as they called them to mind. So the external evidence all points to the author being John, a disciple of Jesus. But scholars today note there are many candidates as to who this John was. Some say it was John the son of Zebedee, others say John Mark, or a disciple called John the Elder, whom Papias mentions. This second and third candidate could also be the same person. But this is irrelevant to the point that is being made. Regardless of which John it was, the external evidence unanimously agrees the author was a disciple and eyewitness of Jesus, who was named John. Additionally, the internal evidence of the Gospel also supports this conclusion. The first thing to note is the author directly claims to be an eyewitness. It records that the beloved disciple has witnessed these events, and in the last chapter, we read he is the one who has written these things. Additionally, the first epistle of John was most likely written by the same author, and he states he was an eyewitness of Jesus. The charitable position to take when it comes to a claim like this is to judge the author innocent unless proven guilty. As Paul Ricker said, the prudent rule is, first, trust the words of others, then doubt if there are any good reasons for doing so. The author appears to be someone who valued the importance of eyewitness testimony and passed on his first-hand knowledge, not someone who was collecting hearsay. Leon Morris said, when then it is claimed that the author of the fourth Gospel is a witness, and when we have definite appeal to the testimony of an eyewitness in his Gospel, this should not be understood as an isolated thing. The writers of the New Testament valued the testimony of eyewitnesses. We should not treat them as though they were interested only in edification and were prepared to manufacture statements and incidents which they felt must have happened. Again and again they appeal to the fact that they are bearing witness to what they have seen. The author seems set on reminding us his testimony is reliable because he witnessed what he wrote about. Colin Hemmer lists 8 elements of a reliable historian that were acknowledged in antiquity. Not all of them were employed by every historian, but Craig Blomberg notes 6 of them are employed in John's Gospel: eyewitness participation, eyewitness interview, limiting coverage to material to which the writer had privileged access, the prospect of checking details with contemporary documents, the use of sources for speeches, and the vigor of the concept of truth in history as it actually happened. Thus, John seems to be writing in a way to inform the audience of his day that his information is accurate eyewitness testimony. He is not intending to write a work of fiction, as we see with the style of the later heretical Gospels. Some have argued the beloved disciple is only a literary device, meant to represent the Christian community at large, or as a model for believers. Additionally, the beloved disciple is written about in third person and not in first person. But this hypothesis doesn't fit with the narrative. Jonathan Bernier, notes the beloved disciple interacts with Jesus and Peter. He is not some outside watcher, but a real person in the narrative. It is difficult to imagine that John wants us to construe Jesus and Peter as non-historical symbolic figures. What warrants, then, is there to suppose that John wants us to place the beloved disciple in an ontological category distinct from other characters in the narrative? Also, it was common for ancient writers to refer to themselves in third person, so this is not remotely an issue. Some argue the beloved disciple cannot be the author because John 21:24 says, "We know that his testimony is true," which suggests more than one person was writing. But this would not necessarily exclude the beloved disciple, since the verse also says he is the one who has written these things. If we recall what the Muratorian fragment reports, it said there were others with John when he wrote, including the disciple Andrew. The "we" could simply be the others the Muratorian fragment mentions. Interestingly enough, in line with this, the Gospel of John introduces Andrew, even before Peter, along with an unnamed disciple, who is most likely the beloved disciple. After all, why should this anonymous disciple have primacy alongside Andrew and not be someone of significance? So John appears to open by introducing himself and Andrew, the two main disciples the Muratorian fragment says were present when the Gospel was composed. Richard Bauckham, however, takes a different approach and notes that ancient writers often slip from first-person singular to first-person plural when speaking of themselves. In the conclusion of one of his works, Dionysius of Halicarnassus wrote, "I would have given you examples of what I have said, but for the risk of becoming a bore, especially as it is you that I am addressing. That is all we have to say about the style of Demosthenes. My dear Emmaus, if God preserves us, we shall present you in a subsequent treatise with an even longer and more remarkable account than this of his genius in the treatment of subject matter." Additionally, in John's first epistle, we see he switches back and forth between plural and singular pronouns. So the use of "we" in John 21 doesn't at all point away from the belief that the author identifies himself as the beloved disciple and the one who witnessed the events he has written about. Of course, the obvious response to this is, how do we know the Gospel was not written by someone lying or pretending to be an eyewitness? Well, we actually have someone who attests to John being an eyewitness, the Gospel of Luke. Luke Vandeweghe and Paul Anderson highlight an interesting phenomenon. When we compare the differences among the synoptics and the places Luke differs from Matthew and Mark, it surprisingly often agrees with details we find in John, which suggests some form of a relationship. In 1963, Pearson Parker suggested the reason for this was because there was direct contact between the two authors. But Luke Vandeweghe adds, "First, commonalities between the Gospels of Luke and John are more substantial and more significantly patterned than Parker suggested, indicating a consistent preference by Luke for Johannine material over Markan material. Second, the Johannine material, favored by Luke, aligns with events in the fourth Gospel, allegedly experienced by the beloved disciple." In other words, not only do Luke and John show considerable agreement, but they do so around material that would have involved the beloved disciple and his direct presence. Both Gospels share a focus on women, like Mary and Martha, and the mother of Jesus. Both share a similar focus on Jerusalem, Samaria, the temple, and the ministry of John the Baptist. Both refer to the importance of relying on eyewitnesses from the beginning of Jesus' ministry. Both tell us Satan entered Judas, that Peter said he would die for Christ, and that Jesus replied by predicting Peter would deny him in the upper room. They also speak of Peter's restoration. Both specify that the ear that Peter cut off was the right ear, and that Jesus frequently visited the Garden of Gethsemane. Both record Pilate's threefold declaration of Jesus' innocence, and place Jesus' scourging and mocking before the death sentence. In the story of John the Baptist, both draw attention to his name, indicate a divine commission, provide more teachings from him than what we find in Matthew or Mark, and both have statements that show John the Baptist was not the Messiah. Additionally, in the shared synoptic material, Luke consistently makes changes that create agreement with John's Gospel in places that involve the beloved disciple. He even omits details that disagree with John. Parker said, The third and fourth Gospels side together against the first and second Gospels 124 times. Vandeweghe says, if we examine the 19 occasions in which Luke deliberately moves away from Matthean, Markan accounts whenever a Johannine counterpart is present, 16 of the 19 occur in places that the beloved disciple is implied to be present in the Gospel of John. This correspondence becomes more significant as we consider that the beloved disciple is only implied to be present in approximately 32 of the 879 verses in the fourth Gospel. Lamar Cribbs suggested the reason for the relationship is not because John was dependent on Luke, but because Luke used a Johannine oral tradition that was in existence before John was a written document. This is because there is no evidence of literary dependence between the two. The similarities occur in primitive charismatic portions of traditions, like in the accounts of John the Baptist and the Passion narrative. Parker said, Luke and the fourth evangelist, then, were men of widely different personality and training, and they wrote in complete independence of each other. Yet constantly they show knowledge of the same traditions, or allude to the same concepts. Oral traditions will account for this, but it must be an oral tradition, much fuller, much more definitive than that which relates John to the other Gospels. There is one way in which the Luke-John relationship could have arisen, and it is difficult to conceive of any other. We must posit two evangelists of quite variant temperaments, working long in the same areas, hearing the same words about their Lord, perhaps participating in the same discussions, then each, remembering these things in his own way and digesting them in his own way, put his record down. In other words, the fourth evangelist must somewhere, sometime, have been associated with Luke in the Christian missionary enterprise. The explanation for the relationship cannot be that John used Luke as a source. It would be odd for John to place himself as the beloved disciple in the very passages he got from Luke, who was known to not be an eyewitness, and then do this nowhere else. The explanation can also not be that Luke used John as a source. As noted, there is no evidence of literary borrowing. We have evidence of literary borrowing from Mark to Luke. So we know what this looks like because Luke used Mark as a source, and we don't see this with John. This would also mean Luke took select portions from John, while leaving out more prominent features, like John's chronology, the long discourses, and the general circumstances of the accounts where John and Luke share aspects. Because of this, the most likely relationship is an oral connection. As Vandeweghe says, given the strongest correspondence between the Gospels of Luke and John occur in just those portions focusing on eyewitness detail and within the earliest layers of the Gospel proclamation, i.e., those portions that focus on the Baptist, the Passion, and Jesus' resurrection, it is conceivable that Luke acquired these at an early stage through a personal encounter with the beloved disciple. It is, of course, possible that this informant was not the beloved disciple himself, but was a trusted companion who relayed the disciple's testimony to Luke in person. The suggestion that it was the beloved disciple himself, however, seems more plausible. The widespread preference in ancient history writing for living informants versus written accounts could explain why Luke consistently prefers John's versions of accounts to Markan Matthean counterparts. But given this, and that we have already shown Luke to be a reliable account because of the presence of features like onomastic congruence, confirmed facts, and Semitisms, and that he stated he spoke with eyewitnesses, this would in turn strengthen the case that John is an eyewitness, as he claimed to be. Adding to this, we can see Jesus in John's Gospel is not wholly different from the Jesus in the Synoptics. Throughout the Synoptics, Jesus often spoke in aphorisms. Paul Anderson lists several from John 4 and 12 that align with the character of Jesus that we find in the Synoptics. Just because John reports that Jesus delivered long discourses, that doesn't mean short sayings are missing from John. Anderson also cites Wilbert Francis Howard, who listed 60, and Linda Bridges, who listed 26 in John. We should also not think that just because Jesus spoke in parables and aphorisms, that doesn't mean he never gave long discourses, like what we find in John. As Anderson said, if he were to have held the attention of crowds for hours on end at times, as the feeding narrative in other sections in all four Gospels suggest, he must have delivered long discourses, as well as short aphorisms. Anderson also lists memorable sayings common to John and Mark. The picture of Jesus in John is not completely different from the Jesus of the Synoptics. They complement one another nicely and share a lot of overlap. Together, they give us a more complete picture of who Jesus was. Anderson argues John is merely focusing on other aspects of Jesus' ministry to supplement the synoptic account. There was no reason to include parables that most people were already familiar with. Despite this, we still see a similar teaching style in John's Gospel. Blomberg says, John certainly knew that Jesus characteristically spoke in metaphors. He uniquely speaks of the paromia of Christ. Kim Dewey translates this term as proverbs and finds no less than 34 of them in the fourth Gospel. Many of these are closely parallel to the imagery used in synoptic parables and aphorisms. Dodd has identified 6 of these passages in John as examples of short narrative parables embedded in larger discourses that even more closely resemble synoptic forms. John also doesn't offer a completely different theology. Instead, he adds details to give us a more complete picture. However, we also see a lack of evidence that John is using Mark as a written source, despite being aware of the synoptic account. The fourth evangelist did not use Mark as a written source, at least not in the ways Matthew and Luke did. Otherwise, there would be at least several identical connections, rather than a broad similarity of some words, themes, and patterns. Conversely, due to the large numbers of Johannine-Markan similarities, contacts probably did exist between the oral renderings of John's and Mark's traditions, and yet, because it is impossible to determine which direction the influence may have gone, the relationship may best be considered one of interfluentiality. It is also unlikely that it only went in one direction between two formative yet independent traditions. Anderson also adds, the fact that none of these contacts are identical makes it implausible to infer that John is dependent on Mark, or that Mark is dependent on the Johannine tradition. John is also more similar to the Synoptics than he is to the later heretical Gospels. He appears to be an independent testimony, not contingent on the Synoptics, and therefore supplements our understanding of Jesus. The question then becomes if there's any reason to trust what John reports and to believe he is an independent eyewitness. Well, we can show John reports details and features in his narrative that form a strong cumulative case that he was in fact an eyewitness. The odds of a later author who didn't have intimate knowledge of Jesus' ministry or the geography obtaining this level of factual information is extremely unlikely. Craig Blomberg wrote an extensive commentary on John and details how he gets fact after fact correct. Paul Anderson and D.A. Carson also list numerous facts that support John's authenticity. In John 1, it says these things took place in Bethany, across the Jordan, where John was baptizing. Anderson notes archaeology has found the presence of a major baptismal site a mile east of the Jordan and confirms the accuracy of this statement. In John 2 it reads, there were 6 stone water jars there for the Jewish rites of purification. Archaeologists have confirmed such vessels existed in the time period and were most likely used for purification rituals. We should also note that since there was an early Christian tendency to embrace asceticism, the miracle of turning water into wine would be an unlikely late invention and is probably an early tradition that was handed down. Later in John 2, the Jewish leaders report it had taken 46 years to build the temple. Colin Humphreys notes this is an accurate time marker that aligns with when the temple edifice was completed and the beginning of Jesus' ministry. Craig Blomberg notes the teachings of John the Baptist in John 3 are very similar to the theology we found in documents from the Qumran community. Many scholars have suggested the Essenes of Qumran may have had some influence on the theology of John. These sayings are unlikely later inventions and fit with the culture of that time. In chapter 4, John mentions a site called Jacob's Well that existed in Samaria. This has been confirmed by archaeologists. Verse 9 also speaks of hostility between the Jews and Samaritans, something that other texts, like Josephus' Jewish Wars, confirm. Even if one were to assume the conversation with the woman at the well is fiction, verse 22 should be considered reliable because it goes against John's tendency to criticize the official Judaism of Jesus' day. In verse 25, the woman speaks of the coming Messiah. This is also accurate, as the Samaritans were looking for a messianic figure, called the Teheb. Blomberg notes the conversation with the woman doesn't match Jesus' later long speeches, and says it's more likely historical than redactional. Later in John 4, Jesus is said to go down to the region of Galilee, which matches the local topography, as one would be walking down an elevation, which is something a local person would have known. Similarly, in John 5, it says Jesus went up to Jerusalem, which again is correct. Additionally, we would expect a faithful Jew like Jesus to journey to Jerusalem for feasts. Verse 2 says there was a pool called Bethesda with 5 porticos. Archaeology has confirmed this pool existed in Jerusalem, exactly as it is described in John. In verse 17, Jesus says, "My Father is working until now, and I am working." This is likely an authentic saying, as in the first century, rabbis were discussing how God could constantly work and not violate the Sabbath. Thus, Blomberg notes the language also fits with Jesus' Jewish environment. C.K. Barrett said, John employing in this chapter primitive Christian rather than other terminology, and starting from the well-known fact of Sabbath disputes, hardly does more than develop, with attention to the question of Christology and the phenomenon of unbelieving Judaism, the historical situation to which the work of Jesus gave rise. In John 6:15, the crowd seeks to force Jesus to be king. This is likely an authentic tradition, as it fits with the nationalistic fever of first-century Israel, and depicts Jesus as having to run away from crowds instead of controlling them. After this, John says there was a violent storm on the Sea of Galilee, which fits with the known meteorological conditions for that body of water. Porphyry doubted such a storm could occur on such a small body of water, but he was not from the area. A local like John would know such storms did occur on that sea. Jesus' extreme language in this chapter of commanding his followers to eat his flesh and drink his blood is an unlikely invention. Since later Christians were accused of cannibalism, it is unlikely they would describe the Eucharist in such extreme language after dealing with such a charge. Petter Borgen also notes verses 31 to 58 fits with a Jewish rhetorical and literary form known as proem midrash. So it fits with the way a rabbi from that time would teach. Since Christians were heavily concerned with winning souls for Christ, it is unlikely they would invent the statement that many turned away from Jesus after this, or that some grumbled at what he said. Later in John 7, we see his brothers were also skeptical of him. Stating this is also an unlikely invention, and so it's probably true that his brothers doubted him during his ministry. After this, we see Jesus is accused of being demon-possessed, which matches the charge of Mark 3:22. And it's also unlikely that later Christians would invent such an insulting charge against their Lord and God. In verses 22 to 23, Jesus speaks of a Jewish custom where a newborn son could be circumcised on the 8th day, even if it was the Sabbath. We see this custom is confirmed in Jewish texts. Leon Morris said this confirms John had knowledge of Jewish customs. In John 7:38, Jesus refers to a scripture verse that is not in the Old Testament. Most likely, he is paraphrasing Zechariah and Ezekiel. Blomberg notes this is an unlikely invention. It is unlikely that all this occurred coincidentally in a largely Hellenistic community, rewriting Christian tradition at the end of the first century. When the Jewish backgrounds are combined with the obvious awkwardness of having Jesus refer to a scripture that cannot be identified, the case for authenticity appears strong. Moreover, John notes it was the last day of the Feast of Tabernacles. During this time, there was an important water-drawing ceremony during this feast. Jesus' analogy would have been appropriate for the time, and therefore is likely historical. It also suggests the author was a Jew familiar with this custom. In John 8, the Jews slandering Jesus by calling him a Samaritan is likely authentic, given the hatred Jews had for Samaritans. That the Jews wanted to stone Jesus for claiming to be God is also probably authentic, given this would have been the expected response. In John 9, it mentions the pool of Siloam, which has been confirmed by archaeology. Later, John reports the Jewish leaders were divided on how to deal with Jesus when he healed on the Sabbath. John does not seem to be simply inventing a unilateral negative response to Jesus, and so it seems like a credible thing that occurred. It also reflects the historical divide between the schools of Shammai and Hillel. The first argued anyone who breaks the Sabbath is a sinner, whereas the latter tended to judge the work that was performed and if it qualified as good or not. So the whole dispute is likely authentic. Jonathan Bernier points out the fear that someone would be put out of the synagogue if they confessed that Jesus is the Christ is likely authentic and a valid way the Jews would have handled followers of Jesus. Additionally, the man that Jesus heals calls Jesus a mere prophet. This is likely authentic, as a later Christian would probably have put a more lofty title in his mouth. Blomberg says, the entire chapter makes sense in an early 1st century Palestinian Jewish framework, yet clearly promotes the Johannine and Christian agenda of belief in Jesus. In John it says, at that time the Feast of Dedication took place at Jerusalem. It was winter, and Jesus was walking in the temple, in the colonnade of Solomon. John is correct, this feast occurs in winter, but also east winds would sweep into Jerusalem, which made it much colder. Solomon's colonnade would have shielded these east winds. And so it makes perfect sense for Jesus to be here when it was winter. This is something an eyewitness would accurately depict. Likewise in John 11, it says Bethany was 15 stadia from Jerusalem, which is the exact distance between the two places, and a native to that region would have known this. John also reports that many Jews had come to console Mary and Martha because of Lazarus' death. This fits with the ancient Jewish custom of entire villages turning up to mourn a death. Also, the description of the wrappings fits with Jewish burial practices. John then depicts the Sanhedrin as comprised of Sadducees and Pharisees, which is historically accurate. Caiaphas was also the high priest that year. Having allies such as Nicodemus or Joseph of Arimathea can also account for how the disciples found out about what was said during this meeting. John then reports Jesus retreated to a small town called Ephraim. John does not indicate the village or its name had any symbolic meaning, and a later writer in Ephesus would hardly have known about some obscure village, so this tradition is likely authentic. We also see in verse 55 the Jews purified themselves before Passover, which is also an accurate depiction. In John 12, Jesus is anointed with oil, which was something performed for special guests in the ancient world. Anderson says, John also contains several details implying first-hand knowledge of the event. An empirical reference is made to the smell of the perfume filling the room, and statements are made about perceptions, wrong ones, of Judas's intentions and actions. The particulars of the woman performing the anointing are known to the narrator. The Johannine presentation of the anointing of Jesus bears a remarkable degree of historical plausibility, as compared to alternative presentations. Derek Tovey said, at every point where the beloved disciple appears, the narrative includes items of close detail which suggest on-the-spot eyewitness report. Of the four Gospels, only John reports palm branches were used in the triumphant entry. This fits with the cultural context, as it would harken back to the custom of the Hasmonean dynasty, celebrating military victories and welcoming a king. John 13 reports that Jesus washed the disciples' feet. It was a customary practice in this time for a servant to wash the feet of all the guests. The story of Jesus performing this task is an unlikely invention, given how degrading this would have looked. And Peter insisting that Jesus wash his whole body fits with the impulsive nature of Peter we find in the other Gospels. John 13:24 says Peter motioned to the beloved disciple to ask Jesus a question. A fiction writer could have just had Peter ask Jesus directly, but at an actual gathering like this, people would be talking over one another. Peter needing to motion to John to ask Jesus a question would make more sense if this was a real event that took place. In the farewell discourse, Jesus uses a metaphor of a woman giving birth, which is thoroughly Jewish and fits with the cultural context. Barnabas Linders finds a parallel in a Qumran text. He said, there is no reason to doubt that Jesus could have used this imagery in a similar way to express the arrival of the new age. Jesus ends this discourse with a prayer and looking up to heaven. Blomberg notes this was the standard Jewish way to pray, and ending such a discourse with a prayer has numerous Jewish parallels. John 17:2 contains Semitisms, which suggest an Aramaic original that likely goes back to the historical Jesus. Regarding the chapter, Blomberg argues it seems to be historical. It seems far more likely that this prayer goes back at least to an early Aramaic-speaking Jewish Christian community, thus almost certainly in Palestine, if not the historical Jesus himself. In John 18, he accurately identifies Annas as the father-in-law of Caiaphas, noting the priest refused to enter the headquarters of Pilate for fear of being ritually unclean fits with standard Jewish concerns regarding purity. The synoptics do not tell us why the Jews handed Jesus over to the Romans. Only John gives us the reason. Josephus confirms John's account that the Jews had no right to kill someone in this situation and needed the Romans to execute them. Many doubt the custom that resulted in Barabbas being released, but Craig Evans notes we have similar practices in the surrounding world, which makes this custom under Pilate plausible. The soldiers' mockery of Jesus is also historically plausible, as we find something similar in Philo. John 19 says Pilate brought Jesus outside and sat in the judgment seat. Josephus describes a similar arrangement, and excavations have found a similar structure. Raymond Brown notes Pilate saying, "Behold the man," is probably historical. A later Christian would probably have had Pilate say, "Behold the king." Of course, historians note the crucifixion of Jesus is considered to be an indisputable fact, but other facts in John's account are also historical. Josephus notes multilingual notices were often used, so the sign placed above Jesus in multiple languages seems to be reliable. The breaking of crucified victims' legs is also likely historical, given we've discovered the remains of a crucified victim in Judea who had one leg fractured and the other smashed into pieces. But additionally, John reports after Jesus died, blood and water came out of his side. Some have suggested this is mythological, because once the heart stops, the blood would congeal, so blood and water would not pour out of someone dead. Even Origen had to explain this away as a miracle. John even felt the need to interrupt the narrative to assure his audience this was something he witnessed, which suggests the ancient reader would not have believed that blood and water would come out of a dead body. But modern research has revealed this would be a natural result from a victim who suffered severe beatings and blood loss. Shock and blood loss can lead to the body losing its ability to clot blood, which is known as trauma-induced coagulopathy. Additionally, clear fluid would have accumulated in Jesus' lung from multiple beatings. So when the soldier pierced his side, we would expect blood and water to come out because of the type of injuries he suffered. This is most likely historical and something John witnessed, since he felt the need to interrupt the narrative and assure his audience this was something he saw. Only recent medical research has confirmed this would have been a natural result from the severe beatings that Jesus endured, and something the ancient audience did not fully understand. Josephus confirms that spices were used for royal burials, and the Jews used linen cloths to wrap dead bodies. Having Jesus placed in the tomb of a Sanhedrin member is an unlikely invention, since the council was the reason Jesus was condemned to death. After the resurrection, we see Jesus agrees with the synoptics that the empty tomb was discovered by women. But John reports that Mary exclaimed, "Teacher." Later Christians would probably have used a more lofty title. Moreover, John preserves the Aramaic word she uttered, which suggests this is a reliable tradition he was told. Finally, in John 21, John uses a specific word for cooked fish that no other New Testament author uses. John uses it 5 times throughout his Gospel, and John A.T. Robinson noted that this word is a distinctive name for cooked fish in which the trade would have been conducted. This shows familiarity with the fishing business, which is something we would expect given John 21 indicates the author was familiar with this line of work. John also dispels a rumor that he would live until Jesus' return. He confirms Jesus did not say that and adds his own commentary. However, this shows us he did not think he was free to invent sayings of Jesus. Instead, he tells us what Jesus said and asks to clarify the meaning. A fiction writer could simply have invented a new saying of Jesus to assure that John was not going to live until the second coming. As Blomberg says, hence, the need for clarification proves historically probable as well. Individually, all these points we have listed would not amount to much, but when combined, they make a strong cumulative case that the Gospel of John is historically reliable, and they strongly support the church tradition that the author is John, the beloved disciple and eyewitness of Jesus. And beyond this, there are several other pieces of evidence Blomberg covers in his book that we don't have time to get to. A fiction writer would not have gotten this kind of accuracy or written in this fashion. Given the evidence, it makes more sense to see John as a reliable eyewitness account, As Paul Anderson said, John has more archaeological, topographical, sensory empirical, personal knowledge, and first-hand information than all of the other Gospels combined. Richard Bauckham says, all events in John's Gospel are located, and most are located quite precisely in a named town. As a genuine feature of the Gospel, its topographical precision is not primarily a matter of symbolism, but of realistic historiography. D.A. Carson said, the verifiable Johannine accuracies ought to be given more weight than is common at present. I'm referring to details of topography and the like. Of course, one may say that John used reliable sources or reliable tradition at these points, and thus remove the credit for accuracy from the evangelist himself. But that simply pushes the argument one step further back. If his sources and or traditions are so good where they are verifiable, why should they be judged largely suspect where they are not verifiable? Now some object and point out that the way Jesus sounds in the Gospel of John sounds an awfully lot like how John sounds in 1 John. So John must not have stayed true to what Jesus actually taught, and instead wrote in a way to make Jesus sound more like himself. First, it could merely be the case that John is paraphrasing Jesus and using his own style, which is a natural human tendency. This would not mean John is unreliable, or that John wasn't staying true to what Jesus taught, simply because humans naturally word things in their own style. Second, Mike Licona notes it could equally be the case that John's own style of writing was greatly influenced by how Jesus taught, and that he actively tried to mimic Jesus' style. This would be expected, given that we see John has such a high view of Jesus. However, Craig Blomberg notes it's not the case that John and Jesus sound exactly the same. No less than 145 words spoken by Jesus in John appear nowhere in the evangelist's narrative material, and many of these are general enough in meaning that we might have expected them elsewhere. Additionally, as we noted earlier, there is a lot of similarity with the character of Jesus that we find in the Synoptics. Mike Licona and Paul Anderson add that we find similar sayings in John to what we find in the Synoptics. John often reports that Jesus doubled his truly, or amen, but we see that in Luke, Jesus sometimes doubled his wording with other words. Moreover, in the Synoptics, Jesus says he spoke in a different manner to crowds than the way he spoke privately to his close disciples. John records many private conversations Jesus had, whereas the Synoptics focus more on Jesus' public sermons. Jesus was most definitely more than a one-dimensional rabbi, and John is likely recording another side of Jesus to give us a more well-rounded picture of who he is. Therefore, when we look at the data, we see strong indications the Gospel of John does indeed go back to an eyewitness. He of course tells us he was an eyewitness, and there is no reason to doubt this. Luke's Gospel backs this up, since he seems to have relied on John, and he tells us he interviewed eyewitnesses. Then when we go through John, we see a strong cumulative case the author was a reliable authority on the ministry of Jesus. This is on top of all the external evidence that unanimously attests that the author of the fourth Gospel is the disciple John. And beyond this, we still have overwhelming evidence that confirms the reliability of the other Gospels. As stated before, we are not dealing with late legends, but reliable and authoritative accounts that go back to eyewitnesses. The evidence confirms the tradition of John's authorship. John's Gospel is an eyewitness account of the life and teachings of Jesus. Chapter 13. Undesigned Coincidences. The Gospels are foundational to Christianity, but many doubt them, claiming that they're unreliable and written by men long after the eyewitnesses passed away. But when you look at the data, you find this position can only be held to if you ignore a plethora of evidence. Throughout this series, we have demonstrated the Gospels are incredibly reliable and most likely came from the eyewitnesses of Jesus, but there is even more data to cover. The Gospels surprisingly confirm each other in subtle ways, and together, they give us a reliable portrait of who Jesus is. This video is the final chapter in a series on Gospel reliability. In the first video, we argued the Gospels are ancient Greco-Roman biographies. which means they fit a genre that aimed to preserve historical facts about a person. The Gospel authors were also quite conservative compared to other writers and didn't create drastic literary changes. We also surveyed the external data and found that we have unanimous agreement from church fathers that the Gospel authors are Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. There is no indication they were ever thought of as anonymous biographies. Then we demonstrated it would not have been difficult for the disciples to have reliable memories of Jesus' words and deeds for several decades after the resurrection. The culture of the time also fostered the development of strong memory. Within the Gospels, we see evidence of a reliable oral tradition that has a rhythmic nature, easy to retain for a long period of time. We also found evidence within Paul's letters that there was a gospel tradition that was already in existence and coheres to the same teachings that we find in our four Gospels. The evidence also indicates the Synoptic Gospels date to the late 50s and early 60s AD. Jesus likely taught in Greek occasionally, which means many of his original Greek sayings are preserved in the Gospels. New research suggests the naming pattern of the Gospels and Acts could not have come from fiction writers, but from authors who received reliable stories about Jesus. Finally, the internal evidence of each Gospel confirms the church tradition that the authors are Matthew and John, disciples of Jesus, and Mark and Luke, men who followed the apostles. With all this data in mind, we already have good reasons to trust the Gospels, but there is even more to cover. First, Paul Anderson makes an important observation. Many highlight differences between the Gospels to say they contradict, and then argue this is evidence not to trust them. We've addressed many of these in a series on alleged Bible contradictions, and have shown there are logical explanations for them. But Anderson notes we cannot ignore the high amount of agreement between them. He lists 31 places where all four Gospels agree on aspects of Jesus' ministry. Given the criteria of multiple attestation, this should support the reliability of these events of Jesus' ministry. He says, no fewer than 31 units of material are included in all four traditions, including John, within the mix despite its tradition often being presented in considerably different ways. Likewise, John has at least 44 memorable sayings in common with Mark, and as many as 13 possible contacts with the Q tradition, demonstrating the fact that while John's material is distinctive, it can by no means be considered unique. So the Gospels corroborate numerous aspects of Jesus' ministry, which would be expected if they were passing on reliable information about Jesus. As noted in more detail throughout this series, we see numerous indications they contain reliable traditions. Robert H. Stein notes Jesus taught in a way so his teachings would be easy to memorize and retain for a long period of time. He utilized overstatements, hyperbole, puns, similes, metaphors, proverbs, riddles, paradoxes, a fortiori, irony, questions, poetry, and parables. Teaching in this manner makes your sayings easy to remember. For example, riddles and paradoxes require one to think to figure out the answer, and meditating on them commits them to memory. Hyperbole and overstatements come with a bit of shock value, which makes them stick out in your mind. Metaphors create pictures in our minds that help us memorize the teaching. Jesus also taught in a poetic and rhythmic nature through parallelism. Stein demonstrates that we see evidence of synonymous, antithetical, climactic, and chiasmic parallelism in Jesus' teachings. David Ahn notes that 80% of the synoptic material has a poetic form of some sort. Speaking in a rhythmic nature allows one to memorize your teachings easier. Presented in such a form, one could retain thousands of lines of text this way, as David Carr said. Youth such as my teenage daughter and her peers, like their ancient counterparts, could recite and sing hundreds, if not thousands, of lines of text in her case songs she has listened to repeatedly on her portable CD player, and whose lyrics she has often learned from printed CD inserts. Such youths are socialized into broader generational groups and subgroups by having such contents, rhythms, and musical idioms written on their hearts. any community or early educational institution aiming to offer a different sort of formation must reckon with the immense power of joined music in text, along with image, to shape the hearts of the young and old. It is as if music in poetry, or poeticized canted prose, is the inevitable marker of writing words on the heart. So much of what Jesus taught was likely memorized with ease. Additionally, he taught using a unique method of the time, through parables. Parables existed before Jesus, but no one created so many as part of their teaching method before him. About 35% of the material in the Synoptics is in the form of a parable. Stein notes scholars are confident the parables go back to the historical Jesus. One of the reasons is the dissimilarity of them. We don't have a precedent among Jews in the Second Temple period, or prior, where it was common for a rabbi to use parables to such a high degree. We also don't see early church fathers creating parables after this. In other words, we have no reason to believe the early church created parables as a standard practice and then merely projected them back onto Jesus. Jesus' teachings are dissimilar to both, so they likely originated with him and are not something one would make up by appealing to the cultural norm. It seems more likely Mark merely passed on the parables of Jesus, rather than him being the originator of them. Then later authors Matthew and Luke invented more, and then the practice completely ceased in the early church. In other words, it is more likely the parables in the Gospels originated with Jesus, rather than being made up by 3 authors later on, as part of some obscure church practice, and then no one else continued this custom. But the other important point to remember is parables are easy to memorize, because stories are retained well in the human mind. Most people today could probably give a rough outline of many of the parables of Jesus without even trying. No matter how we look at it, we have every reason to believe the teachings of Jesus were easy to memorize and retain. Thus, Robert Stein concludes, "One can also conclude that Jesus must have spent time in organizing his teachings and preparing its form, for unless we assume that this poetic parallelism simply popped into his mind on the spur of the moment, we must conclude that Jesus carefully prepared for his classes." Another conclusion that can be drawn from Jesus' use of parallelism is that he no doubt used such forms in order to help his listeners remember more easily what he taught. The extent to which Jesus taught as a rabbi is much debated, but it is clear from his use of various kinds of parallelism that he did place his teachings in a form that would be easy to memorize. By placing his message in such poetic form, Jesus demonstrated that his listeners were to preserve and retain his teachings in their minds, as well as in their hearts. In other words, when we read the Gospels, there is no reason to doubt we have the words of Jesus, as he gave them throughout the 3 years he taught. It is not a question of if his disciples were able to memorize what he taught, but how much they could have memorized. Given the rhythmic nature of Jesus' teachings, we would expect a drastic amount. This also supports the view the Gospel authors were preserving accurate information. Fiction writers would not have felt the need to make their teachings that they put on the lips of Jesus match the way a rabbi would speak if he was trying to get his disciples to commit his words to memory. They could simply have written what they wanted, without worrying if it matched a form that would be easy to memorize if one was hearing it verbally. But if the Gospels preserve the actual teachings of Jesus, who taught in a memorizing way, this is how we would expect the teachings of the Gospels to look. Thus, we have good reasons to believe the teachings of the Gospels go back to the historical Jesus. Adding to this, Luke Vandewey and Jason Wilson's research has effectively demonstrated the distribution of names in the Gospels matches with the pattern of names we find in 1st century Judea. Fiction writers could not obtain this accurate pattern of names that matches the ratio of popular to least popular names from the 1st century. But the Gospel authors did with incredibly high accuracy. Not only do the sayings of Jesus reflect the way a Jewish rabbi would teach, but the names in the stories surrounding Jesus accurately reflect the names of 1st century Judea. As Richard Bauckham says, the Gospel texts are much closer to the form in which the eyewitnesses told their stories, or passed on their traditions, than is commonly envisioned in current scholarship. This is what gives the Gospels their character as testimony. They embody the testimony of the eyewitnesses, not of course without editing and interpretation, but in a way that is substantially faithful to how the eyewitnesses themselves told it, since the evangelists were more or less direct contact with eyewitnesses, not removed from them by a long process of anonymous transmission of the traditions. Adding to this, the Gospels also confirm each other in unexpected ways, which are called undesigned coincidences. This is an older argument for Gospel reliability that has recently resurfaced. They are defined as a notable connection between two or more accounts or texts that doesn't seem to have been planned by the person or people giving the accounts. Despite their apparent independence, the items fit together like pieces of puzzles. To give an example, Luc Vandeweghe highlights different accounts in the Anne Frank narratives from the Holocaust. Hannah Elizabeth Pick-Goslar recalls speaking to Anne Frank and Bergen-Belsen and throwing Red Cross packages to her on occasion. Rachel von Amaragen Frank Fordor stated Anne and Margit would go to the fence line regularly, believing that Anne knew someone on the other side in the free camp, which is where Hannah Elizabeth Pick-Goslar stayed. Both of these statements cohere together to give us a fuller picture of what Anne Frank was doing. Neither statement is trying to explain the other, but they work together like puzzle pieces to give us a complete picture. Throughout the Gospels, we find numerous places where one author explains another without trying. These types of coincidences make more sense on the theory the Gospels are reporting history and not inventing fiction. It is important to note undesigned coincidences can only strengthen the reliability of the Gospels. Some have placed too much emphasis on them in attempting to demonstrate the Bible is true. We believe they are useful, but only as part of a cumulative case for Gospel reliability. The argument also only works as a cumulative case of several instances. One may find a few undesigned coincidences in fictional works, like how sometimes random puzzle pieces fit together, even when they're not supposed to. But when one finds multiple pieces that fit together, it makes more sense they are supposed to fit together, to present a realistic picture of the past. So we are merely arguing a cumulative case of undesigned coincidences makes more sense on the theory the Gospels are reporting history, rather than inventing fiction. As the scholar Craig Keener said, the argument from undesigned coincidences is one that continues to prove effective, as already noted, in interviewing eyewitnesses. Here then is a valuable and accessible approach for recognizing significant historical information in the Gospels. A good place to start is something we find in Luke and John. Luke tells us that at the Last Supper, a dispute arose among them, as to which of them was to be regarded as the greatest. Jesus ends the dispute by saying, "Let the greatest among you become as the youngest, and the leader as one who serves. For who is the greater, one who reclines at table, or one who serves? Is it not the one who reclines at table? But I am among you as the one who serves." Jesus doesn't do any serving in this passage. He could be referring to past instances where he spent time healing others. But John's account of the Last Supper adds context to make better sense of this, because he tells us Jesus dressed as a servant and washed the feet of the disciples. This would explain why John uttered what he said in Luke. But also, Luke explains something in John, because John doesn't tell us why Jesus washed the disciples' feet. Luke adds that there was a dispute, which explains why John reports that Jesus felt the need to wash the feet of the disciples to demonstrate how to lead. Neither seems to be trying to explain away the difficulty in the other. For example, since John was written after Luke, and if John was bothered by how Luke worded this, he would have written what Luke recorded, and then added that Jesus washed the disciples' feet. Instead, both accounts seem to be recounting the story and adding details that fit together like puzzle pieces. So John explains Luke, and Luke explains John. This is often how undesigned coincidences work. An author provides details in one account that adds context to another account, allowing the story to make more sense. Both accounts in Luke and John of the Last Supper can work independently, but when combined, the whole story sounds more plausible. Some undesigned coincidences go even further, though, by explaining something that doesn't make sense in another gospel. For example, in Luke, when Jesus is before Pilate, Pilate asks him, "Are you the king of the Jews?" Jesus replies, "You have said so." Then Pilate says to the crowds, "I find no guilt in this man." But didn't Jesus just admit to the charge? Why would Pilate find no guilt with him? So something is either wrong or missing. Luckily, John adds context. Pilate brings Jesus in and asks him, "Are you the king of the Jews?" And Jesus replies, "My kingdom is not of this world." So his kingdom is a spiritual kingdom, which would not be a threat to Caesar, and why Pilate can find no guilt in him. This shows us nothing Luke says is incorrect, but John gives the context for it to make sense. But not only does John add context for Luke, Luke adds context for John, because John doesn't give us the accusation from the Jews that Jesus claimed to be a king, which explains why Pilate would even ask Jesus if he was the king of the Jews. So both accounts support each other. Luke gives us the accusation, and John gives us the answer from Jesus as to why he was innocent, and neither seems to be trying to fill in details to explain the other. So these undesigned coincidences work together so the story makes sense. The next example is found in John 18. Right before his arrest, Jesus says, "Put your sword into its sheath. Shall I not drink the cup that the Father has given me?" But nowhere in John do we see him tell us what this refers to. But in Mark, we see Jesus praying to the Father and say, "Father, all things are possible for you. Remove this cup from me." Earlier in Mark, we see Jesus tell us this cup refers to his mission to give his life as a ransom for many. Thus, Mark explains this line in John. Of course, both accounts could work fine independently, but together, we see the story now makes more sense. Likewise, we can also ask why the four Gospels report that Peter had a sword, especially if Jesus was not planning any violence. Luke alone supplies the answer, by noting that Jesus commanded it so the scriptures could be fulfilled. So Luke explains this for the other three. Following this incident, we see the trial scene where Jesus says, "If my kingdom were of this world, my servants would have been fighting, that I might not be delivered over to the Jews." But prior to this, we see Peter cut off the ear of the high priest's servant. Why would Jesus make such a claim if Malchus had just been attacked? Luke supplies the answer. Jesus healed his ear, removing the evidence of the attack. John does not report that the ear was healed, so Luke explains an issue in John. Matthew recounts a conversation between Herod and his servants. This event is in Mark, but Matthew adds the fact that Herod was speaking to his servants. Of course, the obvious question is, how would Matthew have known that Herod spoke to his servants? Luke supplies an answer without trying. In chapter 8, he lists some women followers of Jesus and says one of them was the wife of Chuza, Herod's household manager. This coincidentally creates an explanation for how Matthew could have been aware of what took place in Herod's house. They had inside informants. Matthew's change to Mark shows us he has independent information to enhance Mark's story, and so Luke explains something in Matthew. Luke explains another aspect in Matthew. We read that Jesus said, "Woe to you, Chorazin! Woe to you, Bethsaida! For if the mighty works done in you had been done in Tyre and Sidon, they would have repented long ago in sackcloth and ashes." The issue is Matthew never explicitly tells us of mighty works done in Bethsaida. However, in Luke we read the feeding of the 5,000 occurred by the city of Bethsaida. Plus, Mark reports that Jesus healed a blind man when he came to Bethsaida. So in Matthew, Jesus can say that mighty works were done for them because a blind man was healed there and the feeding of the 5,000 occurred in that region. In Mark, the healing of the blind man happens after the feeding of the 5,000. He tells the man after to not even enter Bethsaida, apparently showing how serious Jesus was about the woes. But Mark makes no mention of the woes, and just leaves the fact that Jesus took the man out of the town to heal him, and didn't allow him to return, as an unexplained allusion. Thus Luke and Mark explain the saying in Matthew, and Matthew's saying explains something in Mark. John also doesn't tell us the feeding of the 5,000 happened in Bethsaida, but in his account, Jesus asks Philip where they could buy bread for the people. Earlier in John, we see that Philip was from Bethsaida. So Luke also explains the existence of this question in John. Jesus asked Philip because he was from the region, which John doesn't connect in the actual passage of the feeding of the 5,000. Another aspect of this miracle is that Mark specifically mentions that Jesus commanded the people to sit down on green grass. This is odd because the grass isn't often green in the land of Israel. But Peter J. Williams notes, it is green in the spring after the winter rains fall. John accounts for why Mark says the grass was green, because he says this miracle occurred when the Passover was at hand. Williams also notes that John 6:9 informs us that the loaves Jesus multiplied were barley loaves, which aligns with this immediately following the barley harvest which occurred around Passover. Mark 6 also says many people were coming and going, but he doesn't say why. If pilgrims were heading to or from Jerusalem for Passover, this would explain the line in Mark. So John explains these details in Mark and doesn't appear to be doing so on purpose, since the details are not in view in his gospel. John does this in one other place. A question that arises is, how did the evangelists know there were about 5,000 men for this miracle? How did they single out the men and count them? Mark says they sat down in groups of hundreds and fifties, which would have made them easier to count. But John doesn't mention this detail, but adds that it was specifically the men who sat down. So John explains this detail in Mark, which in turn explains how the other gospel authors knew the rough estimate of men. In Mark and Matthew, Jesus is accused of claiming he would destroy the temple and in 3 days build another. They never explain where this accusation came from, but in John's gospel, we see early in Jesus' ministry, he said, "Destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will raise it up," in reference to his body. It should be noted John doesn't recount this incident to explain the later accusation we find in Matthew and Mark, which seem to be a garbled version of what Jesus said. Of course, Matthew and Mark do function fine without the context from John, but together they make the whole story more realistic. John's account gives context as to why Jesus would be accused of such a crime. Alan Chappell adds that in Mark 3:22, scribes come from Jerusalem to Galilee to denounce Jesus. No reason is given for their need to travel to Galilee to attack a rabbi who they had no interaction with in Mark so far. But Chappell notes this would make sense if Jesus had already gone to Jerusalem and caused trouble at the temple, which we see takes place before this in John's Gospel. John doesn't recount the events we read about in Mark, and John doesn't write about the temple cleansing to offer an explanation to account for this. Thus, John explains this detail in Mark without trying to. In the Synoptics, Jesus often doesn't want people to know he's the Messiah, but no reason is given for this. Craig Blomberg notes John 6 provides the answer, when a group comes and tries to forcibly make him king. This would explain why Jesus didn't want a lot of people to know that he was the Messiah. Blomberg says, John 6:15 confirms what commentators have often suspected, that at least part of the answer is because of Jewish hopes for a political or military Messiah. But only John explicitly describes how after the feeding of the 5,000, the crowds intended to come and make him king by force. Thus, John explains the reason for the messianic secret in the Synoptics. Individually, each of these undesigned coincidences would not amount to much, but when combined, they form a strong cumulative case. The Gospels report history. If all we had to go on were 4 or 5, that would not be enough to use for Gospel reliability. But given the amount we have, we can see undesigned coincidences show the Gospels confirm each other in subtle ways and form a web of connectivity. This is far more likely on the theory the Gospels are reporting history, rather than writing fiction. Fictional authors do not create a web of interconnectivity that makes the whole story more realistic. Now, some object and argue undesigned coincidences cannot prove the truth of the stories or that the miracles actually occurred, and we must agree. No one should argue undesigned coincidences prove the feeding of the 5,000 occurred. The philosopher Lydia McGrew says in her book on this topic, "I do not want to be misconstrued as saying something quite so simple as, we can see from undesigned coincidences that the Gospels are historically reliable. Therefore they are reliable when they recount miracles, as well as when they give non-miraculous facts. Therefore, probably, all these miracles happened. On the other hand, I do not want to concede an artificial separation between the miraculous claims in the Gospels and the non-miraculous ones, as though the former were prima facie false or dubious. I grant that claims of miracles are legitimately held to a higher evidential standard than non-miraculous claims for many reasons. If nothing else, there are many ways for honest people to be mistaken about some miracles, especially healing miracles. Mere credulity is not a posture I recommend. It is, however, noteworthy that the internal marks of accuracy in the Gospels cut right across the miraculous, non-miraculous divide. If the Gospels are indeed truthful memoirs from those close to the facts, including those who had opportunity to interview the disciples themselves, then they represent not late traditions or storytelling. Rather, they represent what the alleged eyewitnesses themselves claimed, for which they suffered severe early persecution. This point is presumably why propositions about the dating and authorship of the Gospels are treated by critical scholars as controversial. For if they are early and reliable memoirs of the life and death of Jesus, if they show us what the disciples themselves claimed about his resurrection, if they make it clear that these accounts came from people in a position to know, and if the disciples were willing to face death for their testimony, this pulls the rug out from under a gentle-sounding but skeptical theory that nobody told a lie exactly, but that the miraculous claims about Jesus grew up among credulous people telling each other stories. One is instead forced to ask whether the disciples lied about these matters, and if so, why they would do such a thing. Even when the undesigned coincidences among the Gospels do not directly support a miracle, they support the argument for their earliness and origins. So undesigned coincidences should only be used to support the reliability and earliness of the accounts, not that they necessarily are true. One must use an historical case for the resurrection of Jesus to get to that step, in which the reliability of the Gospels inevitably aids. And when we survey many undesigned coincidences, we can conclude they support the overall reliability of the Gospels. This is on top of all the other data that confirms the reliability of the Gospels. When we go through the evidence piece by piece, there is no reason to deny the conclusion that the Gospels are reliable accounts of who Jesus is. The reasonable conclusion to draw from this data is that when we read the Gospels, we are reading history, not mythology. The Gospels are, in fact, eyewitness accounts. Appendix 1. Was the Gospel of John changed? The Gospel of John ends with, "Now Jesus did many other signs in the presence of the disciples, which are not written in this book, but these are written so that you may believe that Jesus is the Christ, the Son of God, and that by believing you may have life in his name." But this is not really the ending of John. This is the last verse of chapter 20. There is a whole chapter after this. But this passage we read sounds like a fitting end to the Gospel. Because of this, many have argued John 21 was added on by a later scribe to solve issues in the church after the Gospel author had passed. But this hypothesis is riddled with problems that manifest when we dive a little deeper. Internal evidence reveals the author of chapter 21 was most likely the same author of the whole Gospel. The first thing to note is the manuscript evidence has never revealed a version of John's Gospel lacking chapter 21. As far as the manuscripts are concerned, chapter 21 was a part of the original narrative. Therefore, proponents of the hypothesis that chapter 21 was added later have to appeal to internal evidence. They highlight the ending of chapter 20 as their main piece of evidence, because it seems like a fitting end. Chapter 21 may have been added to reiterate the ecclesiastical leadership of Peter, since it narrates Jesus restoring Peter to himself. It is argued this may have been an attempt by a later author to dispel competing claims that another apostle was meant to be the leader of the church. Another important aspect of the chapter is that it dispels a myth that the beloved disciple would live until Jesus returns. Skeptics assert the beloved disciple may have died at this point, and so the chapter was added to correct a misunderstanding that Jesus would return before he died. However, there's a much simpler explanation, which is that chapter 21 simply functions as the epilogue of the Gospel. So we can agree that John 21:30 is the ending of the main body, whereas the final chapter is an epilogue. and this should be expected, since the opening of the main body is really John 1:19. What we have prior to this is John's prologue. Richard Bauckham says, "The prologue sketches the prehistory to the gospel story, while the epilogue foresees its post-history. Just as the prologue goes back in time to creation, so the epilogue previews the future mission of the disciples, symbolized by the miraculous catch of fish, and focuses especially on the different roles that Peter and the beloved disciple are to play in it." Bauckham notes if we compare John's prologue and epilogue, we find numerous points of contact. The prologue consists of 496 syllables, whereas the epilogue has 496 Greek words. This correspondence is expected, since the prologue is poetic, whereas the epilogue is narrative. Also, 496 is a triangular number, and is also the numerical value of monogenes, the Greek word for only used in John 3:16. Ancient authors love to use numerical values for hidden meanings. Matthew does this in his genealogy to point to Jesus being the heir of David. John probably used a similar method for his prologue and epilogue. Additionally, in Jesus' last words, he says, "Until I come," which corresponds to the first words of the prologue, "in the beginning." Nathanael is present at the beginning of the epilogue and introduced shortly after the prologue. He shows up nowhere else in the gospel. Andreas Kostenberger says, "The postscript, vis-a-vis the preface, provides balance and symmetry to the structure of the gospel. Both units form an integral part of the theological and literary fabric of the entire narrative. Among other things, John 21 resolves the relationship between Peter and the beloved disciple in terms of non-competition and identifies the latter as the fourth evangelist. Beyond this, there are many other terminological links between the final chapter and the rest of the gospel." Next, we can compare the ending of chapter 20 with 21, and we find aspects that fit together. Both together speak of what has been written and not written. Both consist of 43 Greek words. The first conclusion speaks of many other signs that Jesus did, and the second states there were many other things that Jesus did. The first ends with Jesus' disciples, and the second ending focuses in on the author, the disciple whom Jesus loved, in his important role. Leon Morris adds that in the chapter, John often refers to Peter as Simon Peter, which is consistent with John's overall style. But when Jesus speaks to Peter, he refers to him merely as Simon, which is unlike John's style. Andreas Kostenberger draws attention to other similarities in style and language, like the similar language for taking and distributing the bread found in John 6:11, and the use of the phrase Sea of Tiberias. In fact, De Sologis and Vachereau evaluated the style and vocabulary of chapter 21, and found no significant variation from the language of the rest of the gospel. If chapter 21 was not written by John, the beloved disciple, it was written by a clever forger who disguised himself well. Craig Blomberg notes that many scholars today agree John 21 was written by John. It is not nearly as unusual today as it was a half a century ago to find scholarly support for John 21 as an integral part of the overall gospel, composed by the same hand that was responsible for the majority of chapters 1 to 20. As for the theological aspects of chapter 21, it is not necessary to presume they had to come from a later scribe. John himself may have thought these points were important to include to dispel rumors in his day, which was the late 1st century. There is nothing in chapter 21 which necessarily has to be attributed to a later scribe. Thus, from internal evidence alone, we can see there's no reason to think John 21 was written by a later scribe who added to the Gospel of John. All the evidence points in the direction that the author of chapter 21 is the same author of the rest of the Gospel. Some scholars have speculated that chapter 21 was added by John himself at a later point, which is of course possible, but either way, John would still be the author of the whole Gospel. Chapter 21 is best understood as an epilogue, and is crucial for the whole structure of John's Gospel. Appendix 2. Did the Gospels plagiarize Homer? Could it be that you've misunderstood the entire point of the Gospels? The scholar Dennis MacDonald thinks so. Instead of the Gospels aiming to tell us about the historical Jesus, they were trying to rework the epics of Homer to create theological fiction. Jesus was modeled after characters like Odysseus and Hector from Homer's epics. The Gospels were never intended to be history. Mark was an artist uninhibited in his creation of theological fiction. Luke created each of these stories as fiction to imitate or emulate famous stories in the Iliad and without the benefit of pre-existing traditions. Therefore, we need to stop believing the Gospels are historical records of who Jesus was. They are just fictional works. MacDonald lists several places where he thinks the Gospels intentionally rework stories from Homer to support his theory. But when we evaluate his claims, we encounter numerous problems. There is a reason the majority of scholars who have reviewed his work come away rejecting his ideas. And as we cover some examples, you'll see why the Gospels are not theological fiction based on Homer. MacDonald claims that Mark directly imitated parts of the Odyssey and Iliad. Luke built on this and imitated more throughout his works. As noted, this was intentional. MacDonald's view is these New Testament authors were purposely reworking Homer to create fictional accounts of Jesus. He argues both Jesus and Odysseus are heroes, carpenters not honored at home but abroad, go on journeys, suffer many things at the hands of murderous usurpers, and have ignorant companions who fail the hero. According to MacDonald, Mark has reworked the story of Odysseus and the Cyclops into the story of Jesus encountering the demon-possessed Gerasene, the appearance of Odysseus to Telemachus, into the Transfiguration, the meal Odysseus and his crew share before their journey to Hades, into the Last Supper, and many other stories. But since Mark's Gospel ends differently than it does in the Odyssey, MacDonald claims that Mark abruptly switched to following the account of the death of Hector in the Iliad. Luke allegedly picked this up and made even more parallels in his books. MacDonald notes ancient students mainly learned to write through a process of mimesis. This is where an author would imitate an earlier work in their own unique way. This wasn't seen as plagiarizing, as many today would assume. It was rather more about transforming earlier texts into something new. Such a practice was common among ancient students, and Homer's epics were often used. MacDonald says, imitations of Homer were common in prose as well. Students learned to imitate across genres, especially by paraphrasing epic into prose. Thus, MacDonald makes the bold claim that Mark and Luke Acts were part of this practice and were merely imitating Homer. The earliest evangelist was not writing an historical biography, as many interpreters suppose, but a novel, a prose anti-epic of sorts. However, as noted, when MacDonald's ideas have been reviewed, scholars have found numerous issues. In fact, there are too many to cover in this video. First, MacDonald asserted that Mark expected his readers to recognize his imitations of Homer. Unless these criteria are flawed or applied inappropriately, one conclusion seems inescapable. Mark imitated Homeric epics and expected his readers to recognize it. But as Margaret Mitchell noted, it is strange this understanding has been missed for almost 2,000 years, just for MacDonald to discover the real intentions of Mark and Luke. He even acknowledges this reading has been missed. Readers for 2,000 years apparently have been blind to this important aspect of Mark's project. So according to MacDonald, Mark created a theological fiction. This was evident to Luke, who built on him by imitating Homer in many other ways. But then suddenly, every church father and theologian after them missed this obvious meaning and interpreted the Gospels and Acts as intending to report history, until the modern era, when MacDonald caught something the overwhelming majority of experts missed for millennia. As Greg Boyd and Paul Eddy say, this problem is particularly acute, since to make his larger case, MacDonald argues that ancient authors could expect the readers to draw connections to Homer that are invisible to us. However, by his own admission, no one did. ancient authors were aware of the practice of mimesis. Also, church fathers like Origen, Basil, and Gregory of Nazianzus wrote extensively on the Gospels and were well acquainted with Homer. Yet they, and everyone else, just happened to miss what MacDonald suggests is the obvious reading of the Gospels. This doesn't prove MacDonald is wrong, but circumstantially, it lowers the probability that he is correct. From the background knowledge, it is far more likely that the Gospels were never intended to be understood as imitating Homer. Second, we have real examples of mimesis from the ancient world, and everyone has been aware this is what they were intended to be. This is not the case with Mark or Luke. In the 4th century, Emperor Julian outlawed Christians from teaching the classics. Apollinarius responded by writing recreations of Old Testament narratives so Christians could read classic-like works. Sozomen wrote, Apollinaris therefore employed his great learning and ingenuity in the production of heroic epic on the antiquities of the Hebrews to the reign of Saul, as a substitute for the poem of Homer. He divided this work into 24 parts, to each of which he appended the name of one of the letters of the Greek alphabet, according to their number and order. He also wrote comedies in imitation of Menander, tragedies resembling those of Euripides, and odes on the model of Pindar. Empress Eudocia Athenias wrote a poem where she borrowed lines from the Iliad and Odyssey to narrate the biblical story from Genesis to Jesus. At times, she quotes Homer verbatim. Carl Olof Sandnes notes, it is clear she was imitating Homer in various ways, even though many of the parallels to the Gospels she made were slippery and forced. Christians knew what mimesis looked like, and no one considered Mark or Luke Acts to be obvious examples. This is a surprising fact if MacDonald is correct. Sandnes draws attention to Virgil's Aeneid, an outstanding example of emulation of Homer. Macrobius noted it was common knowledge among the Romans that Virgil was imitating Homer. We can also look at Lucian's work, A True History, a satirical imitation of the practice of emulating Homer. He wrote a parody of a traveler's tale with himself as the main character, which drew heavily from the Odyssey. Throughout, Homer is not only alluded to, but directly cited. Sandnes notes this is a clear example of what imitation looks like, but adds that, in Mark's Gospel, no metatextual preparation for Homer's poems, no Homeric names, no Homeric quotations are found. The crucial question is, does it make sense to speak of subtle emulation when these characteristics of the genre are all absent? There is in Mark's Gospel no movement from obvious to subtle emulation of Homer's poems. This does not imply that the hypertext is advertised in Mark's Gospel. This Gospel does indeed advertise its hypotext in ways that are more or less identical with both the Aeneid and the true story. But the reader is directed not to Homer, but to the Old Testament. In other words, we have ancient examples of imitation of Homer's epics, and Mark's Gospel, as well as Luke's, does not resemble the examples we have, which makes the theory unlikely. Sandnes points out when an ancient text was imitating another, the author moved between advertising intertextuality and subtle emulation. This is why we know certain texts were imitating Homer. Mark and Luke never advertised intertextuality with Homer, so there is no reason to think New Testament authors were doing this. It is also surprising, if MacDonald is correct, that no Christian opponent ever brought this up. Christian opponents like Celsus and Lucian were looking for whatever they could to attack Christianity. If Mark and Luke were really imitating Homer, they could easily have dismissed the Gospels as novels that Christians mistook for historical works. But no such case was ever made. Seems like almost no one thought the Gospels were mimesis novels until MacDonald. Moreover, Loveday Alexander noted that Luke's prefaces do not fit with the style one would expect from an ancient epic. She adds, at the surface levels of discourse and narrative management, Acts is not an epic, and no ancient reader would suppose that it was. The evidence suggests Luke was writing a biography and a history, as his prefaces and overall writing style better fit with those genres. As Sandnes and Keener note, the Gospel author's primary sources were the Old Testament texts, which they used to connect to events from Jesus' life, to show he was their fulfillment. The overwhelming majority of scholars Note the Gospels have a far more prominent connection to Jewish texts than to Greek texts. If they were trying to imitate Homer, then why rely so much on the Old Testament to show Jesus was the fulfillment of the Scriptures? One could merely ignore them and quote Homer extensively, as Virgil and Lucian did. But this is not what we see when we read Mark and Luke, and as noted, most scholars who have reviewed his work have thoroughly rejected MacDonald's theory. Steve Reese said, "In my view, MacDonald vastly overstates his case, which is built on dubious assertions and fallacious assumptions." Craig Keener says, "Although Homer is part of Acts' larger Greco-Roman context, most critics find MacDonald's emphasis on the pervasive allusion to Homer unconvincing, especially because of his search for a single decisive hypotext, an emulation that is not recognized, and in this work, neglect for the most explicit Old Testament intertextuality in Acts." Michael F. Bird said, "MacDonald's Mark imitating Homer thesis relies on several superficial parallels. MacDonald infers that once Mark characterized Jesus as one who suffered much, like Odysseus, he then found in the epic a reservoir of landscapes, characterizations, type scenes, and plot devices useful for crafting his narrative. That is a monumental logical and literary leap of faith." It is impossible to cover all of MacDonald's examples, but we'll hit some important ones so you can see why the scholarly community remains unconvinced. What is likely going on is the phenomenon called parallelomania, which is when someone sees apparent similarities and then constructs parallels without a logical basis or evidence of a causal link. One is merely noticing things that look similar and assuming there is more than what is there. But similarities between different things often result by mere coincidence or are constructed by writers trying to find patterns. To begin, MacDonald draws attention to the fact that Mark says Jesus renamed the sons of Zebedee to the sons of thunder. He says this was meant to imitate Castor and Polydeuces from the Iliad, and lists several parallels that are supposed to connect them. But MacDonald's main argument is Mark is trying to make Jesus resemble Odysseus at this point in the Gospel, and Castor and Polydeuces were not companions of Odysseus. They were supposed to be already dead by the time of the Iliad and Odyssey. Margaret Mitchell says, "They are hardly similar to the narrative function of the living James and John in Mark's Gospel, who followed Jesus from their father's boat to adventures in Galilee and even beyond the pages of Mark's narrative canvas." We also should note Mark never explains why Jesus changed their names. If he was trying to make a connection to Homer, this would have been the perfect time to expand on this parallel. One cannot read too much into a brief reference, as MacDonald seems to have done. His list of connections is also not convincing. The first one is far too general. They are sons of someone, so what? If Mark was writing fiction, he could have at least made the name of the father similar. The next one is also not the same. Castor and Polydeuces are called boys or lads. Sons has a different meaning. Argonauts were not fishermen, they were a band of heroes. James and Castor did not die the same way, and James' death is not even in Mark. If Mark was trying to imitate Castor, why did he leave out such an important detail? In Acts, James died by the sword, and so was most likely beheaded. Castor died by suffering a mortal wound from a spear because he was keeping watch in a tree while his brother was attempting to steal cattle. Mark also doesn't hint to the idea that John was thought to live to the second coming. In John's Gospel, he debunked this later rumor that is not present in Mark. Polydeuces did in fact ask Zeus to split immortality with Castor, but this is not close to what is in Mark, since they asked to sit at Jesus' right side and share in his glory. And finally, the last one is not a parallel, it is the opposite. So when we go through these alleged connections, we encounter numerous differences, and trying to make parallels from aspects that are way too general to be of any significance is not sufficient to demonstrate a connection. And the last one is not a parallel at all. Now MacDonald deals with this issue by appealing to transvaluation, which is when one takes a text and transforms it into something new, or the strategic replacement of the values of the targeted text with new ones. So allegedly, Mark could take something Homer said and change it to the opposite, and somehow it is still a parallel in MacDonald's eyes. He says, Mark did not merely mimic the Dioscuri, he transvalued or emulated them. Jesus refused the request of the sons of thunder for eternal honors. insisting instead on the importance of suffering. The obvious problem with this is it makes MacDonald's claims unfalsifiable. If differences can also be parallels, there is no way MacDonald can be proven wrong. As Margaret Mitchell said, MacDonald's reading of Mark, while ingenious, is for several interrelated reasons, ultimately unconvincing as a recreation of historical, authorial intent. First, the strong reading relies too much on a have your cake and eat it too methodology, since in his argument, parallels between the two narratives support direct influence, but divergences do also, since they demonstrate that Mark was not just imitating, but emulating and transforming Homer. This means, in essence, that MacDonald's thesis, once propounded, is theoretically incapable of invalidation. Second, many of MacDonald's interpretations of particular passages are forced or contorted, rendered on the basis of inconsistent application of interpretive principles. We can see this in another place. MacDonald says the incident in Mark 5 of Jesus saving the demon-possessed man is an imitation of when Odysseus faced off with the Cyclops. Like before, MacDonald lists what he perceives to be several parallels, and argues Mark intentionally reworked the story. But Kristen Larson evaluated MacDonald's theory and demonstrated it is riddled with problems. MacDonald modified this list in later publications, but it's mostly the same, and since we are relying on Larson, we'll use this list as it's what he responds to in his paper. First, some of these alleged parallels are way too general. Jesus and his crew disembarked. What do you expect would happen if you got off a boat? They both asked the antagonist his name. Most people ask for names when they encounter someone new. At the end, the crew re-embarked and sailed away, which is how you would expect them to leave if they arrived on a boat. The second one is not a real parallel. Homer said that when Odysseus arrived at the island, and before they disembarked, therein lived wild goats innumerable, for the tread of men scares them not away. When Jesus arrived on the other side of the lake, which is not an island, Mark didn't say anything like this. He only notes there were 2,000 pigs later in the story to explain where the demons went. Notice this is not mentioned before they disembarked, and goats are not the same as pigs. If Mark was writing fiction, he could easily have written goats to imitate Homer. MacDonald deals with this by suggesting that Mark 5 also parallels the Odyssey Book 10, where Odysseus' crew is turned into pigs by Circe. Allegedly, when Odysseus' crew disguised themselves as sheep to escape the Cyclops, this foreshadowed them being turned into livestock. But the animals are not the same, and the foreshadowing is speculative. And also, this is a reoccurring problem. When the details don't match, MacDonald just asserts without evidence that Mark jumped to a different passage to imitate before jumping back to the main passage. You can make anything match if you cherry-pick the details. Number 4 is not a good parallel. The only similarity is they are both monstrous in some way, but Larson says, the giant was savage and lawless from the viewpoint of Odysseus, not from the viewpoint of his own community of Cyclopses. The demoniac, on the other hand, was an outcast and seen as savage and lawless by everybody. The giant lived in a cave, whereas the demoniac lived among the tombs, which are merely caves. The setting is thus not a very distant element of the parallel, and the characteristics of the antagonist differ. MacDonald is correct the tombs in Mark 5 were caves, but then why didn't Mark just say cave if he wanted his readers to know that he was imitating Homer? Why change it to tomb? Because of this, this cannot be a literary parallel. The fifth is hardly comparable. The Cyclops asked if Odysseus came to harm him, but the demoniac recognized who Jesus was and pleaded with him not to torment him. The Cyclops doesn't know who Odysseus is, which is not similar to Mark. The seventh parallel is not the same, and MacDonald would have to rescue this one by claiming transvaluation. The only similarity is there is naming at play. Odysseus says to the Cyclops, his name is nobody, but the demons say to Jesus, their name is Legion because they are many. One has to ignore the numerous amount of differences to make this a parallel. The eighth is also different since both heroes achieve victory differently. The ninth and 10th are not the same. The Cyclops calls out to his neighbors for help, but gets none because of Odysseus' trickery. In Mark, the swineherders go to the city for help, and the people beg Jesus to leave. There is nothing narrated in Mark that says the people came to ask about the pigs. Larson says, The neighborly response is a part of the Gerasene story that has no parallel in the Cyclops story. Furthermore, due to the scarce amount of narrative information characterizing the storytelling of Mark, the response of the Gerasenes comes across as a non-trivial story element. The next one is an odd comparison. Nothing in the Odyssey depicts the Cyclops as naked. This comes from later paintings of the story. Even if this was a valid parallel, Mark would not be imitating Homer's literary work, but a popular misconception. Furthermore, the demon-possessed man is clothed at the end, which is no parallel in Homer. Number 13 is not a real parallel. First, it's out of order because Jesus has not re-embarked at this point, but also it is not the same. Odysseus wants the Cyclops to tell everyone that Odysseus blinded him, which is nothing like what we read in Mark. Jesus tells the man to go home to your friends and tell them how much the Lord has done for you and how he has had mercy on you. MacDonald seems to have misunderstood what Jesus said. Larson says, "The cured man is instructed to tell his friends of God's mercy. This clearly does not entail proclaiming to the world what miracles Jesus has performed, whose safety after all depends on remaining anonymous. Contrary to the instructions of Jesus, the man goes off to the 10 Greek cities, not to his friends, and specifically relates what Jesus has done. So whereas Odysseus wants the antagonist to let his identity be known, the cured man reveals the identity of Jesus, contrary to the instructions." Number 14 is also incorrect. Mark does not say Jesus was aboard when the man asked if he could come with him. And this is obviously different than the Cyclops asking for Odysseus to return. Finally, refusing a request is way too vague to be a parallel. So as you can see, we can go through MacDonald's alleged parallels and encounter numerous problems. The order isn't exact, details are wrong or misrepresented, transvaluation has to be employed extensively to rescue alleged parallels, and MacDonald has to draw from the Odyssey Book 10 to strengthen his case. Furthermore, Larson has an even more damning critique. He lists the extent of the story in Mark side by side with the story in the Odyssey. Mark's story is about 2,000 characters, whereas in the Odyssey it's about 24,000 characters. This gives us a ratio of 1 to 12 in the number of characters, which means the average distance between parallels in the hypotext is 12 times greater than in the hypertext. When you have such a high amount of text, anyone can go through and cherry pick out similarities to what we see in Mark and then ignore the rest. The differences are far more extensive than anything that could be contrived to be a parallel. Also, the existence of similarities does not mean this is evidence of conscious imitation in Mark. Scholars have remarked on flaws of the contextual and qualitative dimensions of MacDonald's argument, particularly on the often vague nature of the parallels and the failure to demonstrate authorial intent. After all, influence or literary dependence is not the same as conscious imitation communicated to a contemporary audience. As noted, the Odyssey doesn't end with the death of the hero, so MacDonald has to claim that Mark shifted to imitate Hector from the Iliad. He finds parallels between the two heroes to support his theory. But again, he has to rely on transvaluation and shifts the order at times to make it work. But the bigger issue here is MacDonald cherry picks out similarities and ignores the differences to make his case. One cannot obtain a full picture without evaluation of both. As David Litwis said, to focus on pure similarity is parallelomania. To focus on difference is apologetics. Stephen Boyce went through the two accounts and listed the similarities and differences. He notes there are some similarities, which MacDonald highlights, but when we factor in the differences, we can see the two accounts are drastically different. In both accounts, authorities pass judgment that the hero should die, but in the Iliad, Zeus hesitates because of the countless sacrifices Hector has made, whereas Pilate finds no fault with Jesus. Pilate tried to offer a substitute, whereas Zeus did not. And of course, Pilate was just a prefect. Zeus was a god. MacDonald notes both Hector and Jesus were given mixed wine. But what the wines were mixed with is different. Hector was offered honey wine and Jesus was offered sour wine. This also occurs for Hector at a much earlier place in the Iliad. He was offered the wine because he was wearied by toil and not about to die. Also, the primary reason he was offered the wine was so he could give the first portion to Zeus as an offering. Hector refused, but Jesus accepted. Taunts are hurled at both, but Hector insulted Achilles first, which finds no parallel in Mark. Hector also did this during his battle with Achilles, which is unlike Jesus' trial and execution. The context in which the taunting takes place is completely different than what we find in Mark. This is cherry-picking out one similarity and ignoring a plethora of differences. Hector calling out to his brother is only vaguely similar to bystanders presuming Jesus called out to Elijah. If Mark was imitating Homer, he would have had Jesus call out to Elijah, or perhaps his own brother James. Hector was asking for backup, which is not a parallel to anything in Mark. Both do die with a loud cry, but the spirit of Hector goes to Hades, which is not said of Jesus, who only breathed his last breath. Hector also tried to reason with his killers, and Jesus did not speak to them. Jesus was also given a proper burial by a wealthy follower, and Achilles refused at first to allow one for Hector. MacDonald says both use the phrase from top to bottom, but the Iliad is referring to Troy burning, and Mark is talking about the temple curtain. This is simply cherry-picking one similarity out of a plethora of differences. The Greek phrase in Homer is in classical Greek, not Koine Greek, and Mark doesn't appear to be trying to imitate it. There is nothing else in this alleged parallel to form any kind of connection, since Mark doesn't narrate the later fall of Jerusalem. MacDonald interprets the centurion statement not as an acknowledgement that Jesus was divine, but as if he was gloating or mocking Jesus. This is an odd interpretation that is speculative, which most scholars reject. It doesn't fit with the context of the centurion witnessing the effects of Jesus' death, like the temple curtain tearing or the darkness. Sandnes points out the Empress Eudocia, in her poem, was writing about the crucifixion and imitating Homer, and she didn't interpret this as a gloat, when it would have been easy for her to make such a connection. After all, she was drawing from Homer and the Gospels, and didn't see this as a gloat, which makes MacDonald's interpretation even more unlikely. MacDonald is correct, women are present when both heroes die, but for Mark, he has to say the women presumably lamented. This does not work because MacDonald wants to argue that Mark is consciously imitating Homer. From the text of Mark, we see no statements about the women lamenting, so how can he argue Mark is imitating Homer if we can only presume the women lamented? Sandnes says, it is unwarranted though that this scene is the source of the Markan story, and that the similarities pointed out by MacDonald are his inventions. Boyce lists even more differences in a document linked below. Like with Mark 5, when we go through the differences, they pile up and outweigh the similarities. If Mark was imitating Homer, we should expect to see more explicit connections or direct quotes. Instead, one can only cherry-pick out vague generalities, ignore the differences, and appeal to transvaluation when the parallels don't exist. As David Litwa said when speaking of another alleged parallel MacDonald tries to make, MacDonald's creativity rearranges and tweaks most of his parallels in order to fit the structure of his often extensive lists and charts. One example is Jesus walking on water. MacDonald compares this passage with Homer's Iliad 24, 340-46, and Odyssey 5, 43-55. But in these Homeric passages, Hermes and Athena never actually walk on water, they fly over it. We can find similar problems when MacDonald tries to find imitation in the Book of Acts. In the Odyssey, Odysseus lives through 2 shipwrecks. MacDonald suggests Luke's account of Paul living through a shipwreck is fiction, imitating the 2 accounts in the Odyssey. Steve Reese, who has a background in classics, evaluated MacDonald's theory and found numerous issues. To start, MacDonald notes the voyage is told in first person, as if the author was there with Paul. He argues the account in Odyssey books 9-12 are also told in first person, so Luke must be trying to imitate that, and sea voyages were often written in first person. But Reese notes 2/3 of the Odyssey is in first-person discourse, and much of the Iliad is as well. It was common in Greek literature to write in first person and from the character's own perspective. This was not unique to ship voyages. In Acts, the other we passages do not always involve a sea voyage, so this simply doesn't work. Reese says, there is of course a much simpler explanation. Both the Odyssey and Acts include first-person discourse, because those telling the stories in their own voices were present, or at least claimed to be present at the events. MacDonald emphasizes that the we passages of Acts are all associated with Troas, which is supposedly a mere 10 miles from ancient Troy. Allegedly, Luke did this to connect Acts to Homer's epics. But Reese responds, Homer's Troy, a Bronze Age inland city, and Luke's Troas, a major Hellenistic and Roman seaport, widely known as Alexandria Troas, are not the same. It may seem a minor point, but Troas is more than a mere 10 miles from Troy. It is actually 15 as the crow flies, and it would have been more than that by land travel in antiquity. In fact, Troy and Troas were a full day's journey apart. Luke would not have been able to invoke the citadel of Homeric Troy in the minds of his ancient audience simply by mentioning the Hellenistic Roman seaport of Alexandria Troas. Furthermore, it is not true that all the we passages revolve around Troas. The first one does begin in Troas, but plays no part in the narrative. Instead, the narrative is about events in Philippi. The second we passage does involve events in Troas, but the third and fourth have nothing to do with the city. MacDonald tries to get around this last one by saying that the ship that Paul was on was from Adramyttium, which supposedly was a port city in Mysia in the same general region. But in reality, Adramyttium is 50 miles southwest of Troas. As Reese says, MacDonald has played fast and loose with the details here to serve his purposes. He has perhaps misidentified the ancient port of Adramyttium with the modern Turkish town of Edremit, an inland city in the northeast, which is named after ancient Adramyttium. Here, as elsewhere, MacDonald has manipulated the details in large and small ways to buttress his proposal. As a result, vastly overstated the evidence in support of his extravagant conclusions. Many of the details MacDonald highlights as evidence of a connection are far too general and would be standard language one could use when speaking of a sea voyage that ended in a wreck. Fearing disaster would be natural, as it often occurred on the sea in the ancient world. Odyssey Book 5 mentions the winds of all four cardinal directions. So when Acts mentions a south wind or northeast wind, one could easily find a parallel and ignore the wind directions that are not mentioned. Many of the other alleged parallels have to be rescued by transvaluation to make them fit with MacDonald's conclusion. Reese notes the language found in both accounts is pretty common in ancient texts of sea voyages. He says only a few are unique, but notes even these events are shared by multiple stories of sailors throughout history. We may think it's unusual that both Paul and Odysseus were thought to be gods, but it is not so for the ancient mindset, as it was repeated throughout many works, and it was often assumed by ancient people that multiple gods moved about. Finally, Reese notes the order is not exact here either. MacDonald has to play with the sequences to fit with his conclusion. In his eagerness to support his underlying premise, MacDonald selects certain details, and omits others, from several different Homeric episodes. Here are the episodes of the storms at sea in Odyssey 5, 12, and 14, and then he rearranges the sequence of details so that it matches up with the sequence of events in Acts 27, even displaying the sequences tidily side by side in two columns. This practice results in a shapeshift presentation, but it also significantly distorts the evidence. Unfortunately, this has become MacDonald's modus operandi in all his subsequent work on Homer in the New Testament. Similar issues result from other passages that MacDonald tries to connect to Homer. The critique can be applied by analogy to MacDonald's next 20 years of publications on the topic of Homeric influence on the New Testament, all of which contain similarly extravagant claims built on a foundation undermined by flaws and distortions. As I said, you can make anything match if you cherry-pick similarities, ignore the differences, and distort what is left. In reality, we can often find parallels because history is filled with an abundance of stories, fiction and non-fiction. If one looks hard enough, you'll find parallels that came about just from the fact that we have an abundance to draw from. If we return to the parallels between Jesus and Hector, Mike Licona responds to this by also finding parallels to the death of Pompey. One can easily go through the account and see we can find similarities to both Jesus and Hector, but no historian would suggest the similarities mean the assassination of Pompey was a fictional account. So even if MacDonald was correct in his assessment, this would not mean the Gospels are fiction. We covered this in more detail in 2 other videos, but we know ancient historians often wrote about current events in a way that mimic fictional stories or past events. Julius Caesar and his army faced off against Pompey's army. One opposing soldier came forward and taunted Caesar's army. One of Caesar's soldiers went out and accepted the challenge, but they were evenly matched, and Caesar recorded, "It was like the traditional encounter between Achilles and Memnon." Julius Caesar witnessed a real-life event, but wrote about it in a way to parallel something from fiction. Mark Beck wrote, "It appears evident that structurally, Lucian modeled his life of Demonax on Xenophon's Agesilaus. This does not mean Lucian intended for his audience to read his biography as fiction." Rhiannon Ash noted Seneca may have committed suicide in a certain way to mirror how Socrates died. Ash also notes Tacitus wrote in a way to echo already existing structures and accounts. The historian Socrates of Constantinople wrote about Hypatia and Origen in a way to mirror each other by highlighting similarities and ignoring differences. Often ancient writers would write about real-life events in a way to parallel already existing stories and structures. This in no way implies what they wrote was meant to be fiction. So even if the Gospel authors wrote about Jesus in a way to intentionally parallel Homer, that would not even get us to the conclusion that this means the Gospels are fiction. As Greg Boyd and Paul Eddy say, one could plausibly argue that Mark saw in certain aspects of Jesus' life, incidents and episodes, that paralleled or echoed Homeric themes, and allowed the parallels to shape the telling of the Jesus story. In fact, given the sporadic nature of parallels that MacDonald believes he has identified, it is far more likely that if his theory is true, the New Testament writers were writing about historical events and just finding parallels in Homer to fit with the already known stories about Jesus. We know they did this with the Old Testament. They would witness or hear about something Jesus did, and they would look for an Old Testament passage to compare it with. It was not like they were crafting fiction from the Old Testament. It is more likely Jesus did something, and people looked for an already existing parallel to compare it with. If MacDonald is right, and the New Testament authors did this with Homer as well, a simpler explanation is they were only looking for known parallels to compare with historical things that Jesus and Paul did. In fact, this would only make the Gospels even more genius, but not any less historical. And as we noted, we covered this idea more extensively in these other 2 videos. And we have a whole series pointing out the Gospels are most likely historical biographies. To be clear, we're not saying there was no influence from Homer on the New Testament. Homer saturated the culture of the ancient world, and it would be hard to find any text that didn't have some influence from Homer, merely from the fact that his epics greatly shaped the culture of that day. But Steve Reese points out any influence on the New Testament is best explained as indirect, and surprisingly slight. Merely finding subtle or indirect allusions to Homer in the New Testament is a far cry from MacDonald's extravagant theory that they were directly imitating Homer. Merely finding vague parallels divorced from their context is not sufficient to make his case. In conclusion, MacDonald's thesis is based on convoluted assumptions, misrepresentations, unfalsifiable claims, and logical leaps. It is riddled with problems and is likely to be just another case of parallelomania. But even if he is correct, it doesn't get him to his conclusion that the Gospels are fiction, since we know authors often connected real-life events to already existing stories and structures. The whole project ultimately fails.